Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show, and welcome back to another Saturday night Sci-Fi Shadow Chat. Tonight we are going to be talking about, once again, what happens after the blast, after the big cataclysm, the big catastrophe that happens in your post-apocalyptic games. We're going to talk a little bit about what caused the big the big meltdown and more importantly, when did it happen in Earth or whatever planet's history? Did it happen, in the 1980s as per Twilight 2000, or did it happen, sometime later, as most of the sci-fi games predict that it'll happen in our future, 100 years or so from now, so that we get all the cool things, the robots, the flying cars, the jetpacks, the food pills, and all that crazy stuff. So joining me over here, uh, my good friend Justin. How you doing tonight? Awesome, glad to hear it.
Sorry, I had to step away for a minute. I'll be. That's why I'm
No,
muted.
no worries. I'm just
Yeah,
playing around. Thought it was funny.
give me a minute.
Yeah, no worries. Not funny that you weren't here, but kind of funny that you weren't here because I was talking to dead air. But yeah, for me, I really like the idea that it takes place, in the far future. That way, like I said, I get to see the flying cars. Let's see who got in the chat. We've got Raven, we've got Grumpy Old Plan, we've got the Crafty Gamer, we've got Mercurius. How you doing? We've got Doc Flamingo. Hey, what's up, guys? Doc and Grumpy, I don't have you on my Discord, so I don't know how I can get you in because I'm on Restream instead of StreamYard because StreamYard is populated and run by a bunch of idiots who don't understand that the customer's always right. I tried to pay them. I tried to pay them literally over a dozen times to get the better plan instead of the free one that most people use, and they just did not want to take my money, claiming that my bank was denying the charge when I had the bank on the phone four different times, and they said my bank said, "Hey, the charge isn't coming through." So I'm over here on Restream, which I got to admit, it's got a few things I like, but I don't know how to get the music, Justin. I think I've got to pay for that. I don't think that's available in the free plan, but I'll double check it later and see what I can do so that the music sounds a little better. I don't have to hold up my tablet like a dork instead of
Hit your mic or whatever. You got some bad static.
really.
Mm-hmm.
How about now?
Still.
But you know what? I know what it probably is. I raised the volume on my mic. Let's move it back down to where.
That will do it.
How's that? Better?
No.
How about now? Better? Okay. I don't know what else I can do. Turn it on, turn it off. It's a built-in mic for my laptop.
Try.
I don't even know where it is, to be honest.
It should be the little dot next to your camera. No, try speaking.
Now? Any better?
No. I don't know, man.
Well, we'll have to work with it. Do you have a Doc or Grumpy Slan on your Discord?
No.
Okay, let me double check and see if I do have them. And if so, I'll send them the link. I'm pretty sure we haven't connected that way yet. Because I know they were here for the last couple of sci-fi chats. I know Grumpy is a big old Gamma World fan.
Yeah. I'm looking. You don't have them in your Discord.
Yeah, see if I just have them as friends.
I gotta get back into James's Discord.
Yeah, I should be able to just post it there, right?
post it in.
James.
Yeah. If they're in there, or you could send them friends requests.
Okay. I'm just gonna post the link in general, but I gotta come back over here, do the things. Oh, it's not letting me do the thing.
What thing?
Hold on, I got it.
1 second.
I'll just post it over here. That way I know.
Yeah.
Grumpy and Doc, if you just go over to DM James's general, the top topic on his channel, you can grab the link if you want to come on in. Let's see what else we got in the chat.
That's very odd.
Did it not show up?
Oh, I'm not in James's Discord. I gotta re-enter it. No, I can't write in general chat from here.
Why is that?
I don't know. I can do it on my show. Maybe I have it turned on in settings or something.
What's up, Doc?
Very odd.
Doc, welcome to the show.
Hey, Doc.
How you doing? We can't hear you.
Hello, you hear me?
No, you're really quiet.
I'll fix that if I can from here.
Yeah, my camera likes to reset me all the time. Let me check that out real quick.
Raven, you got the link as well if you want to come on in. Sorry about all the technical stuff, folks, but Restream, it's only the second time I've used it, and learning stuff every time I do use it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I would say shut down for a minute and then restart and see if that'll fix your audio. We can hold the show for the 5 or 10 that'll take you to do that.
All I can do is end the stream or just leave. How I leave?
I mean, like shut down completely, like your entire You can re-enter. No, that's why I was saying shut down your computer, because the stream will stay up because it's being hosted on their server, right?
Right. Oh no.
Yeah, that's not how you shut down your computer. That's how you break your computer, by doing that.
What just happened?
Yeah, the guy is not smart. Yeah, closing the lid, closing the screen does not shut down your computer, bro.
Oh really? It usually does.
But it fixed your audio.
The audio
works. So don't worry about it.
Hey,
it's all good.
I knew what I was doing. I knew what I was doing.
He fancied it.
Well, that's why I was trying to get him to tap it earlier, right?
I got to do the A when I do it. So, which of course I didn't.
Well, you just did.
Well, yeah, but I didn't do the A. So how's everybody's day? You guys
long and boring.
Team James?
The day has been long.
I would agree with you, but it doesn't really. I mean, it was long in the sense that it was tiring, but it wasn't long in that it feels like I've been up forever, because I've been up maybe 10 hours and I didn't get my stride enough.
Yeah, I just worked my third Saturday, and it looks like I'm getting set up for a fourth one next week.
Oh,
I may have to blow up my job, which is a joke in case it does explode. That occasionally happens with food processing places. So get ahead of that. Yeah, that was a rash. You guys remember that like a year ago? All the like processing places were like
Oh yeah,
exploding,
yeah, yeah.
getting
Especially with
crashed into with
chicken
planes.
and things like that. That's
yeah. I think that was mostly due to a lack of maintenance in like poop control. Probably methane buildup.
That's definitely a possibility. We have a lovely, lovely smell hovering over our place on a constant basis.
Do you mind if I ask what specifically you do?
Oh, I slaughter chickens for a living. I work at Chicken Auschwitz.
so you were you were
Is it
you were
is it is it kosher?
Does gas count? I'm not sure what the rules are there. We
You
do get the
gas
veggies.
you gas the chickens.
We gas the chickens.
I'm just gonna
we
leave this
full
one
on
up to
Nazi the
Justin, folks. He can
Is
answer
it is it cyanide? Is it cyanide?
No, that actually will contaminate me
taint
very
the chicken
badly.
for us.
I'm
Yeah.
not
Not that
sure
that would
exactly
stop
even what we
anybody in
use.
power, but yeah.
I'm just saying, how blue are the walls?
Yeah, we tell them it's a shower, and, and you go, boys.
Wow.
Uh,
I guess Justin's got a kindred spirit in you, Doc. Um, did you enjoy Famine at Fargo? Gotta
Oh,
ask.
that is my favorite world module now.
Really, really. I'm gonna give a little spoilers. I just read through Alpha Factor, and I don't know if you remember that one from third edition Gamma World.
I did. I went as far as second edition as what I
Well,
had.
it's very ambitious, and at first I was hating it. I'm not going to lie, and I'm going to tell everybody this tomorrow when I actually review it. But I was hating the module at first, and then I plugged through all the way to the end, and I'm like, oh my god, this is freaking fantastic. And then it turns out, because it went from I think 5 to G10, which is a long ass series if you think about it, especially for Gamma World.
Ten
5 whole
modules there
modules.
is. I think first edition only had the two.
Yeah, it did. And then the
Yeah.
second edition also had two. It went to G4, and then G5 through G10 is actually third edition with the face rip system and all that stuff. But it turns out that the series G5 through G10 was supposed to go one more, but they canceled it before getting to the big finale, which would have
Of
been
course.
incredibly big because it again, spoilers, it was going to have a spaceship going out in outer space, not just like in the Albuquerque starport little up and back down, but I mean a full-fledged Metamorphosis Alpha Warden class starship,
Oh
and
wait.
the whole bit, and aliens, because they hint about the aliens throughout G5 and 10, that there were aliens in the future. And I'm just like, oh my God, this has got it all, right? And then TSR, in its infinite wisdom, decided to cancel the module series
Hold on.
because they canceled the game. And I'm just like, you freaking pinheads.
mhm.
But
Um,
fortunately, someone out there wrote the module anyways, and it's available on the high seas. And I gave it a little look through, and I'm like, okay, I can get behind this. So I'm gonna, and we'll see what happens when I've read the whole series. But I think it's gonna be okay.
well, TSR kept defaulting on its publishing um, bills,
Not
right? And
surprising.
they were using publishing contracts as like a de facto loan, especially when what's her face took over.
Yeah,
Um, like they deliberately drew that drove that company into the ground.
Oh yeah, it's a shame. It could have been, a lot bigger and more important than it was, but
Yeah.
it had its day in the sun for damn near a decade. So we'll just have
Uh,
to take what we got and move on, or enjoy what we can and stretch it out. Our entire lifetime, I guess.
no.
Hey guys, I gotta run out for like 10, 15 minutes. I will come back though.
Oh no! Well, you know what? Tell you what. Leave your spot there so nobody takes it.
Okay, no, so
Yeah.
I'll leave that on.
Just
Okay.
put the camera off and mute the
Yeah.
mic so we don't get any
Weird.
Yeah, no
mistaken,
problem.
like people walking in the room
Yeah,
half
yeah.
naked.
Pulling a Chris Cuomo and shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
What a douchebag he was or is.
Yeah. Well. Ah.
No worries. And I sent Omen the link, and I don't know where he is. I sent the link out to Hungar, knowing he wouldn't show up. And I'm pretty sure
Oh.
DM James is doing his stream again.
He ended. He ended about a half hour ago ish.
He's probably at dinner then,
Yeah.
but he's welcome to come in if he wants the link. He knows where to
Yeah.
find me. Actually, I just
Well-
posted it in his site, so
Yeah. You want me to walk you through how to make the private chats later after the show, and that way you can. I'm pretty sure you can add people to the one that I created,
okay.
because you're in it. And then maybe you just create another one for this show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm looking here at the music, and there really is nowhere to upload or.
There's a thing. There's a. Oh, I'd have to open it up on my end to look because I'm a visual
Because I don't
person.
see anywhere to upload music.
It is. There is a thing on a side, but I'd have to create a fucking stream to do it. But there's also a thing where you can like play a video at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
You could just create that on your YouTube chat.
I just
Hey,
got a message from Grumpy. Is there any way to contact Shadow and Son? I think he found a way. It's probably just a delayed reaction kind of thing. But
Yeah.
yeah, I really don't see anywhere here. Maybe it's in files. No. Design.
I know that there is a thing for that. It's in the start thing.
Video clips, background.
Yeah. Just send me the song over Discord, and I'll add a image to it to make it a video,
Gotcha.
and then you can just play the video.
Gotcha. I do like the countdown at the beginning. And I like the way they do
Yeah.
chat.
Because you can replace that countdown with the song.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling that is what Jade used to do.
I don't know. Did he use this?
Honestly, I don't think so, but I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, so wait a minute.
I can't see what you're looking at, so.
I thought the newest chat was at the top, but I guess it's at the bottom.
Did they switch that around?
I think
Fuck,
so
that
because
That sucks. I like it being at the top.
yeah, me too. It's easier to look at without looking like you're looking down, But
Right.
Raven's last comment says, "Haha, sound is fine now, Shadow." So apparently, that's the way it is now.
No, that's at the top for me.
It's at the bottom for me.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Let me see if I can do. Nope.
Yeah, you can. You just have to authorize it. You can
Okay,
have
well-
the screen that shows the screen shows the chat on the stream. Because there's a Mobius chat above the one Raven just said.
Yeah.
And there's a
What's up,
there's
Derek?
a who rides.
That's Derek.
Yeah. Who rides DG.
Thanks, Mercurius.
Mercurius.
So, what would you think at the beginning of the show? How would you do it if you were going to run a?
I missed the first 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I was having
Basically, I was stating, if you're going to do a post-apocalyptic game, you've got to pick when the big thing happens. The big catastrophe, whatever it is, and Twilight 2000. And I assume it happens in like the 1980s, or at least it did back in the day it was released.
Yeah, 90s, the latest.
And I'm sure the newer version is a little more current as well. The new Twilight 2000.
I think it's probably in the title. It probably happened in the early 2000s.
Right.
But if it's the 80s, they probably didn't project technology being as far along as it would have been in that 20-year
because
period.
from what I remember, the tech was it was actually more like late 70s, to be honest, because back, the further back you go, at least in American history, the less the general public knew about military technology. And
yeah,
so the what was available to the common writer to incorporate into their game was less than what was out there. And now God only knows what they really use compared to what we think they use. And if someone like you or me were to write a game like that, we'd only have access to, certain things.
It's also a lot easier to get information now than it was back then, just
true.
because of information gathering technologies.
But there's still going to be that big gap between what we can get a hold of and what is really out there. Even the guys in the field right now, they're probably dealing with stuff that would blow our minds, depending on the rank, of course, and then the stuff that even they can't get a hold of or know about, or is classified. We wouldn't know.
I honestly think you're being too conspiratorial again. There's like some advanced stuff in the like.
Right, I'm not trying to be conspiratorial. I'm just generally speaking, there's some stuff out there that but then again, would it even survive?
This is true.
A lot of the National Guard stuff is about all people would be able to get to without breaking into some bunker.
And then you got a lot of the weird stuff that probably does exist is like a 1 or 2 in existence kind of thing.
Yep.
Like someone in a lab was experimenting with, I don't know, microwave beams, but they've got like 6 iterations that don't work and one that might work sitting somewhere.
Right.
There are microwave beam weapons, and like field issue ones, but
nothing.
They're very fringe case use things, right? But
exactly. That's why I do like when I play Gamma World, for example. It's so far in the future that you can just make crap up. There's all kinds of lasers and things like that. Yeah, that tends to be the case until it's not. Mercurius. Look at the.
My favorite subject, the Jews. What was it? 3-4 months ago, Marjorie Taylor Greene got in trouble for making fun of people talking about Jewish space lasers.
Right.
And then the British government rolled out like 3 days later their plans to give Israel space lasers,
which they probably already had access to, or who knows?
But, they weren't like literal like things in space that had lasers, but they were ground operated laser batteries that could be used to superheat objects to the point of destruction. But it's like, so laser cannons do exist. Full stop, no exceptions. Now, are they worth anything at the moment? Probably not.
Well, I I think in the right circumstance, they do their job, but
Mhm.
you got to line everything up. Your T's dotted and your I's crossed to have them work the money that John Q taxpayers paid into them to get them to
Yeah.
work.
Um,
Yeah.
defense system. Yeah. Yeah.
Who is popping in?
Uh,
Okay,
oh
awesome.
man,
What's
Hey, how
going
you doing,
on?
bro?
talking about space lasers in the Middle East.
Oh, they're not space lasers; they're ground-based lasers.
Yeah, I literally made that point, but like,
And
we're talking about technology that you'd find in a post-apocalypse world, right? But it depends on
It,
when that apocalyptic event started. What
I,
what technology you would have?
you know what it would be is the first thing you have to have is leather making. Because I mean, how else
Yeah.
you can make those thongs?
Yeah. Well, no. More importantly, is you have to have leather dyeing because you need them to be red.
You don't. That's not that hard. You just paint it.
you
Uh,
guys and your dang freaking
Zardoz.
Zardoz. I still got to see that movie, or I'm just gonna feel dumb sitting here listening.
it's
I
not
see.
just Stardust; it's all the Mad Max films. Come on.
I don't remember any red leather thongs in Mad Max. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, it's because they made a
Unless it was
mistake.
Tina Turner, was that what she was wearing?
No, that was black leather.
No, I'm talking about like the guy at the front. You know, when they were doing the You need to go back and rewatch those. I mean, you need to go back and rewatch the second one. What was that? The Road Warrior? What was this?
Yeah, that was Road Warrior.
We'll see if I get around to it. There's only a couple of weeks left of the post-apocalyptic month, depending on. I ordered a couple of new books to read.
Yeah.
One from Red Room.
Everybody hopes there's only a couple of weeks left in the post-apocalyptic future. But I'm sorry to tell you, but this is the future now. You gotta live with it and make what you can.
But the problem is that I feel that all these movies just assume that our leaders are just way too intelligent, and we just found that not to be true. It's idiocracy meets Dr. Strangelove.
And that's the simple version.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Omen. We don't have the brightest crayons in the box working on our futures.
I mean,
We just got the blue one and the white one.
They don't have it. Well, the problem is that we say that they're crayons, but when they eat them, they're just like, no, they have certain flavors. You're like, stop eating crayons.
This is when we need Nerd to confirm and verify what the flavors are.
This one's kind of waxy grape. This one's waxy strawberry. This one's waxy watermelon. This one's waxy blueberry.
Well, remember the kid in school that used to eat the glue?
The paste?
Yeah.
That was literally my brother.
Oh,
He literally got sent home for school for doing that because they were, trying to say that, he was misbehaving, but in reality, they were just covering their own asses in case he got sick. He was already sick.
Eating glue is misbehaving. I wish I had thought of that one.
Oh, okay.
Hey kids out there, if you're ever at school and you want to go home and like you're allowed to go on your own because you're over like I don't know 14 or whatever, just tell the lady at the office that you had diarrhea, and they won't even call. They'll just let you leave.
You know what? What's really easy is for whatever's going in there is just say.
Oh, remind me to tell that to Jack later.
I had.
You try to corrupt my boy.
Yeah.
I'll just tell you right now. Good luck.
They're talking about the Carrington event. We just barely missed one. So.
What?
Jarek was just saying we just had like a couple of them.
It was pretty close for the space weathers. I've heard one person put it. So.
We get hit by an average of 200 meteors a day.
Yep.
Well, That's not the real issue. The problem is it's the couple of big ones, and the ones in Tunguska
Yeah.
size are supposed to hit about once every 100 years. And the problem is that we're kind of overdue.
Yeah, I saw a bumper sticker.
Really? I'm pretty sure one hit down in Russia like 4 years ago.
That was only a 10 kiloton one. That was not the size of a Tunguska one.
I saw a bumper sticker a couple weeks ago. It was Meteor 2024. It was a presidential, bumper sticker. Instead of Cthulhu 2024, they were basically voting for the comet or meteor to hit the Earth.
Like I said, I'll give them a mulligan if they
I
take
do
out
sell.
Washington, D.C.
I do
They
sell
go
a
through that,
Cthulhu
like, well,
Twin Breaker.
you get a mulligan for that one. Don't do it again.
If a meteor hit Washington, who do you think would give it a peace prize first?
Biden would probably try to shake its hand first.
No, he wouldn't. He'd just be like, "Oh, wow. Well,
He'd stumble
I'm
off
finally
stage.
free."
If you look at how big Tunguska is, that was the size of a whole county. People don't realize that. That would take out a major city. That's the point. There's be almost nothing left.
Well, maybe it did. How would we know? How would we know?
Well, at least a community.
Well, there's no one out there actually. As far as the
No, I
Russians
know.
could go.
I know.
But
From,
no, I
from
mean,
the photos we've received and seen over the years, yeah, I don't think there was anybody out there, and if there was, he was a Highlander, and God said, "Not you."
so
There
but
may
no, I
only be
also-
one, but it's not going to be you.
Well, I mean, there were a lot of stories about that because they all got the story.
Highlanders?
No, I mean about
No.
the Tunguska event. People being blown off their feet and all sorts of stuff. But they were far enough away. But no, the other one that was getting in there was But yeah, people just don't understand that. It's just how easy these things are, and it's like, and apparently, I don't know what was it 1904. We were talking about all this stuff, but there was one of them where it hit the atmosphere and it didn't quite bounce, but it was enough that it was at the very edge, or it may have bounced off. But there were like 4 or 5 of them that went across the sky at one time, and then going, man, how lucky are we that those haven't hit? And then here's my favorite.
Well, it depends on what you mean by lucky.
Well, I consider that lucky. But the other one is that there's some discussions that those, the fires during, when they talk about the Chicago fires, that wasn't the only fire that was occurring, but it seems that some of that may have been from something in the sky that burned and hit some of the trees all at once.
I thought it was Old Lady Leary's cow. That's what the song always said.
That's right. Well, they don't want you to know the truth.
That it wasn't a cow.
So,
Yes.
Alman, what year would you pick for your Gamma World or post-apocalyptic Mutant Crawl Classic game? What year would you pick for the end of the world as we knew it?
Come on, we got to do 1999. I mean, it just seems so perfect for that. If you're gonna do that, it was kind of like right at the edge of the internet without being right at the, it was. So that's kind of my view on that. Kind of a highlight of like, hey, this is a great time to be alive.
Yeah, but then you don't get the robots, you don't get the laser pistols, you don't get the flying cars.
What makes you think that? You're saying all these things, but I'm like, why are you saying that?
Well,
You get
because
all that stuff.
just because we don't have them now.
We had them. We just don't want to admit it. They weren't very good.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of these things like exist in the shittiest form factor.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can get them, but you're probably gonna irradiate yourself with the laser pistol, and
Well-
it's the size of a truck.
Well, what
Literally.
they
It's not
say?
a pistol,
And
but
Yeah, you can fire it offhand. You just got to be on the platform.
if you've looked at some of the SDI stuff that was coming out from like the 1980s and early 90s,
I'm being attacked by Swamp Thing.
oh,
Tell them about the get out of jail free poop thing.
No. Just what you need to do is you need to tell him that Easter's over. He has to wait till next year.
You need something? Do you need something? Or are you just being annoying? Typical teenager being annoying.
Jack, get in here. We need to talk about blowing up the world.
Yes, and I'm in.
Okay. Well, Jack,
see.
what you need to do is you need to put the stuff that so you can use the branch and then create a new tree out of it.
I think that branch is already dead.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Well, it's green, so yeah, it's close. Depends if he puts it in water and he puts that special hormone or whatever that allows it to get roots and things.
Yeah, plant nutrients.
That's right.
Yeah.
My pomegranate's doing pretty well. I can't wait to put them in November.
You should plant the tree right in the middle of that room so it fucks up your father's streaming abilities.
Yeah, I will.
Just in the house.
Yeah.
See. I look at it this way. When we talk post-apocalyptic, that's when everyone goes down below and you start creating everything, and then
I'm going to rip it in pieces.
the remnants of the old civilization, and that's when they don't know what they're really doing, and then they all kill themselves, and that's when you find all the stuff out there. It's basically the same time that you're looking at the what was that thing in Logan's Run? That robot.
Carousel or the freezer fridge guy.
Yes.
Plankton from the sea.
Yes.
I don't know the line. Shadow knows the line. It's his favorite fucking line in all of existence.
I don't remember the line at all.
The robot at the end of Logan's Run.
It's not. It's the end. It's the middle when they escape. From the city, and then you find out that he's frozen all these people.
Yeah, everyone that gets out there.
A couple of months ago, but it wasn't that memorable. I was too busy laughing at how corny the robot looked. It was
all chrome and square.
Yeah,
it's like they made it on tens of dollars.
You know what it reminded me of, Omen? You remember those? I don't know if it was the scrubbing bubble commercial to clean like your toilet and your bathtub, or if it was a shaving cream commercial with the little razor things coming down the snow.
Now I'm going to look at this as it says trees were planted 100 kilometers. It wasn't hundreds of kilometers, but it was about 1,000 square kilometers. It was about within 30 miles of it. But yeah, But I mean, I really love the thing. What gets me is no one really knew it until the 1930s, except the reindeer herders. The reindeer herders all knew about it, but everybody else is kind of like, huh?
That's the middle of nowhere, and there's a lot of nowhere in Russia.
Oh yeah, there is actually a lot of that.
Yeah,
but there's a lot of post-apocalyptic stuff. The problem that I have with it now is you make it so people are so reliant on things that it really becomes the point that everything just immediately breaks down. But the 1990s, we still had manufacturing in the U.S. They were still building things. They still had some stuff. But if you're going to set it now in post-apocalyptic, maybe it's just better to put it in China or India because they have some manufacturing left over.
Well,
the RPG dead.
The thing about having a post-apocalyptic setting in the West is there would be manufacturing again in the local area because you'd have to make things locally. You couldn't import them.
No,
because that infrastructure wouldn't exist anymore. But there would be large swaths of like absolute die off of people. But that happens in a post-apocalyptic setting anyway.
Well, that's true. But I was looking at a lot of the major, when we look at rusted out buildings and stuff. I said, you know what? You don't need to go to Flint, Michigan to find that.
Where are you on top? What the fuck?
What?
What? You just moved around. I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. How am I on the bottom of my own show? What the hell? Oh,
because you're the least important person.
You kicked yourself, remember? After I told you not to.
I got my finger on the button, Owen. Just saying.
Or what? You gonna make me go back and play video games while instead?
Or to your 8-course dinner. No.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
you know, that's one of the other reasons why I like putting it in, you know, into the future, you know, considerably so that I get to tweak the whole world before I, you know, nuke
1
it.
second after.
You know, I get to play around with the world and decide what's what because, you know, let's face it, when you're running a game like that, except in Twilight 2000, you know, it's usually it's like more than a generation or two since the blast, let's say. So your characters they don't even know what country they're standing on, you know, in most of these games. Whereas Twilight, from what I gather, you kind of know exactly what happened, and you're right there, like you were there during the blast, and you're still there, and you're trying to make you know sense of things, even though you know it may have been a couple of years ago or even a decade ago, but you kind of have that feeling that you lived through it, which is fine because I'm reading a series of books where the main character did in fact live through, you know, the end times and now is trying to put everything back together and help rebuild society.
What series is that?
The Horse Clan.
I'm going to mention, you know, Craft Gamers says, of course, never grain
That's
full
a
of
long
the
series.
past. It depends on what time, but I like to
It
put
is.
stuff probably about, you know, about 50 years or so from the time of the failure, just because that gives you that your grandparents tell you about these things, and you have some understanding, but you know, it was
You
well
don't have practical understanding.
right. I mean, it's the I was enjoying watching Fallout. You know, there's like a 200-year gap for some of it, and like, well, what's the world like up above? And people keep going in the cycle of that. But you know, I want enough that you guys watch Life After People.
No, but I've seen like clips of it.
I always thought it was.
What?
It was a series that they used to have. I think it was on. It was either the Discovery Channel or the History Channel. It was called Life After People, and so what?
Oh
they
yeah,
did,
yeah. I used to watch that all the time.
and that to me is a lot of fun because you don't have everything that's completely collapsed, but a lot of stuff's overgrown. I mean, look at what happened to Chernobyl, and that was what? Well, admittedly, now it's about 40 years, but you know the buildings are still there, but it still gives that creepy feeling that you can find stuff.
Well, not just for me it's weird because I get a lot of videos you know, I see a lot of videos. I don't watch them, but I see them about, you know, mutant dogs and all kinds of crazy crap, you know, from the woo side of things, and I'm, you know, I don't even take them with a grain of salt because I know, you know, after a couple of years of watching YouTube like every day, I'm like, that title is so clickbaity. I'm just gonna not watch it because I already know that it's gonna be like the exact opposite of whatever it says in the title. So just
Well,
move along.
well, my whole point for it was the grumpy old sandwiches. But what I liked about it is it showed you on how fast things decay and what was left over. So, you know, yeah, the windows are broken, but concrete hasn't completely deteriorated. You still get some of that. That's part of what I want. Yes, you get rust, but it's usually not enough for everything to be completely destroyed. The other
Right,
part
because
is,
let's face it, see, like with what you guys are talking about, the sooner the apocalypse happens, the less that's going to survive. You know, after 100 years, you know what I
yeah,
mean. If something really bad happened that hit the whole world, within 2 generations, you're going to be back to this, not the Stone Age, but the Middle Ages.
yeah.
No
Well,
worries, Doc. No worries at all. You know what I
we
mean?
say that we say that, but a lot of it comes down to you can find books; they're not completely rotted out. You know, you can get some of these things rather than
Sure.
you know that's what part of it comes down to is like, oh, okay, this has still been sealed. It may not have gotten this. Some things, of course, rotted out. But I don't want to say everyone gets reset, but we get reset back hundreds of years but we still have a lot of the modern technology that's still there. People just aren't sure about.
I disagree. I think after 50 years, if everybody just let, like, whatever happens happens, and 90% of the population just tries to eke out a living as opposed to actively tries to restore everything that was, because let's face it, most of those people, they're going to be the first ones to go. You know, the movers and the shakers, the builders, they're going to be some of the first people to die. What you're going to have left are the lucky bastards who just end up propagating and creating serfs and peasants for whatever world exists. And they're not going to have the time or the inclination to do much of anything with what's left over. And after 50 years, it's all going to be rusted garbage.
I'm not going to say that entirely. What you're going to find out is generally it's your tradesmen that will survive, your farmers that will survive. What you'll find out is that if your white collar workers or you're a lot of your people who live in the urban areas that don't work with their hands, they're the ones that are going to have the worst case for that because they're just not prepared for it. And you know, it's the other part that comes into it is there's a certain scale. You need a certain population to maintain certain things. And once that goes away, you know, I'm going to mention this because I was just out on Thursday, like some of the dams that we have, they have corrugated metal pipes. The corrugated metal pipes really rust out after about 40 years, 40 to 50 years. So some of these areas go through there, but I can also make the world familiar enough while changing it around. The players may not even know where they are exactly, but they can still like, oh, what's here? And I don't have to change everything up. It's like, oh, this is still the St. Louis River. But why, you know, what's going on here? And they may not know where they are, which is the fun part too. We have a map. Okay, but where are you? I'm not sure. You know,
Yeah.
that's the other part. It's like, your big things will still be there. You go over and you go, okay, what about the St. Louis Arch? Well,
Yeah. Well, it also depends on what kind of map they have, right? Like, do they have a trail map? Well, not all trail maps have names of things on them. They just have coordinate numbers.
And,
you know.
and was the map made by someone, you know, recently, you know, on an animal hide, or was it left over from before the blast? And, you know, are any of those buildings or roads even going to still be recognizable?
Mm-hmm.
You know, well,
General
people
topography will probably be the same.
That's the whole point.
In some cases, yeah.
The topography is the same. You'll still see major
but
buildings, but you may not recognize them. And it's really fun to bring players into things where they say, "Oh,
well, I don't know about the topography. For example, I live 15 minutes away from Skunk Works. Yeah, it's a desert, but where Skunk Works is, that's going to be a crater.
Why?
Maybe
if not even bigger than just a crater, but the beginnings of a canyon or something like that.
I doubt that.
Well, that depends on the type of things that you're going for. But I'm assuming that if there's a major disease, if there's something that just collapses a lot of stuff, you know, this sounds terrible for California, and people forget about this. But this just-in-time stuff for supermarkets. What happened in the La Promita or whatever? Yeah, that earthquake, if it happened today, would be much more devastating.
Have any of you ever read the book 1 Second After? No. Okay, so in that it follows a small town surviving after an apocalyptic event, and like the nearest city goes into cannibalism because no one in it is smart enough to go down the road and just like gather the cattle from the cattle farms and bring them in and butcher them. The cows end up starving to death, locked away. The small town sends out like scouts to look for stuff, and they come across this cattle farm near the city, and they're like looking at all the dead cows that they had no idea was there, but like obviously someone from the city would have known that it was there. You got a city with a couple million people. Someone's got to know where something is with that many people. It makes sense. A town of like 50 people don't know that a cow farm is like 40 miles down the road, but fucking city right on top of it should know.
Well,
they end up going into the city ends up going into cannibalism because like they don't even bother going to get the fucking resources down the road.
Well, I'm saying an organization that actively
pretty
suppresses
brutal.
technology.
Yeah.
We already have that. It's called the U.S. government.
Yeah, well, like the thing was like the premise of the story was
No. I'm laughing at what Doodle Squat said there. But
oh,
a lot of things when you start coming
just
into
look
it,
at that.
you have to have you have to have the manufacturing facilities. Things that we take for granted, like getting light bulbs. Well, guess what? No one's working at that factory anymore. So now light bulbs become really rare. They'll try to
That's
keep
why you got to
it
hit
down.
the Twinkie factory first.
Well, the people don't
And
realize.
die of diabetes 6 months later.
Yeah, well, that
Well, no,
if
you
you look
feed the Twinkies to the pigs.
if you look at how close the pigs, you're not having a problem with pigs. Pigs would overrun things very quickly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at Texas, right?
Well, we say that, but it's not just here; it's everywhere. It's just people are more aware of it. But man, they were all over in Florida, Alabama, Louisiana. Uh, they're up now in Michigan. They're up. People forget just how invasive pigs are, and they're, what do they call
They're
them?
good
Hot
eats
vanilla?
too.
What's that?
They're good eats too.
It depends on the size.
Hmm.
They get pretty
I've
sticky. You can
had
get
to
300 or 400 pounds.
blast a rogue pig once or twice in my time. Because, yeah, they will just kind of show up and just tear everything all to hell if they're not controlled.
Mm-hmm.
Even when I was in Hungary, I would go hunt just because pigs will destroy an acre of farmland in a night. They're very invasive for that. Deer are another one that would be out everywhere. People forget about that, where you can't hunt. I think part of the problem that really comes down to it is when you start losing clean water, that can be a big factor. You lose electricity. People don't understand that we're talking about the substation transformers and stuff. A lot of those, they only have a certain number on hand. Well, if all of a sudden those being made in Korea, and you get it to the point where those factories aren't producing anything, and now you don't get trade back and forth, what are you going to do to replace that? When you start cannibalizing things, now all of a sudden everything starts collapsing down. Uh, what are you going to do if I'm going to use hydroelectric plants. What do you do if a couple of the operators die? Who's going to teach them how to operate? There's look what happened on the Eastern Seaboard, where they don't even know how to operate
Oh.
pipelines. I mean, that's the ridiculous part.
Grumpy Old Slant is talking about Station 11. I actually
Um,
like that book, but that does happen in it.
I think people overestimate how long a technological blackout would last, though, because information will survive in some form, and simply
Yeah.
knowing that something can be done is a huge boost. In that.
Yes.
it
Yes.
does, but you have to have the what I want to say. You have to have the infrastructure behind it. To
Yeah.
support
That-
it.
For
Otherwise,
the
it
big
collapses
stuff, but
quickly.
you can get quite a bit done just by, jerry rigging stuff locally, and it will build up from there eventually.
It does, but guess what? Guess who knows how to do that? Retirees. Because, like I said, the Eastern Seaboard. Did you hear the congressional when they were talking to them? They said, "Oh, all those guys retired." That's ridiculous. Look, just an example for the Ukrainian war. They're bringing back engineers from the 1970s to build Stinger missiles. I'm sorry, engineers in their 70s, not from the 1970s, in their 70s to bring back, because even though that they have documentation, most of these young engineers don't know the processes. They don't understand machining. A lot of this stuff comes into it, and that's the problem to get into it is having the knowledge. Don't get me wrong. If I ever went back in time, I'd take my chemistry books and everything else. But just because you have the knowledge doesn't mean that you have the skill sets and everything else that are necessary in a large enough quantity to get them. And that's assuming that you don't have wars and other stuff.
And you actually have the time to most people forget that in the old days you spent your entire day just making sure you had your 1, 2, or 3 meals a day. That could take you all day. You didn't have time for these innovations or even repairing of the old tech or whatever, or creating a new thing. that was somebody else, and that was only possible because people who were out foraging for food were actually getting more food than they need, or hunting for more than just themselves, till they got to the point where they could domesticate animals. If your family is, you know, like for example, say you and your family go out to a cabin for the weekend, and then the bomb hits. You guys are stuck up there in that cabin for the rest of your life. You're going to be spending, 8 to 12 hours of every day just providing food for your family, and they're going to be dressing it and doing a bunch of other things. There's not going to be anybody with the time and the luxury to go explore or look for
I'm going to disagree with you on that, mainly because what will happen in most cases is that, and just going for Afghanistan is a perfect example. In many cases, what they would do is there's this, and this happened during the Middle Ages and everything else. They would plant their crops, and then they would leave to do their war fighting and everything else during the summer, and then the wars would stop when it was time to reclaim their crops. But it would be much more of a cyclic thing in there, which is okay during certain times of the year, no one moves or anything else because you have to get all that, and then during the winter it's really too cold. And
Yeah,
so
they had
that's people like us, Holman. The average person would have no freaking clue, and it would take them, a good long time before they figured out all that stuff. They would be stuck just looking for berries and nuts and fish, and the few things that they knew how to do, not the whole wide spectrum that it would take. And then would come winter, and they would find out they didn't have enough food, they didn't save up enough food, they didn't have enough water, or whatever. You know what I mean? And then a huge portion of them would end up starving to death.
well, but that's usually within your first 2 or 3 years. I mean, to be fair on
Right.
that,
Right.
and, I'm not doing immediately afterwards. Your first, I think they said with the EMP from the 2008 report was they expected 90% of the population die within the first year.
Yep.
And whenever you get those kinds of things, you lose massive knowledge. Now, that depends what's on the book and everything else. But the other point is, a lot of our stuff isn't being printed anymore. This is why I like to get physical books.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people are so used to and we do live in a glory age in certain ways, which is if I want to go learn how to do something, I can sit and go watch hours of YouTube and go figure this out. A perfect example would be, like beekeeping. Okay, I can learn beekeeping in a year or two. I've got the books. So, there's probably going to be a couple mistakes going through there. It's not that hard in certain cases. But what amazes me is, and people forget about this. Let's assume that you're going to walk. God forbid this happens during winter when it's super cold and people don't know how to move. And then God forbid that this happens in the summer when a lot of people don't understand just how much water you need. And,
That's my point. Is well, right there. You're looking at. Hold on a second, Justin. You're looking at half the year, if not, depending like where I live, where it's the whole year is either really cold or really hot, and you're gonna have a whole bunch of people with no clue. You in, Justin?
And the other part is who are the people that are most likely to die first, which people hate to say. It's going to be the elderly and the young. I mean, and we're talking small children. And those are two. Who has the reservoir of the knowledge to do things like canning and everything? It's the very old. Most people don't know how to can, though I know some people are getting into it. But it's interesting that if we actually look at it, the people that are best prepared are the people in their 50s and older.
Yep.
And I've noticed this about women too. A lot of them
dying off.
use life skills until they're in their 50s. Like, you know what? I started doing canning. I really enjoyed that. But I fall in this. I'm 50 now. Most people don't have any skill sets for that. It's like,
people will pick stuff up very quickly when their back's to the wall.
Yeah.
A huge amount of this is contingent on how large communities are and how prevalent communities are.
Yeah, and whether you need the skill to survive or not.
Not just the skill though; it's the will. Think of all the people who when they get hit with the fact that there will be no more internet ever again. How many million people will just say, "I give up"?
I'm going to bring something up which I thought was very interesting because it just did not register with me. We were taking a leadership class last week, or this week rather, a few days ago, and they had the thing of, okay, your plane has crashed in Maine during winter. It's minus 20 degrees and up to minus 40. You have 12 items, rank them by the one that's most important. And we had 5 team members in our group, and we had one that was she was a former I think she was a former first sergeant in the Army. We had myself, we had another engineer with me, and then we had 2 people, and they literally tuned out. They said I would just take the 45 and shoot myself. That was one of the items that she had. Then I went,
Yay.
what are you doing? We're like, in the meantime, they didn't even want to listen. They just tuned out the whole thing. They said I couldn't handle it. I would just die. They were like, how can you just give up? Why would you just give up?
Well, because some people are deep down weak and too attached to certain things. I could be accused of that. I would be.
You do relate everything you own to how much it's worth, and not the.
Yeah. In a lot of cases, I do. There are some
You said
instances
Maine.
where I would be able to just say fuck it. I'm going to leave it all behind. But
I would have to find my book, but it was the same thing like in the 1970s. I'm sure that, or early 80s, Shadow would see this. But they used to say, okay, you get 20 items, rank them by the most important and least important on surviving on the moon. They had that. This one was Maine, and it was you have a cigarette lighter that does not have any fuel in it, but it can still create a spark. You have steel wool, you had newspaper, you had a compass, you had a map, you had an extra set of clothes. They gave you a bunch of different things in there, and we were all they gave you an axe, they gave you a cart, and we were trying to figure out all this stuff. But I don't understand the whole idea of this. It's hard. I'm just going to quit and die. And it's not that I don't know that people are out there. I just don't understand that mentality. And those are your first people that are going to go. I mean, I hate saying it.
Sure.
But
Oh yeah.
Like the people that don't even bother trying to find a road in a place like Maine, right? Like yeah, okay, it's a couple of days walk, but if you walk in one direction consistently, you will find a road.
You don't travel on that. You don't ever travel. That's the first way you die. Actually, you shelter in place.
You shelter in place. Yeah. Well,
yeah.
There are a lot of roads in Maine. Like even in the wilderness, I'm looking at the map right now. There are like roads all over the wilderness.
Yeah,
so,
but I mean, but the first thing is that you shelter in place because, and this was in a plane. If a plane's going to crash, the first thing that you're going to do is that they're going to come looking for the plane. Now they may not do it that night. That's the important part. But if you can set up a fire,
it's just like if you're lost in the woods, on a camping trip or something, you're done moving. You now sit right where you got lost and you wait.
I don't know. They never taught us that when we were in the Scouts. They told us to follow the sun.
The first thing that you do is that first thing you do is you shelter in place, and if you can get a fire going, guess what? They can find a fire, and that. But the other part is that if you're traveling at minus 20 degrees, and then it goes down to minus 40 at night,
right? You start burning calories that you don't have.
Well, it's not just that.
Yeah. Well, you can freeze to death just sitting in place.
Well, that was the whole point.
That's why you got to make a fire.
Yeah, you make the fire first. The other part is a lot of people have not traveled through forest. Man, it's thick, and if things are broken and you've got snow up to your knees or something, just how slow you go. I mean, even down here, I'm used to going through a lot of brush and stuff like that. Man, when it is thick, you're going maybe a mile an hour. A mile an hour. That's 20 hours. Now, don't get me wrong. If it's been 3 or 4 days, it's time to start moving. I'm not saying that you don't, but by then,
it really does depend on the exact specific circumstances of your being in the situation you're in. If, like you said, if you're in an airplane crash, you damn well better expect that somebody, unless it's your own private airplane and nobody gives a shit about you, someone is going to be like, "Hey, what happened to that airplane?"
Even if it's your private airplane,
there's
sending people around.
The people that are expecting you to land, the air traffic control and things like that, they're going to be like, "Hey, this plane never showed up.
They should have been here 5 hours ago. Send out a search party."
So your goal is to last at least 1 to 3 days. The other part is once you start a fire up, and you can do it in the universal, which is basically a triangle. If you can set up free fires, that's anyone flying over can see that. Oh, okay. At night, and especially if you get smoke out there. But I agree with it. Is that's true, Grumpy. But the thing again was, if it's in freezing cold, the ability to travel makes a huge difference. And I'm not saying that you can't.
Yeah. I wasn't thinking about the snow. I've been snowshoeing. It's a pain in the ass.
Yep.
It's not hard to make snowshoes, but it is a pain in the ass.
Well, the other part is usually it's shelter and fire, and then you go to water and food. Depending on where you are. So much of it depends on where you are, to be fair. But the other part that comes into it is, like, if you're down in the south, generally your shelter is somewhat okay. You don't need, it's not that critical. You don't need fire that much. So then you go to water. But God forbid that you're over in the desert, especially if it gets cold. You're like, all right, we got to get this going. It just depends on where things are. The other part is, what are you willing to eat? And it's so funny. I'd rather die than eat this. I'd rather die than eat that.
Yeah,
Okay.
people say that until they're starving.
Yeah.
Well, people say it, but there are some people that literally are that way. They will not.
And they deserve the death of starvation that they will get.
Yeah.
It's just that simple.
But no, so much of it depends on where you are. But like I said, there was a map, but I said, yeah, but I wanted to just make it through the night. I said, if you have to, then you can move slowly. And if you only do 5 hours a day, but you can keep a fire going, then that makes
Keep the fire going. They'd be charging me with freaking war crimes because I'd set the whole damn forest on fire.
it sounds
it's
nice.
not as easy as you would think. But
yeah, that's during a drought. But you're in California, so you used to
right.
yeah.
If I was in a wet place during a wet time of year, absolutely, I would have a difficult time of doing it. But
that steel wool will come in handy.
Well, that's what steel wool. Steel wool burns better. That's one of the things, like we said with newspaper. We were going through all of this stuff, and it was like, oh, okay. But if you can set up something, then you can go look for food. There's certain things you can eat. Sometimes, the other part is learning what's available around you. I know, like I was joking about it. We were digging out holes with my son. And
if you've got pine trees around you, you will never starve to death.
Yeah. But there are other stuff too. If you got bamboo, you got the shoots.
I'll tell you this. I will eat a pine cone if I'm starving, but I'll spend a little bit of calories looking for something else first.
Well, you don't have to eat the pine cones. The white layer of the bark under the tree.
Yes, I know, but
trust me, it's way more pleasant and easier to digest than the pine cones. But yeah.
Pine nuts are what you're supposed to be going for.
I know. Because if you're eating actual pine cone, yeah, you're going to have more trouble than your problems aren't going to be starving to death. It's going to be the bleeding anus that you have to deal with.
Yes, but I would fear that from any part of the pine tree.
Well. Here's the other part that gets me. So many people will poison their water. It's like, don't urinate in the water, you stupid idiot.
There's plenty of ground all around to piss.
Oh, I know. But I mean, we're talking about post-apocalyptic. And actually, I think I'm going to get that Humble bundle in there because it's got a lot of other stuff I don't have. But they have their Lust and Redemption from Monty Cook. I have my issues with Monty Cook, but he does write very good books for the for his game. So I might pull that out. For the PDFs. But yeah, there's so many great, when we talk about post-apocalyptic, I want it far enough that I can change things and people don't argue with me. But close enough.
That's kind of the thing I was thinking, because especially if you've got a bunch of old veterans in your game, they're going to be like, oh, no, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. I'm like, yeah, well, cool. Cool story, bro. But, why are you playing the game then? Why don't you just go out for the weekend and show me? It's supposed to be a fantasy game or even a sci-fi game, if you will, and that's part of the reason. It is, at least for me. My first experience was with Gamma World, where you've got higher tech technology than honestly higher tech than even Star Frontiers had,
Oh
right?
yeah.
And then you've got weird new creatures and monsters and plants and stuff walking around. Obviously, none of that stuff's going to be a reality in one of these situations. The only mutants you're going to have are cannibals with freaking horrific radiation burns.
But see, but like I says, I want it close enough that I can pull out topography maps and everything else, so I can make that part of it. But I want it far enough away that people can say, "Well, that didn't happen." Look, you have enough time in between, and that's some of the fun of it. It's like, oh, and I think that's what Grumpy Old Clan has been talking about for some of it. It's like, oh, let me go pick the city of Chicago. Well, I don't have to be exact on what's there. I just have to get I can get a current map. I can destroy certain areas. I can say, oh, well, there's these few buildings out there. You can go find some of the local tour guide and go from there.
Well, I was wondering about something, Omen. You don't even need to go that far. I mean, all you need is like a sheet of hex paper, and your entire campaign might never leave that map. You know what I mean? You don't
The
need to know.
wilderness, true.
You don't need to literally have a map of anywhere because you're usually talking about something that's such a small area, unless you're going to send them on like some huge quest to fix the world or something, right? So I was thinking,
That's the thing. Like most people, like the thing that makes a good post-apocalyptic world story work is that people are too busy trying to keep their own area together to be worried about grandiose. Once you start talking about grandiose world-altering events in a post-apocalyptic setting, you've defeated the
Yeah.
purpose.
I'm going to be a little bit different on it. It's no different than D&D and having your keep at the borderlands. Your players don't. You can know that there's a big civilization. You may even go out there eventually, but but at the low level, at the low levels when you're first beginning to learn the world, you're not trying to go that far. Let me go learn the area that's around. Let me go build up my little civilization, and then once I get that kind of running, then let me go further. And that's
Yeah.
the fun part of a lot of these games.
Maybe you've had some brushes with them and you either want to build up strong enough to be able to defend them off or hope that you don't ever get caught attract their notice if there's a bigger civilization over
Yeah.
yonder.
Uh, exactly, and people do try
Yeah.
staying somewhat close to where they are because they have their items. I mean, as much as we all talk about this, I'm trying to think if I had, admittedly, my property's 20 miles away. If I had to go out there, it's like, well, how many books do I want to carry with me? Yeah, it's
well,
like,
that brings me to something I wanted to ask you guys, especially for gaming. Okay, let's assume each and every one of us is going to run a post-apocalyptic game, right?
yeah.
You
Mhm.
got 4 to a half a dozen players. What what is the starting point? Like, is it a village? Is it a crashed airplane? And what are you going to allow them to have right off the bat for starting equipment? Let's start with you.
Okay, so for me, and I'm gonna do this, and players wouldn't quite understand, is they would wake up.
Sorry, Grumpy.
It's they would wake up. Is Grumpy talking? He'd be a good one in here. It's people would wake up and not know anything. They have amnesia. I would give them the items that I feel like giving them, which are not weapons or anything else. And then they would say, and they're just trying to figure out what's going on in the world. They aren't sure where things are. Um, and then I would go from there. So it's kind of the thing of, okay, you get a few things in there. What can you find? And it's like, oh, okay. And I already had a plan to do this. I'm not sure it would ever work out, but they would wake up at a university. They don't know which university, but they would wake up in a university down in the basement. And they're like, okay, what's going on? And then the whole backstory is to find out who they are, where they are, and maybe I give them a glimpse into their path. And the
Well,
other
if
part,
I'm a fat old man wearing a tie, I'm pretty sure I work there.
not necessarily. That's the whole
Yes,
point.
yes, he does. He's the janitor.
I wouldn't be wearing a tie unless that was the uniform.
Hey, that was idiocracy. Um,
In that case,
but
I'm going to Starbucks.
you know, but I think that would be fairly interesting because one is I can pull up a university map of whatever's there. It makes it pretty easy. You know, I like to pick things that are familiar that the players may not know, and the players don't know where they're starting from. The players don't know the world, and so now they're exploring the world as much as anything else. And the other part I like to do, and with like a skill-based system, is the players don't even know what skills they have. My rule generally is if you use the skill, well, you determine whatever skill you have. So whatever you come into is, let's say that you want to have to go fight off something, and you say, okay, I'm going to grab this. I'm like, okay, however many skill points you want in melee, or whatever. Oh, really? Yep, that's what you have now. Well, we found this lock. Oh, I suddenly know how to pick a lock. Until they, basic character creation, but it's more organic. And once they've gone through after a session or two, they'll probably have all their skills filled out, but they're not doing it beforehand because there's nothing worse than trying to get a skill. Oh, I'm going to get all these skills and find out the DM is using them at all or things like that.
Right, but then don't you end up with everybody, kind of more or less gravitating towards the same skill set?
No, because if the person knows how to pick a lock, then why does the other person need to have to know how to pick a lock?
I think realistically that the people that know how to do that, like say you figured out how to pick a lock, you'd probably teach everybody else how to pick the damn lock as well.
That's called experience. There's a difference between that.
Like as a father, I try to teach my boy everything I know how to do because that's what I can teach him.
Well, that's true, but if
do.
all of a sudden I grab a group of 10 people that don't know each other, or however many in your group, and I put them together, do they all have the same skill set starting off? And the answer is no.
They might have some similar skill sets.
Yeah, they'll determine on what skill sets they want to have.
And as soon as combat comes into the picture, everybody's going to learn how to swing a club. You know what I mean?
I hope everybody knows how to swing a club offhand.
You'd be surprised, but yeah.
Or primary hand. Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean.
I know. I'm just teasing.
Like out of hand.
I know, but not everyone has to have combat skills. To be fair, everyone talks.
Yes. In my game, they all do.
Yes, but you want to run a combat or action-oriented game. In mine, I'm like, I don't care if you have all of it because maybe the running skill is more important than learning how to fight. That's what it comes down to.
Running skill? What game are you playing? GURPS?
Athletics? Anything else that you have in there? Again, just because you're going
everybody's going to know how to run. If not, they're going to be dead in the first 20 minutes.
No.
Not everyone knows how to run, and you know this. Have you seen the number of
I've
people?
only met one person in my life that didn't know
Dr. Scott did not know how to run, and he survived to the end of the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah. Well, no, but
it's true. But he had the combat wheelchair, so on a downhill, he would win. Just saying.
Yeah, yes, but running skill is different than than being able to run. A lot of people can run, and they can't run more than about 3 to 5 minutes. There's a big.
Well, yeah, that's all they're going to need. Until they get to the first
door,
door,
they're being chased by somebody running after them.
Well, yeah, they get to the first door, they close the door, they can stop running,
and then they get shot through the door.
Well, that's kind of, part of my
by a plasma pistol. Because it's near future post-apocalyptic.
Well. See, the problem is that everyone assumes that you have to fight. I don't know. In a post-apocalyptic, my goal is to fight as little as possible.
Mm-hmm.
But you say that for every game, Omen.
Yeah,
it's like run away first, and then if you can't, then
you fight.
Right.
Well, but we don't do that in reality. Whenever we play these games, we always go into combat first and then talk later.
Because the best defense is a good offense.
No, it's because everyone has set that up as initial. Again, talking skill based versus combat based. Like D&D is a combat simulator.
See, this is the difference between playing a role playing game and playing a war game. we need to do a little more role playing, not playing of the role.
And it's funny because a lot of things when you start going in there and it depends on what the game is. Again, certain games are more focused towards fighting and everything else. So I'm going, well, it's like trying to go the bear. I'm going to fight the bear. I have 5 level of martial arts.
Hey, Jim Cody's here.
It's like, okay, well, good luck. You do that. I'm going to walk away. I'm going to be the person that climbs the tree for a bit. You tell me which skill's more important. Um,
What's up,
you
Dean?
know,
Cody?
so
Oh,
To the show, guys.
So I think that's whenever we talk about these things, is what is your focus? Now, again, you only need one or two people usually that know how to fight. That's all that's really necessary. I'd rather have the guy that knows how to do other stuff too. Like, hey, you know how to fight, but guess what? Bob knows how to identify mushrooms, and Jill knows how to identify edible plants.
Whoa.
Fred knows how to fish.
In a situation like this, though, I think maybe finding the edible mushrooms, but identifying you're gonna eat the damn mushroom. You know what I mean?
Someone will kill
And
you.
take the chances. I understand that, but depending on the situation, you might not really have a whole lot of other options.
Well, do you want to be tripping balls while the guy who has the high combat
Yes.
skill is doing that?
Have you met me? Yes.
I mean, that was one thing I thought was interesting was we were going through that survival and
Bad, Shadow,
they
bad.
had they had a one of them was that they had a fully loaded 45, and they had one thing saying what they could be used for in an emergency situation, including shooting it so people can hear you. But then the other thing they said is, boy, when you start mixing, they were talking about alcohol and the gun. They said certain people should not be handling this because they don't know how to handle it, and if they also get being drunk and things, it's like that sometimes everyone talks about I have to know how to fight. Most times you don't. The reality is you just know how to avoid. Being able to sneak by and not have to fight is good. Um, but
If you're outnumbered, absolutely. But if it's kind of 50-50 even sort of thing, it's not going to be hard for the people who are chasing you to pick up a rock and hit you in the back of the head, and you're not running anymore.
Yeah, but that's why you zigzag a little bit. I mean, if you're just running,
That's a skill. That's a skill. A lot of people don't know that. Serpentine.
Oh, wait a minute! You just said running.
No running skills, Shadow. You have to run. We get the serpentine. You have to run in a straight line.
Yeah. Well,
hey, you know what? If I can outrun you guys,
no, because you're the one that they'll be able to target with the rock.
maybe.
And they're cannibals, so that's all they need from you.
Most people don't want to fight. They may look at each other, they posture, but let's be honest. If you're in a true survival scenario, again, it depends on what type of game you're playing. A broken leg may mean death, let alone if you get to the point where getting infected. You're like, we may just look at each other and talk and say, hey, and we'll stay far enough back from each other. But at a 50-50, if it's even odds, or even if it's slightly even odds, they're like, no, it's better not to fight. It's usually if you're massively outnumbered and you're like, oh. Okay.
Well, it depends. I mean, are the other guys like completely naked and weaponless, or are they carrying a bunch of stuff?
Why am I trying to rob everyone? That's my whole thing. I'm not trying to rob everyone. I'm not trying to be the bad guy.
Because he with the most toys wins.
Bullshit.
No, Shadow.
He who has the most toys is the one that can't move. And I can say this from having to drag 200 pounds of equipment across a tarmac. At a certain point, you're like, let me get rid of as much equipment as possible and get down to the very basic stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, if you even look at the Indian, the Plains Indians, a lot of times they would take off a lot of the equipment on like rifles and stuff, and really put them as bare bones as possible. They would, just because they didn't want the weight. Things add up. I mean, like if I added up everything for my rifle and everything, that's like 80 pounds right there. Well, guess what? I'm going to my 22 probably, just because it's a light rifle and I can carry hundreds of bullets much easier than the 308. It's like, okay, what are you going to be using it for? And I think that's something that people forget about. It's we're always, which D&D does somewhat, but it's what's your encumbrance? And the other part is you'd rather make friends than enemies, because the last thing you want to do is have these people run away. And guess what? You'll start being known as bad reputations for things too.
I keep recommending this book series to you, Shadow. Prince Roger, the Empire Man books. I keep recommending
I
them
believe
to
it's
you.
in my. Hold on, let me check my notes.
Yeah, from like months ago. And that's one of the things. The lead protagonist is forcing his super high tech space marine guard to police his brass from his hunting rifle, right? When they're all using bead guns, and they're all bitching and moaning until they no longer have ammunition for their super high tech weapons and have to make black powder rounds. And he's forced them to keep his brass cartridges, his empty brass cartridges, so they
Well,
have
well,
something to make them out of.
well, I mean, you're talking about brass cartridge, but the reality of it is, if you look at the
Well,
black,
it's space brass.
yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, but if you look at black powder weapons, in certain cases, what do you want? You want cotton. You want what's the other thing?
Well, it jumps
Beeswax.
them.
Yeah,
It jumps them technologically above having to make like bare cartridges for guns instead of.
So, so Grumpy, how would you start them out?
He's not in the chat. He's in the thing. You got to
Yeah.
tell him to get in here.
Grumpy's right above me, or right over there.
No,
that's Doc.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. God.
that's
Messing with my mind, man. I would actually
is
I would
over
want
there.
a very
I
devastated
know.
planet.
It's
Desertification.
those
mass
mushrooms, man. It's those
desertification.
mushrooms.
Take the chat down, and you'll see the name of the people on
I
the
would
screen.
probably start my players with, depending on how many people I had, I'd probably start them with something like a box truck, a fighting car, maybe a couple motorcycles, and have them already have a job. They're cargo transporters between settlements, and that's their thing. They have basic equipment to do that with. They don't have the best stuff, but they've got what they need to do the job, and it'll be their thing to like get much funner toys as they go along. I'd want to start with very competent people already established doing something, as opposed to like people wandering around like what berry can I eat? Because screw that.
Yeah.
I don't want to get bogged down in that.
I kind of agree with that. Like I like that. I can go with the shit just broke down scenario, like I was mentioning in that 1 second after book.
Yeah. I'm not.
Or what you said, Doc.
I mean, Doc, that's one thing. If the players know the world a lot of times I want to introduce them, but I also want to create that mystery behind it because I want the players to go by for the thing. A lot of times it's like, okay, well, what are we going to be doing, and what do the players want, which is part of it. But and to be fair on this, a little bit different is when they woke up when they woke up at the bottom in the very bottom. What they don't realize is all their special powers that they do have, and they're going to discover them over time because they're much more than just normal human beings.
Yeah, if you're into that whole mutant genre thing, I personally am not, but I could see playing that kind of game.
It's well, to be fair, it was actually I was going to do a World of Darkness, and I was going to use them as Promethean, and they weren't going to realize what they were. And then I would just slowly go through their dreams and stuff and add that in over time. And then they find out that they can do certain things. It's like, oh, I can do this? Yeah. Oh, really? Especially if players don't know the rule system and stuff. Sometimes I think all too often is people think they have to know everything that's in the book and go from there. And as much as that's post-apocalyptic, Forbidden Lands is considered post-apocalyptic. It's and in that game, forage is as important as learning how to swing a sword. If you don't, you can die from starvation, you can die from cold, but that's more of your true hex spell.
Yeah. Well,
How about you, Justin?
I think I already answered. I said I'd prefer either what Doc said or people. I don't know. You ever watch the show Jericho? Yeah, basically like that kind of level of survival.
So there would, for the most part, the players have all kinds of things that they're more or less comfortable with.
Yeah, and then they're having to deal with the new reality of things.
So it would be for you. It would be more about dealing with the situation as opposed to resource management and things like that.
Yeah. Well, eventually there will be resource management because there's no new truck of goods coming down the road, right? And maybe you get raiders coming in, and maybe you decide to become the raiders. You know,
Yeah, I'd want to avoid the whole
'Cause-
babes in the woods phase.
yeah. Because fuck Shelbyville, we're taking all their crap.
It's funny because like
That was a
Gamma World,
Simpsons
which is my go-to, it literally almost always is the babes in the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're lucky if you have a bow or a crossbow. It's all about clubs and impromptu blades and things like that, and you really have to just struggle from the very beginning. The idea of finding a 22 rifle or pistol is like your first magic item, and I'm like, that's lame.
I'm one of my
but-
favorite post-apocalypse games, and it's not very well known. Is called the Morrow Project.
Mhm.
And the premise of that is there's this guy who sets up this big foundation, this big industrialist, because he knows something's coming. He basically knows there's going to be a nuclear war coming. So he trains all these people, this basically private military, and he basically puts them to sleep in like cryogenic storage. They've got a vehicle, they've got a shit ton of like supplies and equipment, and they're in like groups of like 4 to 10 guys apiece, and they're spread out in vaults all over the country. And then you wake up and go out and see what's going on and try to fix things.
I'm going to bring this much, and maybe it's just me. I don't mind having that babe in the woods thing. I don't want the players to be what I would consider incompetent, which is some of what you're talking about, which is why I said this. A lot of times, I'd rather players just tell me, as you use a skill, you get that skill until you use up all your points. But the other thing I look at is, man, look at how good an addle is. If you know how to throw an addle, you are far more dangerous than someone with a pistol. And people don't realize that.
At range.
Well, that's what you're doing
Get
at
close,
range.
things change.
I mean, but that's what you're going to do generally at range. The other part is your pistol only has a certain number of rounds, and then you're done. And it's like, oh, okay, well, what are we going to do for this? And I do enjoy watching some of those survival things and things like that. But I assume the players know how to, the characters. The characters know how to create fire. They know someone knows how to do some flint mapping. Someone knows how to do some other stuff. And they're going out into the world to really see what's out there. And a lot of games do this. Good example of that is, and I don't mean I want to do Ark survival kind of thing, but go look at, what was it? Horizon Zero Dawn. She knows she's there. She comes over and it's a video game, which was fun, but she's learning all these different things over time and to get more powerful. But you're not incompetent. You're just like, oh, okay, let me learn some of the rules so they don't try overwhelming you initially. And you can wander anywhere you want, but you learn quickly where not to go. And I do like the open world aspect, but I like it where people do have a base of where they're going to, and you're building out from there. It's like, oh, okay. Especially if it's been 50 years, you're generally going to have your villages. People are going to know somewhat, which is in a few hectares up there, but most people have probably never traveled more than 20 miles before.
Yeah. And maybe there might be like the weird, like you might be the people that the town selected to go look out further.
Yeah.
But what kind of consequence does that have? What are you going for? Do you have an objective as a group to look for? Like maybe you're looking for a tractor because all the tractors in town are broken. And you got to bring that back.
They for some reason they're not coming back.
Well, it's the whole
No,
thing.
you're looking for one. You're not. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there's some of that. Like Gumby's talking about this, but there's just certain things in there that I just want the players to explore the world without feeling like, oh, by the way, I want you to read this 40-page primer before you go. And that's fine for me as the DM, but when you're a player, it's like, okay, what's going on? Let me give you the basics. as much as we talk about it, and I had to get more books for it, like Numenera, your characters actually have, in certain cases, superpowers. I don't know if any of you have ever looked at it, but like one of them, like you might control magnetism, another person might control electricity. You might be able to phase through things. Um, you get these skills, but then you have other stuff out there, and it's like, okay, what are you going to do? Well, I'm part of this organization. All right, where we can go from there. Uh, yeah, Grumpy, there is that. Don't get me wrong. Uh, are you the people that town sends out because they'd rather be rid of you? I don't really want the players to feel like they don't have a home. I would like them to have some kind of attachment to, like, hey, this is a place worth being and protecting. And then when they go out, it's like, oh, guess what? Um, we found, why isn't the water running anymore from a certain place? And then they have to go travel 30 miles upstream to go find out why there's no water coming through the dam.
What was the name of that TV show that was on? Oh, about 10 years ago. About that. A doctor is woken up from cryostasis, and he's in a small town and he can't leave. There's a fence around it, and there's a big mystery of why they're all locked in the small town. And it's
Is it the 400?
no, no,
This is the thing where the dome appears, like out of
no.
nowhere.
It wasn't the dome. The dome was like aliens moved that town or something. This one, it
Oh,
was like it turned out it was like 5,000 years in the future,
I,
and the guy had selected a bunch of random people as like healthy genetic stock to survive the apocalypse. But we don't find that out until the end of the season that there are monsters actually out there. Like all of life became these carnivorous razor beasts or whatever.
does not sound familiar.
I'm going to mention one thing. As much when we talk about post-apocalyptic, but if you really look at Buck Rogers, that was post-apocalyptic, and they were only protected by their cities. But if you went outside the dome cities, it was very dangerous.
It's true.
Yeah, it was Mad Max outside the cities.
Yeah, I mean, they had the mutants. I'm just thinking, those are things that we forget about. It's like, oh, well, Buck Rogers does all this stuff. Yes, but there are only a few select cities that have that. The
Car
other part,
Wars was set up like that.
yeah.
You had the urban centers, and then you had a couple like armored towns between them, and these like fortified truck stops, and it was otherwise wasteland and bandits.
I'm trying to think of the other part that they talked about is what was it, Judge Dredd, where they had something similar to where, and that's very common where the cities are the protected areas. You get there, but then you get the opposite, which is then you get Escape from New York or Escape from LA,
Or even the TV series Logan's Run. After they left the Dome City, there were I don't remember any of the series hardly, which I need to go back
Yeah,
and
I
watch.
know I've watched it, but neither do I. Very
yeah, it was in
forgettable.
the early '70s for me, which puts me at 4 to 6.
Yeah,
Well,
same here.
I watched it like 2005 or something like that.
We're talking about post-apocalyptic, but let's not forget Space 1999. That was kind of post-apocalyptic when they.
I've only seen one episode of it, and that was a challenge.
I would love to see that redone properly instead of having the moons wandering through the universe and visiting a new planet every week, which was like the stupidest premise in the world. I would love to see like a show where like the first season is just there's like maybe 100,000 people on the moon in various settlements with one big city, and they're dealing with all this politics and stuff, and then something happens that just devastates the surface of the earth to the point you can't even go there in a spacesuit. Like gets hit by some massive meteor that like where the whole surface is lava, and then you have this small contingent of people just having to deal with no outside supply again. Something
Yeah.
like that would be awesome.
And there are like critical resource collapses that they have to
And then
deal
you
with.
get into these things like there's a military
Yeah.
base and they think they should be in charge. And you have
Yeah.
a bunch of prisoners up there causing problems. And what do you do with them?
Yeah.
There might be a very small starter colony on Mars that isn't going to survive on its own. Do you go rescue them and now stretch out the resources you have? There's all kinds of interesting stuff you could do with that.
And I'm going to mention this much. There's a lot of stuff I loved when I was a kid. In retrospect, because one is that become more, I think sci-fi has become more sophisticated and a lot more in there.
Not yet.
That's
It's in the other freezer.
so things like Logan's Run and stuff. They're good precursor. In Space 1999, he was like, I'd like to see a more modern, and I don't mean like what they normally mean by modern things, but a more sophisticated outlook for a lot of these old TV shows. Where you get, to be fair, as much as we knock Battlestar Galactica, as I still enjoy both I enjoyed the new one, but man, the old one, I loved it as a kid, and I go back and I'm just like, oh man, I forgot how bad the 70s stuff was.
Well, it does fail when you have to compare it to everything else. But at its time, there really wasn't a lot to compare it to.
No, that's my point. Is when you start comparing it for its time, it's great, and you love the ideas, and there are some really dark undertones to it. That because it was the 70s on network television, they just touched on them super lightly and then moved on. Whereas now, and some of it is they also were just episodic. One episode did not relate to another episode.
I really hate that. I like continuous storylines.
Yeah, Star Trek: The Original Series is like the only show that can get away with that. After that, it's like, no, I want the story. I want a big long ass story. I want to be glued to the edge of my seat and waiting for the next episode.
That's the one good thing about the streaming system is because they shorten the length of series down to 8 to 12-ish episodes. You don't get the stupid filler episodes that mean nothing.
Right.
I'm going to bring this up. We get a lot of those filler episodes now, even in the 10 episode stuff, which pisses me off because if you look at Babylon 5, there were a few filler episodes, but there are less filler episodes in those 22 episodes than there are in a lot of the 10 episode stuff.
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I think you should go watch Babylon 5 again.
If you're talking about season 1, that's
no. I'm talking about the first 4 seasons because the whole last season is like
I know
thrown together.
No, a lot of the stuff still relates into each other in certain there. I have to DVDs. I've watched it multiple times.
So do I.
I haven't watched it in a few years. I do need to watch it again, but I'm not going to do it without the boy. Otherwise, what's the point? Because then I'll just have to watch it again.
The horrors! I have to watch that. No, I mean,
when you know it as well as I do, or some of us do, it's nice to be able to go back and watch something or read something and go, oh yeah, I forgot about that, as opposed to know every line. It's one of the benefits of being old. Like, for example, with the book club, we were reading one of my favorite books of all time, but it literally been like 10 years, and I'm like, oh my God, I forgot about this. And to the point where I was like, am I remembering everything right? And I was able to be, surprised here and there throughout rereading or rewatching something, as opposed to, I watch it every year, then, it's more about tradition.
I'm going to bring this up when I see what Grumpy's talking about. It's not that they had filler episodes. There was a lot of filler in an episode. That I do have.
I think that's more accurate.
But they did allow you to have a lot of subplots that are going on, so you could get a more instead of it just being real tight on one little area. And to be fair, I sometimes like those subplots in certain things. But they also. This is what really gets me. A lot of times they had more writers and stuff like that, and they've cut back so much on them. Like I love some of the stuff that they had out there, a little bit different, but like Heroes and stuff. And then when they did the writer's strike, they got rid of a lot of the writers.
Yeah, Heroes was awesome until season 3.
Well, season 3 was because of that writer's strike, and that's what happens to a lot of these shows. And they lose that, or they lose one.
That whole writer's strike was almost as if Satan said, "Man, this show is too good." Writer's strike.
But there were a lot of them that way, and then they had to bring up the episodes instead of saying, "Hey, we have a bunch of episodes written." And
take care, Grumpy. Next time you got to come on the show. Now that we're hooked up, definitely
It's
Yeah.
Join us.
but I agree. But some of those filler things that were in there still were intriguing and interesting, and allowed them to explore more stuff in those. In those, but I nowadays they only do the 10 episodes. You're like, okay, and they don't really try putting a lot of depth in the episode. It's the other part is, and would have checked with Bear, but I was listening to Mark Robert, and he was talking about the old movies used to have more lines of or more pages of script than they do nowadays. So they would talk faster and they would have a lot more said in an hour and a half than a lot of movies that are 2 hours nowadays.
I once again I'm gonna have to blame the writers' strike for that.
Well, this was from the 1930s, so we're talking.
Yeah, that's a lot older.
I was referring to anything that's been made recently. Uh, dialogue has just become a lost art form.
Yeah, but that started a lot longer than.
Also,
than
they had limited
2000.
resources on what they could actually do on film, so you had to have.
And let's face it, up until recently, there were a whole lot of things they couldn't talk about.
Yeah,
Now
that's what Doc was talking about.
Now, because of censorship or
but
certain topics.
But what amazes me is what they did get away with is by having those limitations, it
Right,
allows their mind to. I mean, like we watched Citizen Kane. Citizen Kane was under some of those. Look, you knew what happened. They just didn't show it on television. You knew. I mean, and in some ways, I think that was more effective in certain ways.
Yeah, I'll watch this again.
That
Nerd is there.
Yeah, I said, you know what? You want to hand her the link if she wants to come in?
I don't have her on anything.
Nerds, you want to pop in? Say the word. I'll send you the link.
But you're right. Writing dialogue is a lost art.
Oh my God!
It's some of it. I also think is, and I've noticed this. Go look, and we're going to say the modern right, and I blame in the '90s when they started getting rid of Shakespeare. Not that I like Shakespeare, but if you don't know Shakespeare, then you don't know how to use certain references. People don't have references for the Bible. They don't have references for Lord of the Rings. They are not immersing themselves in a lot of the old classic literature that used to be out there to understand certain aspects. And not that I have to understand everything.
It's not just dialogue writing. It's also like editing and cinematography. There's this great YouTube video. I'll try and find it and send it to you. About the 1997 movie You've Got Mail.
Okay.
And the Polish play it was based on, and several film adaptations from the 30s. That were created. I don't remember what the play was originally called, and just like watching the way the like the reverse shot they do where you're like focused in on a person, then you flip the camera and focus in on the other, so they can film those two dialogues separately. And it's just watching the original one where they have both characters in frame at the same time and talking to each other, and it's a lot faster and wittier just because and more intense, and it just doesn't have that same warmth that this one conversation the male and female characters have than it does in the Tom Hanks version of the same
because
story.
they didn't do the back and forth.
Well, they did the back and forth in the Tom Hanks one, which is like it's a lazy device that they use in filming these days, which allows you to edit more.
Okay.
But it takes a lot of the heart and soul out of production, in my opinion, and that was the point in the little film doc they had on
because I can see how doing the back and forth with the camera could add to the tension.
It works sometimes, but it's
can be wildly overdone.
It's wildly overdone. There are actual like examples from Lord of the Rings where it's done, where it destroys the tension in the scene.
Really?
The take example the the scene. I think they also mentioned this in that doc. The scene where they're all gathered at the council.
Oh
They're
yeah,
around the table and the ring's sitting there in the little plinth and they're all talking and then they have that final epic moment. You've got my axe, you've got my bow, I'll be with you, whatever.
Uh-huh.
yeah.
They do it a lot in that scene where if they had just done a continuous shot in that scene, it would have
Right.
had
Maybe
a
going
lot
back
more
kind of
impact.
to the
I
roots
remember
of
that thinking
actual.
that was the weakest part of that movie was that scene.
Yeah, and it's because
I can
you have,
see, going back to the roots of theater and stage where you could never do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Might actually, be better, but like you said, it depends
it's
on
a
how
real
it's done.
touch.
Well, I don't watch a lot of TV or movies, so I missed the abuse of that. Maybe
No, this started in the 80s.
And a lot of it is just
Again,
motion.
I
mean, putting aside this extra needless special effects, a lot of it is just movement and kinetics to distract you from the fact that there's really not a lot going on.
Well,
the amount of TV and movies I've missed since the '80s is massive. Just saying.
yeah.
So
Well, I don't think that we're
really
just
miss
talking
all of
about that. Is I was looking at, like you were talking about with blocking and things like that, where they're moving and it's one continuous shot, and you would see in how certain people would move around, and they would, and the British did this really well for a lot of their stuff. But I think some of it also comes down to, I was listening to, what was the guy that played Lieutenant Gorman, Bill Hope or whatever. I was listening to a kid called Drinker talk to him, from Aliens, and they were all discussing things like that. And
Yeah,
he was
was that
talking
Bill
about-
Paxton?
no, the guy who played Gorman, the lieutenant.
Okay.
You know the one that was lieutenant that was got knocked out and stuff.
Yeah, the officer who.
Yeah, the officer that was going
I
down.
can't picture him.
How many combat drops have you had?
Aliens.
How many real combat drops have you had? It's like 37. Well, how many actual combat drops? 2. He was talking about stuff, and he said all he wanted to do was be a stage actor. And the problem that we have in many cases is, and we're talking U.S. mostly, a lot of them don't come from that stage acting background where you have to do everything basically in one shot. You have to have everything down. You don't, and you can tell the difference between a stage actor and the just the Hollywood movie actors nowadays.
Stage actors can be awful in their own way too.
No, I'm not saying they can't, but you can tell the difference between them for
They've got
a
that
stage
whole-
presence.
Like, for example, Laurence Olivier, he was most famous for the role. The guy he said was the best Hamlet he ever saw, you'll never guess. William Shatner.
Oh, really? Interesting.
William Shatner was a great.
I remember hearing that too. Now that you mention it.
But he's like, he takes that stage thing onto film, and it's like insane looking.
But you
why I
want
said the whole-
yeah.
because that works on stage. You got to exaggerate. And
But
Olivier was kind of like that too, to an extent, not as bad.
But you want to know something? I had a lot of fun with that, to be fair. I still love it. That I still love the overacting in certain ways.
You just need to know to tone it down a bit. Now the guy you're thinking of is William Hope.
That's it. Yeah, Bill Hope. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like I said, that was the but the Critical Drinker had him on earlier this week, talking to him, and he was just saying, I just wanted to be a stage actor. That's what he wanted. He said, it's so great doing this. He said he got a bunch of things when he said he was told by a bunch of officers, man, that was a great role. This is what we teach our officers what not to do, and things like that. You just have to laugh. That's even bad. I don't want to say bad roles, but even when you have bad instances, it still makes for great character presence. Not everything. People always want to be the best. Sometimes just being the most interesting character is just a lot of fun. And sometimes I think we forget about that.
Another thing about, like, with the emotion and stuff, like, there's some people who do certain things very well, and it gets aped by people who can't. Like, if you watch the remakes of the remake of the Bourne Identity with what's his face,
Matt Damon.
the original one's from the 70s. The super fast camera moves and stuff. In that movie, that's done brilliantly because that cinematographer knew exactly the relationship between the camera and the eye. Those like fight scenes are incredible. The way with the flash moves and everything. But then everybody decided, oh, this is cool, let's do that. And almost everyone else who tried it was incompetent at it, and it just looks like a mess. And that's
You know
still
what?
like this now.
You know what though is I blame, because this was before the Born Identity, is I blame Gladiator for having the shaky cam and everything, and it bugs the hell out of me. At a certain point, I want to see the actual fight, and you don't have to do the same choreography either, which is what gets me about the whole thing.
And a lot of it too is that they're starting to. A lot of the older actors they're holding on to,
Yeah,
and they can't do a lot of this shit that they used to be able to do. So you've got to use these tricks to make it look like they're.
There's this really funny one with Liam Neeson trying to jump over a fence.
And they show it like 5 times in a row. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It was like 19 cuts in the scene because
Oh,
they're doing,
geez.
and they use the shaky cam to blur it and make it less obvious.
Yeah.
But he's taking like a half hour to get over a 2-foot fence or whatever.
If you like tried to show
What is he, Burt?
doing
Would he get
TV
lessons
stuff
from
you
Burt
might see
Ward?
today.
No, he's just like 90.
Yeah.
Because Burt Ward couldn't jump over a 2-foot thing. I think it was. I will give him the benefit of the doubt, though. It was probably those shorts were just a little bit too revealing. Just saying.
Oh, I years ago I heard Burt Ward talk about all the things that were occurring on that set, and
What movie?
Batman and Robin. The
it
TV
was
show.
Batman.
Okay,
It was
yeah,
a TV show, and talking about the things that they would do. Like they're like, oh, we'll do this. Well, this doesn't work. We'll just put actual explosives next to his head, and they would use a stand-in for Adam West. They used a stand-in for Adam West, but they wouldn't do it for Burt Ward. Because
Well, I mean, to be fair, it was Batman. You know.
Who could stand in for Burt Ward though?
well, that was the whole point of that. But no, actually, Burt Ward had a bunch of things that were, he was not. He had a lot more. He was a lot more impressive than Adam West was for a lot of that stuff. But yeah, it was. But I just have to laugh at it because exactly what you're saying there But I get tired of that too. It's like, look, I just want the best thing that we can get, and I know that we're starting to go away from some of the things that we were talking about for post-apocalyptic, but.
Yeah,
It's inevitable.
This is a
You've been on
shadow
this show
show.
before. Thank you.
Yes.
Another thing with post-apocalyptic games is something I've been thinking about running. Is not even doing it in the science fiction. I've been thinking about doing a straight fantasy post-apocalyptic game.
Yeah.
Where you have the
I'm
world
doing
just
that now.
wiped out by some like magical disaster.
You know what? We have a name for that. It's called Dark Sun.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a bunch of them out there. There's Dark Sun. There is
Dark Water.
No, it's Forbidden Lands. Forbidden Lands is the same way.
James, you want to pop in? I sent you the link in your Discord.
Forbidden Lands is exactly the same way with that too. So but I do laugh at all of the things that whenever we're talking about these things, like, oh, okay, does this make sense? Does it not make sense?
Am I missing something with this comment from James?
Arcs are mutated dogs.
Okay.
Emerald monster.
Yeah.
What is that from?
Because instead of saying barks, it devolved to arcs, like arc.
Okay.
They were fun.
That's the
were
humor
awesome.
for Gamma World. A lot of the names of things and peoples and places, they really, in addition to trying to be a little tongue in cheek, tried to think of how the language would devolve so that they could, make you still have to figure out what you're dealing with.
Mhm.
They might call it, for example, watch out for the arcs, they live over the hill. Well, you don't know what the arcs are until you go over the hill, and then they describe them, and you're like,
Jesus Christ. I remember in Gamma World some of the treasure lists where it's like there's describing obvious mundane objects from the world, but they like try to do it without saying what it is.
Mm-hmm. That was kind of something I wanted to talk about. Was one of the things about a lot of the post-apocalyptic games I've encountered, not just Gamma World, but Aftermath, and I forget the name of the other one, but when it came to physical rewards and treasures and things like that, a lot of the fun was instead of it being a magic item, it was still considered like a magic item, but it was a 45 caliber gun. Now this is my boomstick or whatever. Trying to figure the things out, and then treating them with some reverence and mysticism, so to speak, and uh, just that whole mystery of what is it. Welcome to the show, James. What is this new thing that I've found? Like in the Rush 2112, when the guy finds the guitar. Think about that.
Great song.
I knew you'd love or appreciate the reference. How he describes how he's going through and trying to figure out what this thing is. And then realizing slowly over time playing with the guitar that it is in fact a guitar. And of course, the people of that time have no use for such frivolity. They've got the AI to write all their music for them, but that sort of magical quality that the gear can and equipment can bestow sometimes was actually more fun than literal magic items in D&D games. So my question is, what would be like the height of things that you would allow players to find?
What do you mean by the height? I mean, that's a...
Well, a plasma annihilator is a far cry from a 22 rifle. You know what I mean? Would there be a limit? Where would you like keep?
Well, it depends, right? If nobody in your civilization remembers what a 22 rifle or any kind of rifle is, it is the plasma rifle of
Right, it could be.
I'm looking at some of these things. I'm like, oh, okay. It depends on what the game is, and
Well, because like with you, Omen, for example, you like the idea of keeping it, and I'm sure James is probably very similar to that. Keeping it close to like now technology, but even now technology, if you were to find like a working stealth cloak, okay,
Yeah.
which we're working on, and maybe some company or organization has actually, perfected it where it's like you wrap yourself around there and they're looking right through you, that could be, awesome. In D&D, it's just a ring of invisibility or an elven cloak. It's nothing. You know what I mean? It's no big deal at all.
But see, here's where he differs. I will put charges on that thing to limit it. So now players are, like you wouldn't find anything that's like, oh, this always works. They'd be like, oh, this works sometimes. How you can, I want players to have to decide when they're going to do it and see it.
You can't hear you, Owen.
Oh.
It sounded like you were walking away from your bike.
Probably because facing towards this over here. But no, I mean, I want players to have to decide.
You're doing it again.
So once they do it to resource, that's where I look at it.
I'm going to just brighten his volume up. Maybe that'll help.
Okay.
Just have the players find like an old Wasser tin with a canted sight and a really loose magwell. Everything else will work itself out. They'll never figure out what the hell they're supposed to do with that thing. Justin, that's a kind of AK.
Well, the thing is just like guns. You only have to give a certain number of bullets. That's the
Welcome
other
to the
part.
show, James.
You only get so many bullets. Good luck, and let them decide. Well, what are you going to do now? It's not like, oh, I'm going to find 1,000 bullets. Like, no, you're not. You're going to find a clip. Now everything starts becoming trade-off.
They found a spam can, but the barrel's so canted the gun just never hits anything you point at.
Or if it was the other kind of spam cam, it's got no key to twist off the.
Yeah, they got to hack it open with a hatchet or something, and then try to
Half
figure
of
out
it
how
ends
to
in
load a
the
magazine.
friggin' dirt.
Actually, spam cans are designed so you can open them without the key.
I don't think
Well,
that
now
you
they
understand what they're saying. I don't think
Back in the day, they had a little key that you had to. You could open it with a pair of pliers, but if you didn't know
if you
that,
grab that tab, you could pull that tab.
but now they just got that pull ring, which is,
Yeah. No,
Cheating.
they're supposed
It's
to
cheating.
pop when you heat them from below.
Yeah, I don't think heating a spam can full of ammo might be a great idea.
You
That
have failed your technology role.
I mean, unless you're talking about actual
can of
spam.
Yes.
No, a spam
You've
can is
invented
what
the
you call
spam
surplus
grenade.
ammo from Russia.
Yes,
Because it
this
comes
would
in a
make more
big can,
sense.
like a spam can, and it even has the same kind of key to open it. And then on the inside, it's full of freaking paper cartridges of
This
rounds.
would be why Omanow said, "I don't think you know what they're talking about."
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
And
thinking
I didn't mean
of an
that.
actual
I didn't mean
spam
that in an insulting
No,
way. Like I
I-
don't think that you're getting the
can.
reference.
Got that, but I wasn't thinking of that.
Well, now you know. If you ever hear spam
But-
can in relation to AK, now you know, 100%.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that have, like, there are stories of people getting into trouble with canned foods and not knowing that they open easily without, can openers or
You mean the pull top rings or just?
without, like, there are ways to open canned foods without.
Yeah, I carry a P38 around on my necklace.
I got one on my keychain, or I've got a Swiss Army knife, and one of them is a can opener.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But they're supposed to be open without, like you're supposed to be able to open them with, like, a rock or whatever easily. Are
I can see that.
most cans, or at least old school cans, are designed so if you put them over like a fire, the top will pop off.
Yeah.
I've never tried that, but the next
Yeah.
time I'm out in the woods, I'm going to.
It's worth trying with the beans. I don't know if they still make them that way, but they apparently used to make them that way.
It seems like it would work, actually. Because the bottom is always one single piece, but the top is kind of a lipped thing. So, yeah, what you're saying seems like it should work.
Yeah.
Huh. Never thought of it.
Well, watch the YouTube video before you try it yourself. You don't want to die because of
bad advice from Justin.
because a can of beans shut its
Wouldn't
top
that be
off
fun
in
if
your
like a
face.
hoss got on a live stream and started cussing at you? My brother tried cooking a can of beans on a fire and it blew up and killed him. It's all your fault,
like,
Justin.
I'm
You killed
okay
your
with
own
that.
dad. You know, patricide is like a big sin in the Bible too.
Yeah, I'm an atheist.
That doesn't change anything. It's like saying I don't believe in the law. You'll still go to jail.
I don't know. Will I?
Yes.
Well, you gotta get caught
If
first.
I try real hard enough, I might become free on the land or something.
Ignorance of the law is not an excuse.
I'm sorry.
I don't think he got that reference.
Oh, I got that reference.
Wait a minute.
What's that mean?
Unless you're in Sweden, apparently.
Do you know hoops have a 30% chance of having an artifact on them that actually works?
Yep.
Oh,
Hoops are awesome.
I played a hoop. I love those things. I love those creatures.
And arc's like eating human hands for some reason.
Metal equipment.
A hoop is a giant bunny rabbit with opposable thumbs.
Yeah.
Very militiaized. Very,
Sometimes
very-
called flopsies.
Yeah, but that's just giving it away.
Not to our face.
They're like water shit down on crack. These guys are roaming around with like assault rifles and shit.
Just picture a really fat Usagi Yojimbo.
Yeah. With an AK.
Yeah, with an AK.
Because I would definitely not be handing out plasmatic annihilators or whatever you were talking about.
Right. No, I mean that's something. If at all, it's like way down the line, and it's got one shot, and you gotta, use it to down the dirigible that's coming to, lay waste to your town or something like that.
It's hand cranked.
It's that's the thing is when you start limiting, it's like okay, it becomes more of a plot device than which I'm all for.
Any of you guys ever played Fallout?
No. Though Amazon Prime allows you to play. I think it's Fallout 4 and Fallout 3 in New Vegas, right?
Yeah, there's a robot in Fallout that's just cruising around hunting for commies. And you have the multitude of answers you can give it. And if you give it any answer other than fuck you, you crazy robot, it says that's what a communist would say and kill you. But if you say fuck you, you crazy robot, the robot says American response detected. And it goes on about its business.
Now I want to play the game.
Has a lot of the tongue in cheek You know,
Yeah.
that's missing from a lot of the stuff now. You know, that's the problem I have with a lot of it's like,
Well, because
Well, it's just-
everybody's lost their goddamn sense of humor, is what it is.
Right.
yeah.
And Gamma
It's 'cause
World
they're all
is all
commies.
about sense of humor.
Exactly. Doc, what would be your upper limit?
I don't know if I'd have one. I like chaos. I like to be people completely stupid.
I mean,
things,
the
especially
joy
when
of
things
watching
are
your
gonna
players
hurt
get in a
themselves.
bubble car and accidentally hit the autopilot, and next thing they know, they're 1,000 miles above the freaking planet, just going, "Oh my God, we're heading toward the moon." You know,
We're in space.
You find a crate of Davy Crockett ammunition. Fun.
There's like a sphere floating around up there, just screaming space nonstop.
I mean, the real question is, what would I give players for a long-term artifact? And that's very different than what's saying, hey, this is kind of a plot device that you guys can use.
okay, Dean. Good night. You want to chat? I
Good
mean, the link. We'll bring you in. You're like here for a second.
I would give the players like the knowledge of how to drive a pipe and maybe hook a hand pumped well to it, like a well pump. So that maybe the village they're from, they could like have clean water.
Oh, clean water. I miss
Hey,
that.
that doesn't take a lot of work.
If you've never seen it, it would.
I'm just thinking of, a lot of times when I'm looking at it, it's like, what
Hold
would
on,
the
Dean,
Afghans have?
bring you up.
And that's kind of what I do is my post-apocalyptic, what the technology level is.
I always think like Daniel Boone.
Mm.
Like the players live in like a wood palisade town somewhere in the wilderness surrounded by horrible shit and they're just trying to survive and everything sucks.
I don't know. Daniel Boone, that would be kind of nice with having all the woods and stuff. That's why I says I kind of use Afghanistan because it has a lot of it was rubble in certain areas. There's a lot of desert and high mountains, and
The problem with that is as soon as the players leave town, they'll get killed and ate by the red-headed giants.
yeah, but that's awesome.
Did you get the link there, Dean?
I like what I'm listening to,
So
What?
yeah, just means that he was listening in the background.
Well, because he just sent me a message that that's the impersonator again.
Mm.
Is there a Dean Powell impersonator?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah, no, we're not putting the link in the chat anymore. So
Screw you, Bellegarde.
I had some guy from China start talking shit on my chat, so I just
yeah, I was
started
there for that.
roasting
That was
China.
crazy.
He wanted to
the
know
hell
what your
even
penis was.
that?
What was his name again?
Night
Bodies
Walker.
Walk at Night.
Yeah, body that walks at night.
Yeah.
So I just roasted China for like the last 2,000 years.
Not really hard to do. Just
Not really hard to do.
You know what though? Is we say it's not hard to do, but looking at like where China was, is like, what the hell did you do, guys, before this? You could have taken up the world.
Anyways, I tried to genocide them.
What the fuck's going on?
Oh, I don't know. They're teenagers plotting the takeover of the world.
One is a genius, the other is insane.
You can pretty much guess which one's which on that one, James.
Pinky's the genius.
I met Jackie and Alex.
Oh, I don't know.
You met Jack.
Alex is Pinky.
This could be the fake Dean Powell wanting you to lure him on so that he can masturbate on your channel again.
Yeah. Excuse me. Not going to happen because now I just send the link to folks directly.
The real Dean Powell?
Yeah.
The real Dean Powell, if you're out there, friend me on Discord and I'll add you to the group chat for the book club. And who else? I need to get in touch with Dark Knight
And Grandma.
and Grandma, who I'm not friends with.
The book club?
Yeah.
Appendix N. They're going to go through the Appendix N for it.
Oh. What did I
I've-
join the other day that you sent me a link to, Justin?
That's my Discord. I'm doing short stories on another YouTube channel. They pop up in there. They're
Oh,
AI
okay.
written.
He's actually
Okay.
writing.
Yeah.
Well, cool.
Well, I'm co-writing it with computers.
See, that shows how like I am. I just saw like you've been invited to the thing by Justin, and I just hit the yes button.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, it could have been anything. He could have been signing me up to Lemon Party, or you know.
I will do that shortly if you want.
No, now I'm going to look because I gave you ideas.
It will be one guy, one jar. Because
Oh God,
It could be worse. He could have subscribed you to Nambla.
Goatsy. I will just spam your Discord with Goatsy pics.
do not do that. Do not do that.
I won't do that, sir.
I there's a rule in my Discord that if I have to change the rules because of you, you're gone.
That's a good rule. I know what book you guys should read next. How to Get Laid. See, that's definitely not the real Dean Powell. Or he's having a sugar instant and he needs to eat something really quick.
Yeah.
It is kind of funny, but at the same time, if it's Felix, I've got a couple of fingers for you, from each and every one of us.
Dean Powell,
It's not this one.
I have multiple
if it's
children.
Felix, if it's Felix, we already know what's going on, which is go back and get a real job with the FBI and the RCMP.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I have multiple children and multiple ex-wives and
That's how
multiple
big my hands
grandchildren. So
Yeah.
that how to get laid thing, that's stupid. Step 1, get through infantry school. Step 2, there is no step 2.
Welcome to the show, Dean.
Hey, I'm just here to confirm that I'm alive, and I indeed did not buy such a book. Although I have heard that the Greater Crawford has made a dating sim RPG. It's called Guys Without Numbers.
No.
Oh my goodness.
How you
if I
doing,
want
Dean?
I believe that was you who wrote that comment in the
how to
description.
get laid.
That was probably also you on Thursday there.
If I were single, I wouldn't even try to date anymore. It's not worth it. I'd save my money to buy more miniatures or something.
You know what though? Here's what it comes down to. If you're gonna do that, go overseas.
Yeah.
I mean,
So yeah.
Well,
to
if you're going to do that, Omen, go overseas and come back alone. Just saying, we don't pay women for sex. We pay them to leave.
So yeah, to answer
No,
some
no,
previous
no.
questions,
I look at this way: is here's how I can tell like if a woman's worth it. It's like, well, I expect you to buy dinner. I said, absolutely. I
At least he
expect
can
women
make
to
fun of
wait a
himself.
minute. I expect women. I said, I will pay
word
for
you want
dinner.
from me.
I just expect you to cook it. That's my requirement.
What were you saying, Dean?
yeah, to answer some previous questions.
And then you lost your point.
I prefer, what do you call it, RPG. I prefer stories in post-apocalyptic. That word.
Post-apocalyptic.
Yes. Apocalyptic. There we go. I
We will
prefer
accept
the
Apocalypto.
characters to be skills rather than finding out what they can do, because not to get into a debate about Session Zero, but sometimes it is just fun, going in and having an idea what you're doing, and then find out what the mystery of the world itself is, as opposed to who you are.
Well, it like we said, it just depends on what's going in there. The problem is that what I've found is that a lot of players don't even know the basic rules for games, and
don't know what?
about it. It's just a good way to introduce them that way, and that's what we're coming down.
Oh, it's freaking out.
Well, for what?
I don't know. It's like you talk and it sounds like you're like, I don't know, going into the closet and maybe going into the bath. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm right now. I'm playing the Wood Elves, and Total War. So that's what
Yeah, I think you're playing with the machine elves. Shadow, I put a picture up there that describes post-apocalyptic genres perfectly.
Where did you put it?
You gotta activate it on the sidebar.
Sounds like Dean Powell would like the Elysium game part
Wait. Where?
of Free League, where
Oh,
you
well,
actually start as a human that knows all about up to modern technology, but
are you
you've been living in an underground city and you manage to get out for some reason. And now you're in this radioactive wasteland, but you know what technology is.
you're talking about you're talking about the one for Mutant Year Zero.
Yeah, Mutineer Zero, and then you've got the animal one, the robot one, and you've got Elysium, which is humans
Yes.
living in a giant underground city.
Yeah.
I mean, that does sound fun. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I always prefer in those kind of games to have people have just a basic idea of what the technology is, if not necessarily how to maintain it properly and every. Just I don't like getting bogged down in the whole like the original Gamma with the crazy table trying to figure out what a gun is without blowing your head off kind of stuff. I mean that's fun for a little while, but it gets silly.
I've
after
seen
a bit.
people do that.
Well, the thing with Mutant Year Zero and the animal one, whatever that's called, Gene Lab Alpha and all that,
Yeah.
is it's like that. They don't know what technology actually is, but Elysium is actually higher tech than we currently are. Except none of them have ever been to the surface in like 1,000 years or some shit. And then you could play a character that's from Elysium that makes it to the surface. So think Halo, you're a guy from one of those freaking vaults, and now you're up in the wasteland, dealing with all the kind of stuff that wants to eat your face off.
James, may I guess what I think? May I guess what your favorite post-apocalyptic game is?
Yes, you can.
Whoa.
With over
Yeah.
8
What the hell is
Sorry,
that?
what the hell? I don't know what the hell I just did.
Not that one.
My guess is gonna be
How do I
Pokemon.
make that go away?
I would
You just
really
gotta
like
click on
to
the
play
top one in that
Pugmire,
row.
but it just hasn't happened. I will say this though: the chick they got for this chat restream thing is a lot hotter than the one they got for the one I use.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a stock image model, not an actual employee of the company.
Like the last SteamYard chick that they got trying to explain how SteamYard works. I don't know. She's intimidating.
How do I get rid of that, Justin?
She's got like real short hair and
You're
everything.
you're
and
clicking
like,
on the list of scene things. Just go to the main one. Yeah, that one.
There we go. Okay.
And you want to go to the other side. It should be where you've got the thing for all the people.
Oh,
the youngest guy in chat has to explain all the technology to everybody.
That's
This one?
typical. Yeah.
Yes,
That's
but
what I'm
ours
talking
will be
about.
the only generation that will ever be able to set the clock in a VCR.
That cat has definitely figured out how to use knives.
gotcha.
I
Thank you.
just went, why in the world do I care what the time is in the VCR? Just like my microwave. Like, I don't look at my microwave for this, That's the last reason I go for that.
Yeah.
I hate my oven because it will not work unless the time is set.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah.
That is wrong.
So if the power goes off and comes back on, I cannot cook anything on my oven unless I set the time.
That's right. There's supposed to be regulations pushing through to remove the timer function from things that don't actually need them, like because it's an unnecessary power drain to have a clock on your fucking stove. A timer makes sense, but a clock, no.
Yeah,
Also,
yeah.
James, your oven sounds German. It all has to be on time.
Well, my wife is Danish, which is
Well,
why
Steve.
Justin keeps telling me to buy a.
No, I bought a deli slicer. I was trying to tell you that I bought a deli slicer, and you started spazzing that you weren't allowed to have a deli slicer. So I bring it up
if there's
because you're a
anything on
spaz.
any counter anywhere in the house, someone is going to die.
What is that in the background I'm hearing?
Omenau is playing his elf games instead of talking to his friends.
I'm talking to you.
It's
Oh
a
my
lie.
god!
You sound
Oh,
like
no,
you're on the
you're
other
not
end of a
smart
soup
enough
can.
to do two things at the same time, man.
No, you guys just started talking about anything I care about. That's
Oh shit!
That's it. Banned.
You haven't said anything the whole time you've been here, bro.
What do you
Blocked.
mean? I talked
No,
a
that's not
bunch,
true.
bro. You know
That's a lie. I've heard muffles, like at the end of a soup can.
He said
Thank
something
you.
about William Shatner.
Maybe something about William
that was
Shatner,
Doc.
but I wasn't
So
sure
what
what
you're
the.
saying, Justin, is if we have Omenau, if you want Omenau to speak up, we have to let a fire open up underneath him so he can open up.
Yes, this is true. We need to light Omenau on fire.
The can of beans has come full circle.
As the proverb says, build a man a fire he is warmed one night.
You
Light
you
a
guys
man
ever
on
watch
fire, he
that
is
show
warmed
on
the rest of
YouTube
his
called
life.
whatever.com?
Sorry, what, James?
Have any of you ever watched the show on YouTube called whatever.com?
Where they roast a bunch of women for being dumb.
I always wondered, the one dude in the little box that's almost never there, that's always roasting them super hard, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've always wondered, what is that guy's problem? And I found out today. He's Orthodox Christian.
Okay.
So I was like, no wonder he's roasting these whores so hard. Because he just don't give any F's. He's like,
Yeah, all I ever get from that show is like clips, but they're always worth it.
oh yeah, it's always 12 women sitting around the table and they're all 10 out of 10s, even though one of them's like 400 pounds and the other one's like Gorthok the Destroyer or some shit.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you mean the guy that claims to be a woman?
Yeah, and they're like, rate yourself out of 10, and every woman says 10 out of 10. And it's like, bitch, you weigh 300 pounds.
Did
10
you
out
guys
of
ever
10.
watch? Did you guys
Yes,
ever watch
10 once
Kevin
in there.
Samuels when he used to do his stuff?
It's
And,
like,
and these women would say, "Well, I'm this," and he would be like, "Ma'am, if you were that, you would be having modeling contracts. What are you really?" Like, why can't I rate myself out of 10 out of 10? And then you go, "Yeah,
Well,
Kevin
you can call
Samuels
yourself
before he died was
freaking Peter
hilarious."
Pan, but till
yeah,
I see
Andrew
you
is a
fly.
beast. And
Also-
Orthodox Christian, because they asked him today what his religious affiliation was. And he said, I'm Orthodox. And it was like, no wonder he goes so hard after these chicks they're always talking about. I'm a pastor at the local church. And he's like, no.
James, and yes, she is a 10. She's 10 women in one.
You stole my joke.
She's a 10 out of 100.
No, what
Yeah.
was that? What was that joke? Like, it's like dating 3 10s in one body.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm a 10. I'm like, did you eat? Did you eat her? You know, where is she?
She ate.
Yeah,
10
Andrew is a
once.
beast. He's just sitting there listening to these chicks talk, and you can just tell he just wants to like scream.
I've seen a couple of them. He's like, "Where do your rights drive?" I'm like, "No, you don't understand rights." Then it's, that's where some of that comes into. But yeah,
Right. It's just so weird. I'm sorry to derail the conversation, but
You always do.
the amount of delusion on display is just
Hey,
amazing.
we never apologize for derailing the conversation here. That is
I
part and
actually have the
parcel.
Gamma World 2E PDF open right now, and I'm looking at the little Bramble map.
Mhm.
There are a
Oh, the
lot of
Lils.
Lils there.
Yeah.
There's
great
an
game.
ambush map too.
It's an absolutely great game, but it does take a certain mindset to get into it.
it's and I'm going to say this, depending on which game it was. A lot of these games, as I got older, I didn't like them because they had so much randomness in them. Though I know sometimes that's part of the charm of them.
Yeah, that's definitely a holdover from the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
I'm not against it. It's just one of these things that I have to get.
What's
I
that
have to be in the right
catchline?
mindset for.
What's that catchphrase from Fallout that the guy used in the TV show? Not the War Never Changes one. The
You will be distracted by side quest or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh wait, random bullshit, which I think they actually took from Reddit.
Yeah.
That's not actually something said in game.
Mm. Okay, but still, it's a true statement.
Yeah, I'm looking
random.
at the map, and apparently Orlando is not only underwater, but like 100 kilometers off the nearest coast.
Yeah, Florida's basically gone in Gamma World.
It's like there's literally no city in Florida is actually above water.
Well, you had to deal with the villages the appropriate way.
Yeah, but you know the water in that area is probably just full of some kind of mutated AIDS. It's like if you dip your foot in, you got AIDS.
Yeah, we call it old people.
It's like congratulations, you have AIDS.
I mean, it can't be worse than Canada. Over there, they have dire AIDS.
Yeah,
What-
flooding.
Oh, come on. We all know
You can cure it, but then you have regular
AIDS
AIDS.
is AIDS is just cured by money. If you just have money, you don't die from AIDS. You know, it was yeah.
Canadian AIDS is so bad you can literally see the AIDS. It's just hanging off of them. It's like, damn.
Well, I was horrified to find out that a lot of the deaths from AIDS was specifically from AZT, from all the stuff that Dr. Fauci was pushing. Like, oh my God,
I mean, that is one thing they say that not the virus itself, but a lot of the deaths comes from medication because they don't have that problem in Japan, like with pill poppers and so forth. Their gay community.
Yeah. Well,
it's
that's just gone way
apparently
down
it's mostly
now.
just
Well,
drugs and.
Does the Japanese gay community have a history of group sex?
I do not know. That's something for you to find out.
No. Do they go from orgy to orgy to orgy every night?
Second verse, same as the first.
I knew that was coming. Score one for the DM.
Yeah, you'll have to tell us, Justin, because we don't know.
No, but they do talk about it in North America. The gays talk about going to group orgies.
Well, I will say as much as being a little bit more serious about it. I did hear that that was one of the aspects.
Well,
that
orgies a group, but
that why it was so widespread in the gay community. But as much as they talk about AIDS, they tried hiding it, but it was what 5% of the entire. It's something like almost.
You guys took that
Link, please, no.
No.
Like I just made a comment that all the cities in Florida are underwater in Gamma World, and you guys tuck it to like the weirdest places ever.
Well, there's only two things I know Florida for, and that's giant anthropomorphized mouse and old people with AIDS.
Well, yeah. That's
they got herpes too, Justin.
If AIDS is going to kill you in 10 years.
I mean,
a wide range of
to be fair, it's not the AIDS in the water that James brought up first. It's probably like the alligators, the random seamen throws at you.
Yeah, that's a Florida thing, throwing random alligators.
They throw their alligators and their semen at you.
And we have monkeys that have herpes that can actually kill you because it can cause spinal meningitis.
I thought that was Virginia, that one island that they have.
No, that's Florida.
It's from those damn Tarzan movies.
Yep, they let all those Lucy's monkeys loose, and they all got.
I used to love Ron Ely. I love those.
My conclusion is that the James Gamma World game is pretty wild.
If it were set in Florida, it would be crazy style. You got like monkeypox monkeys and.
You wouldn't even need mutants.
Old people that are giving you AIDS and herpes all over the place.
The whole race of mutant Florida men.
A whole race of mutant AIDS-infected Florida men covered in monkeypox.
They're not mutants, man. I keep telling you, that's just their normal behavior. There's no actual super science going on there.
I wonder, though.
There's super something going on there.
The Florida man who put the microwave inside of the microwave and then blew himself up and killed him. I wonder if that's like he he was using the Gamma World chart to try and figure out how a device worked, and he made like a trip bell.
No,
He's like, maybe if I
wrote
put
the
this
Gamma
box in
World.
this box.
Did you guys ever?
But
Did you
He's
guys?
trying to time travel.
Did you guys ever play Zach McCracken?
It sounds familiar.
That sounds like something I
Sounds
would
like a-
play.
Male
It was a video game I played on the Commodore, and it was
Oh.
they part of it is the first, how they used to have the little booklets and stuff, and you say, oh, on such and such page. You remember if you guys remember that for the game?
Yes.
Yeah, the startup codes. In order to, you had to have the book. They'd ask you like a question. You have to go check out the book to prove that you actually bought the game.
Yes. So anyway, they had all these puns about microwaves and eggs. And so I decided to test them out when I was 15. And it literally blew the door open on the microwave. I put in too many eggs in there and they burst.
Excellent.
I didn't know you were from Florida, Omina.
That's where my parents are.
Yeah.
But yeah, generally, if it's before it does, I probably haven't played it.
Oh my god, this is freaking awesome. Tell me you're not Dean Powell without telling me you're not Dean Powell.
Ich bin ein Polarbear. I don't know. Schwarzwälder.
Well, that's okay. We don't believe this is going to go Dean Powell either, but
Shootsy?
No, sorry, buddy, but no.
Shootsy just means faster in Serbian. You know, the whole go to the kitchen, you are my wife. Why are you shaking your head, Justin?
You've got to get better memes.
That way?
You got to get better memes.
Also, I look up that.
That's
Jack
a very
McCracken.
Slavic meme.
So yeah, I looked up that Jack McCracken things. Apparently, is a lawyer specialized in personal injury, industrial diseases, and data protection. I do not know why he is spreading his net so wide.
It kind of reminds me of the old game Leisure Suit Larry.
For some reason, the way Dean said that made it sound really dirty. It was like, that sounded almost pornographic, and I don't even know why.
Leisure Suit Larry was fucked up.
Yeah. Poor Leisure Suit Larry.
Especially the 3D remake.
The second they invent a holodeck, I'm porting that game to it, though.
Oh, man.
You probably won't be the only one, and you'll probably have 5 or 6 friends here following suit, just saying.
Not me,
Imagine
though.
being the poor schmuck on the Enterprise whose job it is to squeegee the holodeck.
Oh,
I mean,
Wow. What's with Star Trek anyway, and the lack of robots?
Star Trekking across the universe.
It's like, other than Data, they literally don't even have like a Roomba keeping the floors clean.
They use the transporter. Why would they need a robot?
A Roomba.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't actually have to have Wesley squeegee the holodeck.
So that means literally on the Star Trek Enterprise, there's somebody mopping and vacuuming and shit.
No. It's all transported.
No. This is what it is.
No.
That's the part that we don't see Data doing from day to day. That's
Data just vacuuming the whole Enterprise.
Yeah, they did that in Picard, the stupid robot slave race thing.
I'm not talking about robot slave race. I'm talking about Roomba.
Yeah. No, I'm telling you, literally, the way they clean everything in Star Trek is it's just transported away.
That sounds.
Riker,
it sounds like a complete abuse of power.
And the sort of thing could wind up having a horrible accident with.
You remember? you remember the episode of TNG when they take the colony of Irish people?
Yeah,
and they're forced to like bunk down with them. And Riker's got that one hot chick staying with them because it's Riker. and she's
Right.
like trying to clean his apartment, and he's like, "Don't worry about it. The computer will take care of it."
Oh,
See,
speaking
if
of
I were
really-
Riker, I wouldn't have told her that.
Yeah,
bad
no, right?
influence,
I agree with
cosmic
you.
alliances.
I mean, to be fair, Riker wouldn't either, but it's in the script.
Right. I'd let her keep cleaning.
Do you guys
Well,
And
not
then do
just
the Riker
that, I mean-
maneuver while watching.
Not only that, I keep telling her, there's something under the bed.
No, I'm just saying it's important that they
No.
stay busy.
You tell him to get.
I
on the
expect her
bed.
to cook. I don't care about the.
The computer also takes care of that.
Just-
Fucking replicator.
You want to hear the funniest shit ever? Funny, not funny, haha. Apparently, there's like the repeated use of certain types of vibrating sex toys deaden the nerves in certain parts of a female's genitalia and makes them incapable of orgasm.
But have you tried?
No, I read an article about it. I don't have those.
See, God does have a sense of humor and justice.
So yeah, basically, if you're using too much vibration down there, it kills your nerves.
Hear that, fake Dean pal?
But how does that relate to Star Trek, though? Do we need Bear in here to tell us, or?
No.
I haven't seen Bear in a
I'll
few
be
days.
honest.
Is Bear
As I
still
got
alive?
older and older,
No,
I just keep
he's
thinking
all
more and more
upset.
Star Trek is crap. So that's just me.
Yeah, Star Trek is pretty much trash. Star Wars is even more trash.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least Star Wars had more of a spiritual aspect to it.
No, it was still trash. The best sci-fi ever made is Zardoz.
Absolutely. The gun is good.
The gun is
God is
good.
God.
Yeah, people keep arguing about like Star Wars versus
The
like
seed
Star
is
Trek.
the-
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here.
You
I
see-
just kind
see-
of like.
See, fake
Stargate.
Dean. That's how little you know about me. I'm hurt.
Dean has no idea what just happened.
Look at the chat. The last comment fake Dean left us was for me to park my car on a frozen lake, but I don't drive, so I'd have to have somebody else do that. And I live in California. We haven't seen a frozen lake in.
They don't actually have water there. They have to beg for it from their neighbors.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't Vanilla Ice like live in California? Can't you just park on him?
I thought he lived in Florida.
No, he lives in Miami, dude.
Ah, okay.
And if you got a problem, he has promised he will solve it.
What?
Oh,
Dean's just like, what? It was part of the lyrics, dude.
Ah,
If you got a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the beat while the DJ revolves it. I'm still waiting for my problems to be solved.
I mean, I only remember like the song "Go Ninja, Go Ninja, Go."
Oh my goodness. You're young too. I keep forgetting.
that's right.
Yeah, only like in my early 30s.
He might be younger than Justin. Justin might have lost his crown.
Wow.
Yeah.
Justin is no longer the baby.
I am 38 until July.
I mean, it's still young enough to have been my son one of those times I visited Canada.
Yeah, but even if that was true, you still wouldn't claim it.
No, I would. Look at him.
How funny
He's
would
got
that
my
be?
hair. He's got my eyes. He's got my goatee.
I mean, the only thing I can really like expect
Yeah,
James to
you
do if
want
he
these
adopted
things from
Justin
me.
is like he would come with the whip and force him to work out or something.
Me?
Yeah, you need.
No,
some
I would never
muscles.
do that. I saw that on YouTube where that dad made his kid run on the treadmill until the kid died. I'd never do that.
Okay,
to my
What?
James, stop being funny, real quick.
I'd never do that to my son.
I'm a peak
Athlete.
example of physical fitness. I'm an utter Adonis before the Lord. That Lord being Neptune.
He
Wait a
has
minute,
the
wait a minute.
athlete's
We're-
body
we're-
if the sport is that one where they slide the rock across the ice.
Curling.
Curling.
Yeah.
I am not a
Wait.
woman. That is a woman's sport. It
I
has
see
brooms
dudes
and people
playing it.
bitching.
I'm just hearing that I'm a perfect 10, and I don't care what any of you guys tell me. From Justin at this point.
That was the joke.
Damn.
Omenel.
Look, you guys need to stop making fun of my boy.
I ate at least 110, maybe a couple of fives. I don't know.
So who
Like
will
I
win,
can
wrestling or
make fun
Project
of him, but the
Destroy?
rest of you need to leave him alone. He's sensitive.
Oh, that he hasn't been using the vibrator.
I was just gonna go there.
Oh my
I thought
god,
the better
you
of it
guys
takes
are the
one.
worst human beings ever.
Well, you're the one that brought it up.
I did bring it up, but I didn't. Okay, we are the worst human beings ever.
And for those of you who wonder why Bear hasn't been on, why Bear hasn't been on in a while, it's things like that.
Well, you know how the saying goes. There's a special place in hell for us. Thank Jesus we're not going there.
I probably am.
Welcome to the club, Doc.
Yeah, Doc is like,
No, I just saw a request on Discord.
what's that cloth map behind you, Doc?
Oh, it's just an old reproduction of a world map on a piece of cloth.
Nice.
Yeah, but which world?
The theoretical Earth. For some reason, Greenland is larger than Africa. I'm not sure what's up with that.
Oh.
And it's connected to the mainland.
They did it in like a level of importance
Oh,
to like civilization.
that makes sense.
So Greenland is more important?
That's what I just said. Yes.
I mean, there is a lot of oil and minerals there, according to everyone.
Yeah, Dean, I was just being super racist.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it
Something
had nothing to
you'll-
do with
you'll-
it had nothing to
I
do with oil and
I'm
minerals or any
European,
other
so that,
thing.
like,
I was
bites
just
off on me. Or at least the kind of European I am.
you're the worst kind of European.
Yeah.
You're a Dane.
A live one.
Oh, gee.
No,
Well, that's
like,
what our government says.
no, here's the deal. The Norwegians, they would just raid and F around. And the Swedes, well, the Swedes, you never knew what the Swedes would do. But the Danes, they had to organize shit and actually move in and impose law and take over shit and make you pay taxes. You know the Danes invented taxes, right? It was called the Dane Guild. So all of you people that think taxation is theft, you're not wrong. And his people invented it.
I'm coming over there.
But what had the Roman
Team
ever
Pal.
done for us?
You were the one that was like, look, everybody here has to pay us money or else.
But then
So-
I would have to ask, or else what?
Or else you get a big axe right upside your head.
They gotta come all the way over here and find my ass.
They already came all the way over there. That's
They're
the,
standing
that's
right
the
on your
problem.
toe.
Hey,
That's
Tommy.
how it works.
Who the hell is Tommy? Do I know this
They're
person?
standing in. They're
Hey,
standing
Tommy,
in Nordic.
yeah, no idea who you are, but welcome to the show. I hope you're not easily offended and you brought your sense of humor with you. Otherwise, well,
Or secretly Dean Powell,
See,
who
I
I
know
muted
about
for
the
24
Danes.
hours.
They're
Dean
standing in
Powell,
Nordic.
I'm watching you.
They're telling you to pay them money, or else they're going to unleash the Swedes.
No, the Swedes they
bunch of
went to
bullshit.
Russia, and that's why some of you guys have blonde hair, I think.
Yeah, especially since we're people of color. Otherwise, Justin, that kills Justin every time I say it.
To be fair, what do you... No, I lost that joke mid-sentence.
A bunch of liberals said that the Slavic people were people of color. But
Ignoring
we're
the fact-
actually the
ignoring the
original
fact that most
Indo-Europeans. So it's like, what?
Ignore the fact that most people that came over to the States were indentured servitude anyway.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be real serious. That's just
No.
bullshit.
I mean these people that are saying it are just. It's like, do we just? How much more stupid can we get? You know, that's what gets me about the whole.
I think we've got a ways to go yet, Omenel.
Yeah, the Slavs can have their people of color status taken away from them, though. That happened to the Asians.
no worries, Tom. Welcome to the show.
They
Yeah,
were
that's
people of
true.
Color for a while. Now they're not. Now they're just ultra white.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah,
they
that's-
probably mistook Slavs for that rare group of Slavs, like in Yugoslavia, where like there was that group who was like Muslim. who ruins it for
Those are
everyone
not
else.
Slavs. Those are Turks.
I
They're called
know.
Albanians.
I know.
Yeah, they're Turks. They're not Slavs.
Yeah, they are the ones they never got around to kicking. Basically, the problem is World War II happened, so they couldn't
Oh,
kick them
shit.
out.
Here we go, Justin. Yeah, they're the ones that built a bunker like every square mile in their whole country because they're so terrified they're going to get invaded.
Are we
So
talking
their whole
about the
country is
Swiss?
just covered in concrete bunkers.
Oh, you mean the Swiss?
No, Albania. I mean, they weren't wrong during the big war. The Serbians did, in fact, intend to invade them eventually after they got done with the Bosnians and the Herzegovinians.
So this
Oh,
individual is
yeah.
actually named Felix.
Yeah.
Is this the time we promote that shirt?
Sure, you
So,
want
but then the UN had to get involved, and they chose the Slavs as the bad guys only because the Slavs were doing the best out of everybody playing the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
Everyone was playing the same game. The Slavs were just playing it better. Serbs.
Well, if you actually look at the Slovenians, the Slovenia was the one that's sent the Serbs back on their heels initially.
The bullshit. They never even made it there. They're on the other side of Croatia.
Yeah, did you hear actually what happens during the beginning part of it? Is the Slovenians sent the army over there, and they basically tied him up and sent him back on the train back to
Nice.
Serbia.
The Slovenians were all like, "We're going to be independent," and the Croatians are like, "Okay."
Well, no, they weren't Croats. That was the Serb. That was the Serbian.
And then the Slovenians and then the Serbs are like, "We're going to go through Croatia to get to Slovenia," and the Croatians are like, "The hell you are."
Well, the Slovenians. I mean, that's where it started. The Slovenians were able to break away, and then all the other crap happened. And everyone.
The only
like
country
this-
that broke away without violence was Macedonia.
And this is what happened to start the apocalypse.
Yep.
No.
The Macedonians were all like, "We're going to be independent," and no one cared.
And
They're
then
just-
everyone lost the
All right.
ability to generate
Yeah,
electricity.
Macedonians
for
aren't they
years.
basically just Slavic Greeks or something like that?
Well, Greeks are Slavs,
No,
and the
they're not.
Macedonians are all like, "We're just going to be independent." And by then, no one gave a shit. They're just like, "Do whatever you want."
I remember the Greeks freaked out when they started calling themselves Macedonia years back.
Yes, because it confers territorial stuff. It's not a
Remember
simple.
There were big like protests at the White House. It was like, what the fuck you want them to do? Bomb them?
No, we got the extra bombs.
Well, I actually sent a letter to my representative and told him to stop bombing Christians, please. They didn't listen. They
No,
kept
they
bombing
didn't.
Christians.
But yeah, speaking of that Yugoslavian war, I think the funniest story I heard from there is not like, oh, all the war propaganda music there, but how quickly Americans who lived there started identifying by their state.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm not American, I'm Californian. Yeah, Californian.
My favorite part is when the Serbian army took like all of the blue hats from Holland hostage and told them if they didn't stack their rifles, they'd just shoot them all in the head. So the Belgians did as they were told because it was like, oh, it turns out Serbians don't F around. They actually mean business.
I'm in favor of a policy of just ignoring the Balkans because every time we involve ourselves in their bullshit, we wind up having a world war.
I love the Balkans. My favorite house in BattleTech is based directly on them.
Merrick,
The Free Worlds League. It's just the Balkans in space.
Yeah. Civil War land.
If we're not fighting someone else, we're fighting each other, right?
I just watched a video on YouTube before getting on here about how the Highlander was the best mech ever and you all suck.
Oh.
You know what's the
I don't
best
think
mech
you
with the
watched
land?
that video. I think
But
what
the
happened is
Balkans
your
are the
blood
best
sugar
mech.
got really low and you started hallucinating and almost died. But then you ate a Reese's cup and you came back to reality.
Ooh, I could go for a Reese's cup. I'm gonna send you the video. It's very funny because the one guy trolls the other guy by playing bagpipes every time he says Highlander.
Oh God! Everyone
Honestly-
knows the best mech in Battletech is the Griffin.
Wrong.
Honestly, the only one I know by name is the Wildcat, and I have no idea what it does.
Me neither, because I have no idea what that is.
You sure it's
Do
not
you
the
mean
Mad
Mad
Cat?
Cat?
Mad
You
Cat, yeah.
know what the best mech was? Was the one that wasn't in BattleTech. It was in Robotech. that they stole.
They
I said
didn't
got
steal
licensed.
anything. It
Hunchback?
turned out no one had the rights to any of it.
Yeah.
And all the best mechs come from an anime called a Dugram Fang of the Sun anyway.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah.
one. No. The original rights holder sold it to both of them. Then he went out of business, and the rights lapsed to no ownership.
Yeah.
So Harmony Gold tried to sue for compete clauses or whatever that didn't exist.
Yep.
It
Which
was
is
like-
why it was ejected from court with extreme prejudice.
Yeah, but after 30 years.
Yeah, which killed FASA, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Gold
Fasta
never
had a
actually put
lot of great
anything out,
games.
did they?
Fasta just became an IP. It's all the IP holder. If you look at a lot of their stuff, it's not that it killed Fasta. They just thought they just figured out.
They just ceased to exist as a game company that produced games. Yes, that's what
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah, that didn't kill them. Not for it. If you look at all the games that are out there, they just figured it's better to license to someone else, which is
No,
really
it killed
smart
them.
way of doing it.
It
What do you
killed
mean
them.
it killed them? What do you mean it killed them? That's not. They had a lot of
Legal
other big-
fees for 30 years suing Harmony Gold over bullshit or defending
Being sued
themselves,
by-
actually.
Yeah.
For bullshit. You know, lawyers don't work for cookies and ice cream.
Yeah,
Yes,
even
yes,
well,
but who was the one that had to go fight with that? That was Catalyst, not Fasta.
It wasn't Catalyst. They didn't even exist back then.
Yeah, Catalyst
Yeah.
picked it up recently.
It was
No,
fast.
Catalyst picked it up 15 years ago or more.
Well,
yes,
after all
and-
Yes, and everything we're talking about happened like 30 years ago.
yeah.
Yes, that's where it
Um,
started, but that's not what killed Fasta. Fasta
It
Sorry,
killed
Bob.
FASA, dude.
I mean, old man.
It did kill FASA.
It killed FASA.
When Catalyst picked up the rights, they tried changing the art to the models, and Harmony tried suing them again for infringing on the art that was original.
Yeah.
And that's when the lawyer said, "What the fuck? I'm revoking your original claim. They have the right to go back to the original artwork," and that's why they became the re-scene instead of the on-scene.
It didn't kill Fasta because Fasta licensed.
FASA was already dead. They died in the early 90s, man.
Yeah.
Fast-
That's why you don't have that stupid game that Max loves so much. That's why
Yeah.
Shadowrun's made by freaking Fan Pro or whoever.
They ended up selling. They sold
Tops
BattleTech.
owns BattleTech,
Yeah,
actually.
they sold it to Tops and joined license with Microsoft for the video game.
And then Tops leased
Licensed.
it out to Catalyst Game Labs.
Yes.
But
Yeah,
Tops
they-
Has
got it
Catalyst
own
done
it.
anything besides that?
Like
Um,
FASA don't even own BattleTech anymore.
No. Fasta did Shadowrun. Fasta did Earthdawn.
Earthdawn.
Fasta did Renegade Legion.
Yes,
They
and,
Battle.
and
Oh,
all
yeah,
those got sold.
Yeah, they did a shit ton of stuff, and now they don't have but like one thing.
You can go to their Wikipedia page. It talks about the company being defunct. They went out
Yeah,
of business.
you can actually go to their company page, and it talks about the 1 or 2 IPs they still have.
I will
Yeah,
admit I was very
I'm sorry, I
confused
missed
for-
that. What did Catalyst have before BattleTech?
Nothing.
didn't.
Nothing.
They
I
didn't
think?
exist.
I think
That's
they were
what
set
I
up.
figured. Because you would think
Yeah.
that anybody with any experience whatsoever would not have just, screwed up so bad it almost seemed intentional.
Well,
Right.
Catalyst screwed up with their with Shadowrun and the fact that one of the guys was embezzling
What's up,
the money
Raven?
that was supposed to be paying their freelancers. That's what happened.
Yeah.
With, but see, the point is that Fasta was just holding on to IPs. Yeah, they sold the stuff off, but it's not that BattleTech is not what bankrupted them. I mean, to be fair, is look at GDW. That also went out. A lot of games just kind of folded.
EDW went out because they overextended, and then they couldn't pay their publishers.
Yeah.
just like TSR and several others.
Yeah, TSR went out due to bad management when Gary was away. The Rats were playing.
Well, Gary was not a good
Oh,
manager either, to be
They
fair.
were doing.
Oh, he wasn't the greatest manager, but the Bloom brothers drove him into the freaking ground.
and
Oh,
then
yeah.
they forced the company to be sold to what's her face.
Well, what?
Williams
Yeah,
Lorraine
because
Williams.
Gary Gygax and his wife split up, and she
Yeah.
demanded half of his stock in
Yeah.
TSR as part of the settlement.
Yeah, see, that's what killed a lot of it. That's
And then
what
she
forced Gygax
immediately
out.
turned around and sold it to the Blooms, who
Bro.
immediately bought out Gygax because they're going to fire him anyway, and
Yeah.
put Lorraine Williams in charge.
But a lot of that stuff that Lorraine Williams was doing was happening before the divorce.
Yeah,
She
because
just,
Gygax was busy
doubled
doing
down
blowing
on
hookers in LA while he was trying to get the cartoon off the ground.
it.
I will
And the
say
Blooms were
one
running
thing I
shit
don't
back in
It's a hell of a way to
Wisconsin.
get a cartoon off the ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
he
I
wanted
will
more
say
than just
one
that.
thing
He
about
There's
wanted.
Raven.
Raven,
Williams, and that's apparently she didn't allow people to play test the games because that was playing on company time.
You weren't allowed to play the game on company time. Yeah, she
Yeah.
hated gamers and was pretty
Which
vocal
is
about it.
fucking retarded. You don't want to do product testing in a
Which which
In
explains a lot
any
about
business
Sui.
venture whatsoever, Justin.
yeah. Well,
That's-
you treat it like R&D, right? Like you're literally a product development firm,
But yeah, that does explain a lot
and
about
you don't
Sui,
want
like how the
develop
people
your
who
product.
already experienced release good products, but everyone else has a lot of kinks in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this is. I mean, 2E had its thing, but a lot of it is once they pushed him out, that's part of the reason 2E came out was because they wanted to get Gygax's name off of a lot of the stuff. You
Yeah.
know, but that's also why they dropped Greyhawk and they went over to Forgotten Realms. Yeah, a lot of it was they were just trying to erase. And to be fair, a lot of them. I mean, you can see it with 5E now that they're trying to erase all those old guys. We're just starting from scratch. Like, then why are you using the name Dungeons and Dragons? You know.
Yeah.
because they don't understand what starting from scratch means.
Well, at this point, they just don't want. The problem that you have with a lot of this is also lawyers talking about, well, what rights do they have? Well, Gygax lost all of his rights for stuff. So, and I played, what was his game? It was called Mythic or whatever. You remember that one that he brought out in the 90s?
I've heard of it, but I don't remember what
I
it was
tried looking at it. It just wasn't what it needed to be. But I'll say this much. My friend talked about Gygax was a bastard when he went to Gen Con. It's like, this is my game, and this is the way you have to play it, and blah, blah, blah. And he changed his tune.
Yeah, your friend's full of shit. I talked to the guy at Gen Con. He was nice.
Which year?
88. And he signed my book that I had too.
Okay.
And I have two of his Gord the Adventurer books that have his signature in them, and he ate lunch with a buddy of ours.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying that he was, and this may have been when he was still part of TSR. It was
it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
There were short periods
Thanks,
here
Raven.
where he clearly wanted to earn money, and he realized that saying everyone can make their own thing is not the best way to make money. But he also went away with that once he was kicked out, from what I understand.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you looked at it as, when someone talks about it, when he was going on his rant about how you're not playing D&D and everything else, I was just like, so what? Because I said, well, then why did they have that in the Dungeon Master's Guide? And a lot of
Are
it, like
you
you said, is
mistaking Gygax for Jethro?
No. No. He
No,
wrote a
Gygax
rant
did a lot of this
in Dragon Magazine. I think it was number edition 65 or something about that. Talking about you're not playing my game if you do this and blah blah blah. And you're like,
What do you care? I bought your book. What the fuck do you care?
He didn't even play his game that way. Half the time he had like notes written down on a greasy old napkin.
Well, his son said that he never played with. He didn't play with. I don't think they played with weapon speed or the armor versus weapon type.
The only reason he put all that shit in the book was because he was trying to separate the game from BX, and also he was trying to make a rule set that could be used for tournament play.
Well, you know what he said? Well,
when he talks about playing the game correctly, a lot of times he's talking that way in context of tournament play.
His son said specifically he put that in for his wargamer buddies, not that he played it that way. That's
Oh,
what he
I
said.
don't doubt it. I don't
Yeah.
doubt
That
that.
sounds
He
about
did have
right.
a lot of Wargamer buddies.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I just heard his interview with the interview that they had with Luke Gygax. I guess it was a couple months ago, and he said,
Well, Luke
I didn't-
Gygax is a bitch, though. Look how quick he turned his back on Ernie. If you turn your back on your actual blood brother like that, yeah, you're a bitch. And all he does is suck up the Wizards of the Coast, even though all they do is talk shit about his dad. So you're a bitch.
Yeah, I can't believe, and I don't know what.
Because I'll tell you what, if I walked into Wizards of the Coast and they start talking shit about my pops, I would bust somebody upside the head. They'd be taking me to jail. That's what would be going on.
Yeah, if I walked into Wizards of the Coast and they started talking about James that way, I'd punch him upside the head too.
That's my boy. That's why I'm
Nice.
so proud of you.
That was good, Justin. That was good.
That's why I'm so proud of you, J Dog. See, you get a nickname now. You've earned a nickname. J Dog.
I prefer Speedy Gonzalez.
My nickname is the Wizard.
Uh,
Because when the guys on my crew found out I played D&D, they like wrote the Wizard on the back of my helmet with letters.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be a reference to like that Nintendo movie from like the 80s or 90s, like The Wizard.
yeah.
No, that wouldn't have been worse. It was
got lost
they're a
in
bunch
the
of redneck firefighters, and they were making fun of me for being a nerd. So I become the Wizard.
California. Anyway,
With the fairy, the pixie with like the little white dress and the giant nipples.
what?
Wizards, right?
He's talking about Nintendo.
Avatar, you know? His girlfriend was
No,
Pixie.
the other one.
Oh, are you talking about the one that was like first person view where you walked down the hall until you got attacked and then you fought and then you kept doing it until you died?
No, that sounds like real life. Anyway, I'm gonna head to bed.
Yeah, I'm ordering it.
Yeah, but
Take care, Dean.
FASA doesn't even have like ownership of Renegade Legion anymore. They've got like a kind of a version of it, and they don't have 1889. They've got 1879. Well, they never had that. That was GDW. But if you type in FASA games, it's a dead site.
Yeah, no, I mean I did years
got
ago,
nothing.
and what it said specifically is that it was just an IP holder. Basically,
Yeah,
all they do
they
is
got
give up.
nothing. They got no IPs.
Speaking of which, did Harmony Gold ever actually produce anything, or were they just
Yes,
sitting on
they
it?
did. They did for Robotech on the Sentinels, which made about an hour and a half, and then they got into an argument with the original animators because they were using it for their own stuff. And yeah, it was. But Harmony Gold did do that. And they were trying to do the Sentinels, and they got they got an hour and a half out. And that's about as far as they got.
They tried to do
Yeah,
a
I used
board
to have that
game,
cassette.
too. They tried to do a board game as well, but it was like it's like they put the basic box set out that had the different like Destroids and
People were only buying it.
and
People
then
were,
it vanished.
yeah, people only bought it so they could use the models in BattleTech.
Because a lot of the Destroids were almost exactly the same scale as Baltec.
Yeah,
Except they were much cooler because they were like 25 part plastic models that you could actually mold however you want, and you know,
Kind of like the Robotech game that came out on Kickstarter that was the ultimate nightmare of Kickstarters.
yeah, that's the one we're talking about.
Yeah. Some of those.
I've got it. Actually got it up in the studio. Never put
Except the
together-
Oscouts are too big and the Marauder is too big. But
I thought that was with Palladium.
No, Palladium did it, but Harmony Gold, I think, stripped them of the IP.
Yeah, like halfway
bad
through.
because of that it went so badly.
Harmony Gold is very litigious. And then West End Games, they failed because they invested all of their money into importing Italian shoes that were very fancy.
Oh, geez, really?
What?
Uh-huh. And they didn't sell any of them, so they were forced to go out of business, and they lost the Star Wars license. And that was the end of Star Wars D6.
There's diversifying.
They were
And then there's
diversifying into
over
a shoe business.
diversifying.
Yep, a shoe business with incredibly expensive Italian leather shoes.
And anybody that knows the shoe business knows you diversify into cheap women's shoes.
Right, like $1 or $5 female shoe stores, right?
At the mall.
At the mall. No, they went the other way and they lost everything.
Do you know what I'm referencing?
Al
Mallrats.
Bundy.
Al Bundy.
Al Bundy, oh yeah. I can't put your hoof in this. So they released.
I'll have to send you an Al Bundy, the greatest speech ever, where he's at the dentist.
No.
I just watched it. I'll send it to you guys later.
Okay. They released 3 different hardbound books that were Dice 6 games, 3 or 4, and they're all open source. So it's like you've got like Dice 6 Fantasy, Dice 6 Space, Dice 6 Adventure, I think. And they're all open source. So they're basically telling you do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, which is a good policy to have.
So it's like whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And if you like Star Wars Dice 6 and just play Dice 6 Space and make up your own shit, you know.
Give me a minute. I have to find the Toonie.
But I've already got all the D6 Star Wars books.
That's
Did
actually
you
pretty
play that?
impressive. But
Oh yeah, how game companies go out of business. It's like so stupid. It's like the stupidest shit ever.
you know, it's so much of it. Yeah,
It's almost like they all go to LA and start doing a lot of hookers and blow.
Well, that's one way to ensure that your wife divorces you and takes half your stocks. And then you're screwed. But
I will keep that in mind.
he and his wife had a weird relationship with Errol Otis, who at one point sculpted and painted a statue of Gary Gygax's wife, but topless as a pirate. Because apparently Errol Otis had like a mad crush on the first Miss Gygax, who, if you've ever looked Gail Gygax up, was quite the hottie. When she was young, she was pretty smoking. Yep, see? There goes Doc. He's like, I gotta look up. Look her up.
I was trying to figure out where Heidi Gygax fits in all this. You know,
Or is Gail the new wife?
I'm such a gamer nerd. I'm wondering where I can get the mini.
See, right now, oh, it wasn't a mini. It was like a gigantic ass statue. It was like 4 feet tall. But I'm looking at a picture now where Gygax is like super young and he's standing next to his wife, and she is pretty much smoking. For a fact, she's hot. And Errol Otis had like the biggest crush on her, and he'd always like draw nudes of her and shit like that. And for some reason, Gary was okay with it. He'd just be like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." Now, the only good thing Luke did is he did get a lot of that bullshit released so that Castles and Crusades could start remaking it. So that's good. Oh, there's a picture of Elise Gygax. I mean,
Who's
Gary
Elise
had like
Gygax?
kids or some shit. I forget exactly how many kids he had, but he had a lot. Like 5 or 6, I think.
well, you know, they talk about Heidi Gygax being one of the first, you know, to play test, you know, with them doing that too.
Holy shit, I typed in Heidi Gygax and it's like a picture of a woman like with a penis in her mouth. That is not the Heidi
Raven.
Gygax I was
Raven. Go, one second. Raven, quick. Google Heidi Gygax.
Yeah, that was weird because I was like, wait. If that's really her, then damn. That can't actually be her.
No, not unless she's in her 50s.
I mean, you know. Let's that definitely is Heidi Gygax in the search bar. What is going on? Has somebody took over my computer and perverted it?
Heidi Gygax.
Russian hackers.
Freaking Russian hackers.
Well, speaking of fake Russian hackers, who is that? Oh God, what the hell is his name? That little like 3 foot tall munchkin guy that worked for Bill Clinton.
Are you talking about Stephanopoulos?
No, what the hell is his name? The even
Nice,
shorter
Owen,
one,
nice.
even smaller one.
You're talking about the labor secretary. I know who you're
Yeah.
referring to. Robert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
No,
got
it's
caught
not
with a
Eichmann. It's something else. But yeah.
He got caught with a bunch of kitty porn on his computer, and he
Yeah.
blew it off his.
What is going on
Russian
with my
hackers.
computer?
And that never went anywhere.
Are you spelling Heidi Heidi?
Yeah,
Okay. Are you spelling Gygax Gygax?
of course.
Okay, because
And her last name is Garland. It's Heidi Gygax Garland.
Don't type in Garland. Just type in Heidi Gygax.
You know what? I think I might have her on Messenger, to be honest.
Oh well.
Hold on. That sounds really
can't
familiar.
be, super cool like you.
Heidi Gygax Garland, yeah. Trip out.
Yeah. Gaxland.
Because I got on
Late
Google
Geneva.
anyway. On Google, I immediately got her. And,
Heidi Gygax in the Tomb of Horrors. All right, so she is the co-owner, author, and editor of Gygax something or other, and the third child of E. Gary Gygax. The third, damn. And apparently she runs something called Gaxland.
yeah.
So there is that. Gary Gygax's wife.
Because I definitely did not get any pornographic stuff when I looked it up.
Yeah, it was weird. When I redid it the second time, I didn't either, but the first time I did.
Yeah, she was just
Maybe
on
you got a typo.
like a day
And
or
it was
two
only like
with her
one
husband.
picture. Like all the other pictures were like game related pictures, but that one picture. And I was like, what?
Was something a typo or something?
Or Russian hackers. I don't know.
That's
I mean,
racist. We
my
all know they're
computer's
Ukrainian.
acting up
Yeah, those are
anyway
people
because
of
it
color,
said
not
that
people.
like I don't actually have like group chat or anything.
What do you mean group chat? Like,
You know how you can see people like chatting?
Yeah.
I can't.
what? Where?
On the side of the like where we are, where all the people's little words are going by.
Yeah, over there.
Yeah, for me it's blank.
Interesting.
That's very odd.
Yep, I got a yellow thing that said restart the page, and then,
Yeah, that comes up every now and then.
and then everything went away.
Restream recently upped its sensitivity to people's incoming thing, so that's their warning because of that. So it's very weird.
A sensitivity to incoming things, you say?
Yeah, well, like your feed. Because it used to be whenever we had Raven on, she would be super grainy, and about a week ago that changed.
Mm.
And then that stability warning. So it dropped all halfway through a sentence. I'm assuming he did that deliberately. James is weird that way.
Well, let's be honest. Almost all the game companies that existed in the 1980s went defunct or sold out.
Yeah. Well, they were managed by amateurs who tried to overextend, right? So,
It's not just that. The problem is that you can only produce so many books until people stop buying, and then that's why you have to keep doing the
Hey,
new
James,
editions.
can you turn your camera on so I know it's you?
yeah.
I mean, that's what happens to a lot of that. Is that's just
Mhm. Uh,
You there, James?
Oh, yeah, that's him.
yeah. You can shut your camera back off now.
Yeah, I like Pinochet it better anyway.
Yeah, it's just so we know you're not.
So we
You're
know
not.
it's you.
Yeah,
Not
you're
Felix.
not Felix or any of his aliases.
Or
I'm a
what-
little jealous. I have no stalkers. Justin has stalkers.
Well, apparently I
Mildly
have one
competent
too.
ones.
If you quote Raven, this ass munch just opened an account with my picture from Facebook.
Like
Yeah, he wants me to follow him. That's why.
I have the opposite of stalkers. I have
Restraining orders?
people who see me join a chat and they just leave.
Oh, shut up.
You want to sit down? 'Cause I got to use the restroom.
No, I need to take a shower.
Like, here's the example. Nerd's Nerd. She dropped in and 49 minutes ago and said, hey, all. And then as soon as you invited me in, boom, gone.
I blocked him, so he won't be here tonight unless he comes on at some other thing, which is weird because apparently he's been stalking us for a couple of months. I'm going to have to go change some settings tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's weird being hated just because I make people question their sexuality.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure Felix has absolutely no questions.
Oh, well, no, that's Justin's. That's Justin's. He don't want no part of this. I'm too old. He likes Justin's sweet 38-year-old self.
Don't you
At least
forget
that's what
it,
he
Willis.
said, ain't it? You look good
Yeah.
for 38, man. Handsome.
Yeah. Don't you forget it, Willis. Don't you forget it.
It's all about the
Did you just shake a chicken wing bone at me?
Yeah.
right. It's all
Keep your
about the
bone
cake.
put up somewhere.
No, in Haiti, that's like cause for war.
Yeah. Are you
No,
trying
it's gotta be this
to
side.
you on me? I mean, I know you live in that same neighborhood as Snow from Informer.
Yeah,
trying to do
and this
that
chicken
Jamaican
bone
voodoo
fall
shit?
apart. It's been saturated in super glue.
Just because you stabbed a guy down the lane,
I already did it like 8-9 times.
and then they took you to the station and looked up your bum.
No, nobody ever looked at my bum hole.
Well, according to the song, that's what happened to him.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Run,
The song Informer.
run, and son, run and son.
Okay.
Running son. Why does SAS? I keep thinking like Special Air Service.
Yeah,
I'm like,
shadow and son.
you know, there's room in here. We should get Raven in here.
Yeah,
This place needs.
I think she was
class.
already invited. She just hasn't. She just didn't want to show up.
We need
I'll
someone
send
to
her
class
the
this
link.
place up.
I'll send you the link. Shadow is probably incompetent and sent her like the wrong one or something.
Yeah, the first link I clicked on from Shadow, it was just a black screen.
Yeah.
So I was like, this can't be right.
Oh.
Raven's link chat history for me is just restream link, restream link, restream link, restream link, restream link.
Oh, so obviously Raven is like, hey, Justin, go get effed.
No. It's just
She's
every time I
classier
chat.
than that. Raven would be all like, hey, Justin, go play in traffic, kid.
What do you mean? She often asks me for the link to my show,
She's all like,
Paper plates.
and that's my show.
she's like, don't bring your kids in here. Kids don't watch this. Leave them outside.
Is there something I want to do once I'm in the shower?
To be hit by a
They'll be in
car.
the big wooden thing by the water machine.
Because if
The
you
big
mess with
wooden
me,
thing.
I will
Yeah,
cut
Raven, you want to pop in? You know, you got the link.
I just resent it to her, so she
I will
definitely
cut
has
you
it.
with a linoleum knife.
Ooh, that's got a hook on it.
It does.
It's all like
That's the
this.
song from Mastodon. Linoleum knife. That's an actual song.
I like the ones. Oh, where's my? I like the ones that that go on here. You can buy linoleum replacements for this,
Yeah,
and it's got a hook in here.
right,
Oh, in here.
right.
So you can use them on your knife.
So you keep that laying around so you can pull the blade out when you're chopping a line or whatever, like you're going to do a bump.
No.
Oh,
Don't do drugs. Drugs
Drugs
are
are
bad.
bad. Jinx. Jinx.
drugs are bad, but coke gets shit done.
It's not the stuff I need that to get done that much.
Well, you
There's
probably.
nothing.
We don't need you pulling a John Candy on us. We've lost enough Canadians to coke.
Specifically Canadian fat people.
I wasn't going to say anything about that.
I respect people pointing that I'm fat.
I
One
don't.
day I might think of not being fat, and then I'll laugh at myself and eat a cheese pizza. Because cheese pizza is diet pizza.
But we've already lost to John Candy. And I don't know. The other one in Tommy Boy, was he from Canada too?
Chris Farley?
Chris
Yeah.
Farley? I think so.
I don't
If
think
not
so. either.
Detroit or something like that.
And of course, Norm MacDonald, the greatest Canadian of all time. If not the greatest North American of all time.
Chris Farley.
No, Norm MacDonald.
Oh no, I was being lazy and Googling it.
Oh.
But you spoke for the racist. That's Chris Farley again.
Actually, just the greatest human being of all time, maybe. Norm. At least he's up there for like normal average humans. He's definitely up there.
Easy top 100.
Top 5. I'm not counting like Jesus.
I just never
'cause he's
really
half
liked
of
it,
a
to be
god.
honest.
Oh my God, Omanau.
Hey, you know what? If you want groupthink, I'm not the guy for you.
What? You're wrong.
I don't want groupthink. I want think.
Yeah, I did.
You're
He wasn't that funny. I'm sorry.
Norm MacDonald?
Yeah.
Are you insane? Norm MacDonald's one of the funniest people to ever breathe air.
Yeah. Yep.
It's like a universal truth. It's like every other comedian thinks Norm MacDonald was smarter than or funnier than they are.
So what? That just means that a lot of them aren't that funny.
When Dave Chappelle says Norm MacDonald's the funniest man to ever live, you're going to argue that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Woman.
What's
All
that?
right. Okay.
I'm sorry. If it's an opinion, either you can't argue an opinion.
Yes,
Well,
you
you
can
can't.
argue an opinion. You can argue facts, though.
Give me a fact.
Chris
Other-
Farley.
MacDonald, the funniest man of all time.
I'm
Yeah.
supposed to believe what other people tell me.
Yeah,
And-
Norm MacDonald is the funniest man ever, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong. Purely.
If I'm not laughing, he's not that funny.
You're
It's 'cause
supposed to believe what other people have told you. Everything you know, literally in your entire life, someone told you.
Yeah.
No,
Yes.
no,
Yes.
no.
You learned engineering by yourself.
Yeah,
You
you
learn
just
to
scared
engineer
it.
by seeing what actually occurs because it's science.
Yeah, but people tell you to pay attention to those things. Otherwise, you'd be
Yeah, you
learning
were
it from
sitting
the
in a
class.
class. There was a professor.
Yes, but you said everything, and I said no. What you're saying is you learned a lot from other people. That is correct.
Yeah.
99% of what you know, you learned from people telling you shit.
A lot of it's based off of experience, which means that someone's not telling you. It's also based off of what you see with your eyes.
Yeah. I think you're using weasel words there.
Yeah.
No. He's trying to do this and saying that he's pulling it back. Well,
Well, all we need to know is that Norm MacDonald is the funniest person to ever exist.
Okay,
That's really all you need to know.
I think I know how to settle this. Omen,
Yes.
who do you think is the funniest comedian ever?
I love Jonathan Winters for watching this stuff when I was a little kid. It just got me rolling and tears coming down my eyes.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I mean,
I
to
don't
be
even know who that person is.
well, he's a lot older than a lot of them in there. But I mean, I watch
Is he still alive?
Norm MacDonald or Saturday Night Live and a lot of his other stuff, and it's like, okay, you aren't getting it. I much prefer Rowan Atkinson over Norm MacDonald.
I'm not a super fan of Ron Atkinson, so.
You don't have to be. I'm just saying. But if you're trying
That's
to,
not
even know
how
who
this
that
argument
is.
works, bro. You need to
Really?
actually make a point. You need to argue your case. Vehemently and without logic.
You don't need to
You
argue.
know what? Here's logic. Who do I
No,
laugh at
I said
more?
vehemently and without logic.
Well.
Okay.
It's you're trying to say someone's funny. Like if I'm not laughing at his joke, he's not that funny.
You know,
Well, there's other
you know why that is, though?
explanations, Omen, but I like you, so I'm not gonna, throw any of
I
those.
still
out.
think you need to be tasered for
Red
that. though.
Skeleton was funny, Crafty Gamer.
Yeah, but isn't that a surprising pick from Crafting? No shade on you, Crafting. Just I would have never picked that being your favorite.
Red Skeleton's best role was in Beastmaster.
He was in Beastmaster?
He was in Beastmaster?
I thought he played the main evil. No, that was Rip Torn.
that's- Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, what?
That's Rip Torn.
That would have been interesting casting, though.
Well, Rip Torn
Yeah.
was a comedian. Wasn't
I
he, right?
propose.
Well,
I
Rick Torn, he played the guy from Dodgeball.
I've got to go.
Uh oh.
Cake must have arrived.
They finally come for him.
No, he got the call that he's got to go downstairs to meet up with his partner to go do the job.
Okay.
That's it.
Be back in a while.
Whatever it is, he's left
You
his.
don't want to know.
Well, I mean, he's left his camera on, so either he's going to be back real quick, or
It'd be hilarious if, like, his girlfriend come walking through the house half naked. I'd be like,
I've been meaning to
"Dustin,
ask
we all
about
saw
her.
your girlfriend.
He never talks about her.
She exists.
Jeez.
I'd be like, Justin, your girlfriend had her tatas hanging out, and we all saw it.
We should just say that anyways.
Oh. And Omenow, do you know why you don't think Norm Macdonald is funny?
Because he's
You
not.
don't get it. Because you don't get it. It's like people who don't like Blade Runner. It's a movie that's too smart for them.
No, even if you do get it, you just don't find it funny.
Nope. You just don't.
Yeah,
get
I didn't find Blade Runner funny at all.
Yeah.
Now you're just being an asshole.
No. I don't
No,
find
it-
a lot of the
Look
jokes
what happened to my camera?
that funny.
No, I'm a
like,
blonde.
okay.
Come on, it's a blonde joke.
That's what I told Max when Max is like, I didn't like Blade Runner. It's too slow. And I said, that just means
Not true. Daryl Hannigan shot was hilarious.
You know, that just means you're
Yeah.
stupid.
That's
You
true.
didn't get it.
You were right. That was funny.
And Norm Macdonald
I still laugh just
jokes.
thinking about
Next time you watch Norm Omenow, pay attention. He's telling
did.
3 jokes.
I have watched his stuff. Okay,
He's
I felt
telling
like I was
3
going up with
jokes. Every time he tells a joke, he's telling 3.
Mhm.
it. Okay, so what?
If you don't notice the other 2, then you're going to think, well, what am I even looking at? But if you're a person of supreme intellect and you get those other 2 jokes, thus the macro and the micro humor involved in what he does, then you'll say, damn, that guy's funny.
Even when I get the multiple levels, I don't find him that funny.
I think you just hate white people.
The fact that
Hey, James, that's funny.
Well, I really had nothing else to say. I was like,
I have to question that result. That's a rational argument. We're totally
like when in doubt,
prohibited
like,
from making rational
accuse
arguments.
the
No,
person
it's
of
just be
racism.
racist. The fact that Omen laughed at that is got to be some sort of credit given to the great Norm Macdonald for teaching James such a great sense of humor.
Right? Because when in doubt, just accuse the other person of being a racist or a fascist, and then you automatically win.
I love that when he's sitting there. He's sitting.
I
in
learned that
one
on Twitter.
I like that one. The one time he's sitting there with Sarah Silverman and what's that guy? Sandberg.
Oh, and he calls the Lonely Island Band Sandberg and those 2 other guys.
No. He's talking about not being able to go back because he'll be caught in the mesmerizing gaze of Hitler. Look at him. Oh,
He's like, because they're talking about if you could go back in the past, would you kill Hitler? And he's like, I'm afraid I'd go back and like he'd start talking, and I'd just get caught up in it. Oh man, this guy's awesome. And then the Arabic guy said something. He called him an acid tongue Arab. You are an acid tongue Arab. And then what's her name made fun of his sweatpants, and he's like, "Oh yeah, like I haven't heard that 100 times today," because he really did hate her. He
Sarah
really
Silverman.
despised her. Sarah Silverman, Norman
Oh,
Down despised her.
He should
Anybody
be
with a
sent just for
soul
hating.
despised
Oh,
her.
that's why you had to go running. Is that jalapenos and pepperoni on a pizza? Oh my god!
2 kinds of pepperoni.
Oh my
I
goodness!
thought there was only one kind.
No.
No,
Good.
there's
They're
cured
all-
pepperoni. There's uncured pepperoni. I
There's
mean,
the what is the Italian one just for the little pepperoni spices or whatever they're called?
oh yeah, man. I wouldn't have went with jalapenos though. I would have went with banana peppers.
I normally do that. I want something slightly different.
I got you. I dig
You're
it.
making me freaking hungry.
Oh, I've got some Mexican food still in the fridge. I didn't eat all my food from earlier.
We had tacos tonight, but for some reason, after like 2, I was like stuffed.
And
I
then
am
you
on
had
a new
explosive
diet.
diarrhea.
No, I'm just on a new diet, so I'm not eating as much of anything anymore. And I like forced the third one down. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm stuffed, and I shouldn't be hungry now because it's after 10 o'clock. But now I am, and I want.
That's
pizza.
when I do all my best eating.
I ate a lot today, man.
I didn't eat hardly anything today, and I think that's my problem because then, like 2 o'clock rolls around and I'm starving. I'm like, I shouldn't be eating. It's 2 o'clock, but yet I'm not ever going to go to sleep because I'm starving.
I had the sausage on the bread with the mustard, cheese, and relish when I was on your show earlier. Remember?
Yeah.
And then when I got off that, I had a bowl of ramen.
Here's a good joke. The quote is, I don't really care for sex. I find it embarrassing and dull exercise. I prefer sports where you can win.
Ouch.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. And he always referred to his wife as a dirty dog. You dirty dog. Yeah. I prefer sports where you can win. Of course, he lost like almost all of his money gambling.
Who is this?
Norm MacDonald.
Oh yeah.
You know, with Hitler, the more I learn about that guy, the more I don't really care for him. Yeah, that was a Norm quote. The more I learned about him, the more I don't really care for him. Of course, he would invite Jewish people onto his late night show and then tell them that his co-host was a Holocaust denier. Even though his co-host was Jewish. Like he had Larry King on one night and was just fucking with him endlessly. And Larry King was just sitting there like not knowing what to do. And Norm was just like being Norm. But this is when he knew he had like, you know, he was dying of prostate cancer. So his ability to give F's had completely left the building. And he was just, you know, doing crazy ass shit. And Larry King was taking him serious and he was just fucking with him, man. It was like the funniest shit you ever saw.
Have you guys ever heard the story of when Norm was supposed to be getting ready for an episode of SNL, and he was going to do a Rod Serling, you know, the Twilight Zone intro?
Yeah.
Have you heard that story?
Yeah.
No.
It's a good story though.
That was the moment that I knew that this guy was awesome. He had it down so much that he was, you know, obviously trolling Chris Kattan, because as soon as he saw him getting all freaking, you know, worked up that he wasn't, you know, fully doing the Rod Serling, that he just, you know, played more into it, and then just walks out and freaking nails it.
Have you ever seen him like on Conan when he was on there with the one chick and she's trying to pitch her movie and he's just effing with the movie the whole time?
No.
She's
I
like,
never
I'm
really
in this
watched Conan.
movie with Carrot Top. And he's like, oh yeah, what's it called? And she's like, chairman of the board. And Norm's all like, I bet the board is spelled B-O-R-E-D. And Conan's like, Norm, she's trying to sell the movie. She's in it. And he's like, oh, I'm sure she's wonderful in it. It's just like, he's just like effing with this movie the whole time, right? And it's like,
Yeah.
and people were just like somebody'd say something, and then Conan would just stare at him and be like, "We're waiting, freak. What you got?" And Norm would say some crazy ass shit. Like, oh my god.
Speaking of Rod Serling, I just watched a thing on Night Gallery and how
yeah?
most of the paintings were
Loth?
lost. They lost
Oh.
most of the paintings from Night Gallery.
Not surprised.
Yeah.
I'm
You know,
just-
it amazes me
They
on
were
how
all
much they
original
did-
for each episode.
on how much. I mean, look, even with TSR when it went out of business, all the stuff that they were getting rid of.
Oh yeah, they were throwing original prints and shit in the dumpsters.
Yeah,
that's
Like
From,
some of the people
sacrilege.
actually went down and were pulling like original like
like Elmore was pulling his
Carol
original
Ovis
stuff
all
out.
that shit out of the
Yeah.
dumpsters. It's like, yeah.
Can
Well,
you
what-
imagine if you were one of the guys who scored some of that crap?
I
Well,
actually,
a lot of them were actually the like Larry Elmore and stuff. They were scoring their own
Elmore.
stuff.
Do you know what makes Elmore an awesome human being?
He
Born
likes
and raised in
McDonald's.
Kentucky.
Which, I thought it was because he actually like with
Nope.
Max saying that he actually went over and gave him some stuff.
He's from the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, and he posted the reject modernity, embrace tradition thing. And people got mad at him. Metzer did that too, and people got mad at him. But they keep calling Metzer a racist, but I don't think he cares. Frank Metzer. And then Moldvay quit D&D to go into some occult bullshit, and I don't know what Cook did. I think he worked on Star Frontiers, is what Zeb Cook did.
No, Zeb Cook was also one of the lead designers for second edition.
Right, but he worked on Star Frontiers. That's why it's called
Yeah.
Zebulon's Guide to the Universe.
Oh yeah, but I thought was weird was they said, I saw the interview with him that they had. He's like, yeah, it's not the game I did. They just put my name on it. After
Right. Right. And then Drawmage was Jim Ward, and that was a personal Gygax friend, and he played a wizard in the home game, and so he got a spell. Drawmage is whatever.
Instant summons.
Yeah.
I think there might be another one
as
as well.
Let me see here. Gamma World. Who made this? This game was made by James Ward and David James Ritchie. And that makes sense since James Ward originally did Metamorphosis Alpha.
Mm-hmm.
They were
Which is
basically the
basically
same
Gamma
game.
World, but in a gigantic red dwarf starship.
Yeah, I just read Metamorphosis Alpha like 2 weeks ago. I don't know. I know people say it's the same game and whatnot, but
It's okay for you to say you don't like it because I didn't like it, and I bought the one that's the size of a phone book.
yeah,
That detailed every room on every deck, and then I gave it away because
Yeah,
I was like, this
it
sucks.
was something of the Warden.
The Warden.
It wasn't that. It was just
Castles and Crusades, I think, talked me into buying that shit for like $80.
yeah. Bruce Lombardo, he was really big on it as well. But I'm like, a book like that just for me, that big a book just takes all the fun of being a GM out of the equation. It's like, well, all I need is freaking GPT to freaking run it now, and I'll just run through it, I want to do some creating, plus I don't like the idea of
Justin knows a computer program that'll run D&D for you if you ask it.
I don't like all the mystery taken out of it.
It was just weirdly incongruent.
AI Dungeon won't run D&D
Well, it runs
exactly,
something.
but you can play like adventures.
Yeah, AI Dungeon Master or whatever. Yeah,
It's just dungeon.
Yep.
AI
And
dungeon.
you run around and then you die,
Yeah.
pretty much.
That doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun.
It can
So-
be. It can be.
It's what happens.
You can
No, I just mean
play
the impersonal aspect to it. You know what I mean?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the dying in dungeons part.
Oh no. That if you can't if there's no chance of that, then there's no chance of all the things that made the game fun back in the day.
Shadow,
told
may
you,
I
I
ask you a
stopped
question?
Sure.
Omenow and his video game. I swear to God, he eats more McDonald and he's got his video game up too loud.
What's
Hey,
the question, James?
Omenow, I used to think you were a beautiful human being. I'm starting to question that now.
And it's got nothing to do with the video game.
No,
Well,
I
I was
don't
thinking-
mean
I
his
was just thinking he put
personality. I
his
meant like
glasses on.
physically. I thought he looked like the bad guy in 300.
Or the bad guy in John Carter?
No. Oh, yeah. The
The
third.
Holy Thurn, yeah.
But anyway, have you at all read Baptism of Fire at all?
No, I have not.
Have you watched any of my videos about it at all?
I've watched almost all of them.
Have you figured out what class you would play if you did play a class?
I'd have to play an Inquisitor
So,
or
Holy
Witch
Warrior
Hunter.
or
What?
Witch Hunter?
Witch Hunter.
Yeah, Witch Hunters are cool, man. It's like you could be the Witcher, except without playing the Witcher game, which is not a very good game.
Right, and if I want to play The Witcher, I'll just go read Elric of Melbourne.
it's nothing. You think that it's one of the same? It's not. I mean,
It doesn't
sounds
have to
me
be
like
the same.
somebody's been listening to Razor Fist, and
If
Razor
someone
Fist
has
is
listened to
not
that.
wrong.
Goes off.
I don't always agree with Razor, but when he was going over all the similarities, I had this experience with the TV show Simon and Simon. It was actually based on my former bosses, and when they eventually sued CBS, and they went through the list, and I was there seeing all of the similarities, which included me as being played by they created a character about me in the TV show when I was a young kid playing Dungeons and Dragons, and I'd run away from home, and they put that into the episode. I was just like, yeah, after so many similarities, like in the hundreds, you can't deny it.
I don't find anything similar, to be honest. Having I'm listening through the last 1,400 pages of
Really?
yeah, it's not the it may be superficially, but it's not the
Well, it's like this when we as GMs, borrow from our inspirations, we have to tweak quite a bit, and I could see the tweaking. Let's put it that way.
yeah, but I don't see it because this doesn't have to deal. Now to be fair, in a lot of this is a lot of it's come from so much of the fantasy is all intertwined for so much of the stuff that I'm sorry. No, I didn't see anything similar between the two for the most part. Other than the fact that it has a little bit here, but to me it was very superficial. If you're going to argue that.
This may be blasphemous, but I think Michael Moorcock is one of the worst writers ever.
I didn't care for it.
You think he's one of the
all these,
worst?
like modern colloquialisms, and it just
Not
bugs
the
crap
worst,
out of me.
but I read the first Elric book, and I was like, yeah, this is kind of trash.
It gets better.
I mean, I
like-
appreciate the character and kind of the space it fills. But
Yeah, I mean, I just like I said, I didn't find it that great.
You guys are too kind.
I finally looked up Chris Farley. He was born in Madison, Wisconsin.
Oh, okay. Well,
I forgot I
close
was doing that.
it may as well be Canadian.
Close enough. That's close enough to Canadian.
Canada Light.
That's just-
Canada South.
Maybe his style wasn't to your liking, but what I liked about Moorcock the most, because I've read a lot of his work, was the subject matter itself. He went and did things and chose characters and places and things that were just way out there. You know what I mean?
The problem, Shadow, is I have read every Lovecraft thing 20 times over.
Okay.
So Moorcock is tame as shit to me. Nothing he did is interesting.
I don't know, man. The whole
The
Stormbringer
fleshy
was
dungeon that he had to sneak through to get the sword and all that is like, who cares?
Oh.
Shoggoths are worse.
Yeah.
You ever read At the Mountain of Madness? Yeah. Get a hold of that.
He's going
I've
to be.
read everything Lovecraft
going to
wrote
be.
except I read everything Lovecraft wrote except his letters, and I'm working on trying to get some of those books that have them all.
Right.
Just the a lot of his takes, the things that he created, the monsters, the bad guys, even Elric himself. I wasn't a big fan of him as much as Moonglum and some of the other characters that were in the story. It was like one of those stories where it was the Little Johns and the Friar Tucks were more interesting than the Robin Hood for me.
I don't know. I think and other people can have their opinions. And just let me say this: I think the problem is before I ever read Moorcock, I'd already read R.E. Howard, I'd already read Lovecraft, I'd already read Fritz Lieber. You know what I mean? I'd already read like all of those guys.
I
So
don't
by
believe
the time
you.
I got around to Moorcock, it was like, yeah.
But James, I don't believe you when you say you don't want more cock.
That was a good one. I wish I did. I got that angry Irish inch, man. I mean, I got to slam it harder. They won't even know I'm there. And now that all the women are making their vaginas numb with their vibrators, I mean, I'm doomed. Doomed, I say. I'll have to when I'm done, I'll have to punch them in the head so they'll at least know I'm finished. But anyway, you see what I'm saying though, Shadow? Like if I'd read Moorcock when I was like 15, I might have been like really super impressed with it. But I read Moorcock like 2 years ago. And I've already, been exposed to
hundreds of other authors.
Frank Herbert and frickin' the guy that did Empire of the East, Fred Saberhagen.
I'm not a big fan, not a big Dune fan. What'd you read of Saberhagen?
Empire of the East and the Sword Chronicles.
Oh, okay. I read the Sword Chronicles, but I started with the Berserker series.
Berserker series was pretty good too, but if you have not read Empire of the East, you really owe it to yourself to read it.
Let me write that down in my notes.
And it's Gamma World related because it's in the future where everyone thinks there's no technology, but he has to seek out the elephant. And the elephant turns out to be a big tank with an elephant painted on the side of the turret.
It's called Empire of the East?
Empire of the East. Yeah, because this nice little man rules everything from like Disney World or, Orlando. Except he's not a nice little man. He's a sorcerer that controls demons.
Oh.
And he's busy invading what's left of the West, California, which is a cluster of islands off the coast of the mainland, because after the major war, most of it kind of crumbled.
Did you ever read Lustbader's Daishan, and I forget what the other one was, which was also a Gamma World-esque story?
I don't know.
I think one of Kuntz's first books was that way.
Who?
You don't know Dean Kuntz?
Oh no, I didn't hear you. Is what I said.
Okay.
Oh.
I literally couldn't. You were like
Justin's getting all the messages.
No, that was me.
Oh.
What the fuck?
It's going on 1:30. I gotta get up a little early, so I'm gonna let you guys.
No worries, brother.
Party on, man.
Thanks for showing up. I think I'm getting messages on Discord.
I sent somebody messages earlier.
No, I just got 7, 8. What did
On
Felix find me on Discord?
I did not actually give out your Discord link earlier because I saw that guy popped in. So I scratched that idea.
Who in the hell sends everybody all these messages on Discord?
Yeah, usually Discord is dead on the weekends.
Yeah, it's like all I do is ever upload memes and shit.
I sent you a few, James.
Once Friday rolls,
some things.
or is this? You know what? It could be Grim. he also has a habit of sending me like 15 messages when he could just send me one long text.
You mean Grim Jim?
No, Grim to see.
Oh, I was gonna say if it's Grim Jim, ask him why he told me he's going to be on my show and he ain't been on yet.
No, it's not that either. It's got to be Discord, but I'm not seeing anything on Discord.
British person.
Yeah, you're way too nice sometimes, James. There are a couple folks that I would never have a kind word for, but you always seem to be able to do that.
Oh, I'm a really nice person.
I don't believe you.
When you get like ask my brother. Once you get past my hard bastardy shell, I'm very soft on the
Hard bastard shit.
There's just nothing but bastard underneath. Small
That's
penis.
what
bastard,
Hungar
too.
would say. He would say, "I am a chewy nougat bastardy sinner surrounded by a bastardy shell." No, but I'm actually pretty nice. It's just my sense of humor is so
Non-existent.
non-traditional that sometimes people think I'm being insulting when I'm joking, and it does cause issues occasionally with because I don't think the same way other people do.
With me, there's certain lines, and if a person has already crossed that line, there's not I feel like there's nothing I can do. Other people, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but some of those people, you have given them the benefit of the doubt, whereas I can't see myself doing so.
I give everybody the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I think it's a waste of time.
I mean, I understand you would feel that way, and I'm not saying you're necessarily 100% wrong. But I mean, you may as well.
I'm just too lazy to give people benefits.
Hey,
And
at least you don't
strongly
call them
doubt that.
bennies.
Yeah, that's the one reason I don't think I could ever enjoy playing Savage Worlds. Is that
The reason I can't my reason's actually simpler. Every time I hear about Savage Worlds, I hear about things like Deadlands, Rifts, and I'm like, oh wait, I've already got those games. You know what I mean? It's like, why
yeah,
am I
and you've
playing
got the
your
better
version?
version of Deadlands anyway. Just play it.
Yeah,
You got
yeah.
the like yellowy orange books where you got draw
right here,
cards to make the characters and
right,
stuff.
right here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just play that. That's better.
It's I really have a kind of a problem with people trying to reinvent the wheel when the wheel was so good that you want to try to reinvent it in the first place. How about actually give it a chance before you decide you need to completely rewrite it? It's like there's a reason it's sold and got your attention. Why don't you go check it out and see what was so good about it? As opposed to just go and flip through and go, oh, I see the art, I know everything. Now I'm going to rewrite it.
Well, no.
Yeah, but that's not. I mean, you're oversimplifying a lot of it, which is
Yeah.
it's like, well, someone did this. Let me try doing it slightly different, so I don't have to infringe on their copyright. And I'm okay with trying different systems for stuff. Because I actually like letting.
But literally, like for example, Deadlands. What was so bad about it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Never played it.
It was perfect.
I don't. That's. I don't know.
And
how
then
to
they
compare it.
created a war game that was called like I forget what it's called, but it was the Deadlands war game.
Was it have the word Exodus in it?
No, it was an actual where you had miniature skirmish game and you played in Western Town and had
Because there's
shootout.
another game that's very similar,
And
it's
they
like
took
something
the
Exodus.
rules from that war game, and that's what becomes Savage War.
War game.
War game.
Yeah. No, I'm talking to the machine again.
Oh, like with like miniatures and little Western buildings and whatever,
Which has
right?
got to be a hell of a lot of fun.
Oh, you would think it would be, because if you look at Savage Worlds, you can see that it was a war game. You can literally, like at the back of the book where it's got the templates for like how big a grenade explodes and a flamethrower template and all that sort of thing. I mean, it's a war game, but then you could make it a role-playing game, obviously, right? But like Savage Worlds pissed me off when they rewrote Deadlands, and they decided that they went back in time using a ghost rock powered time machine, and they stopped the Confederacy from ever existing. So in the new Deadlands, there are no Confederates.
Yeah, when you start retconning stuff like that, that pisses me off.
Doesn't it occur? Doesn't it stand to reason that if you do something like that, you're literally going to disenfranchise like half of the original fans to begin with?
They're not trying to go for the original fans. They're trying to go for all new people.
They're trying to get new fans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That stupid freaking Highlander.
That was the video I was telling you about.
I know. I see it.
I said I would send it to you.
Scotsmen are the worst, too. They're like the lowest of the low.
You're wrong.
They got conquered by the English.
Even the French didn't get conquered by the
So
English.
the English. And what are you talking about?
I'm talking about Scotland got conquered by a bunch of effete
No. Omanau. The French got conquered by England several times.
No.
As a matter
England
of
still
fact, it was the
exists.
opposite. I mean, the
Yeah, that
Normans
happened
came
too.
from France.
That happened as well.
Even though they were Vikings by way of Normandy.
The French suck.
I didn't
agree.
say that the French didn't suck. I was just saying that it was.
I agree. Like me and Doc earlier were having a whole conversation about how India could probably whip France's ass in a war.
Well, at this point, I'm not so sure that India can beat most of the countries out there.
Well, it's got more people than China, and it's got nukes, and they're landing shit on the moon. So, also, the new domestically made Indian main bow tank is supposed to be pretty good.
You know, here's what gets me. Unlike the rest of us, they can actually produce pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, and yet they still poop in the road.
Yeah.
And worship rats and monkeys and various other weird things.
I'm not so worried about what they're worshiping. It's
the pooping in the
road.
Well, my whole thing is even if you add that up, is there's still 400 million people that outnumber us for having all of the first class amenities.
Well, they do have more people in India with PhDs than our entire population.
Yeah, but they also have PhD mills that don't actually check to see if you know what you're talking about.
You're talking about from the U.S. universities?
I mean, yeah. It's like, yeah.
I mean, I hate saying it is. I always laugh when they're like, "Oh, well, they're doing this." I said, "Gee, you train them over there, and then they go back to their home country, and you think that somehow they're not going to retain all that information they got from the U.S. and bring it back over there?" You know, it's just like, well, China's backwards. Like, some areas of China may be, but why do they outproduce us and everything?
Because
they
we
got a lot of people
produce stuff ourselves.
And
well, it's because we shipped it all overseas, and now we can't. Now we don't even know how to do plastic. So even if we brought it back,
and if they don't do it, their communist overlords will feed them feet first into a mulcher.
I don't think that actually happens.
No,
they just kneel them down and shoot them in the back of the head. I've seen.
No, they don't. What they do is they take out the vibro compactors and just crush them whenever they. Well,
they got to remove your organs first because you can sell organs for a lot of money.
But that's only if you put lead in children's toys, bro.
Yeah.
And if you have a problem with that, I got a problem with you.
They put something in dog food there for a while that was causing dogs to die of kidney failure. I remember when they got sued for that too.
Yeah, and you know what happened to the CEO of that company? He got put on his knees and a bullet in the back of his head.
Yep. That's how they handle it. I do admire how they handle it when CEOs F up.
Fraud.
Yeah, they don't get like a golden parachute. They get
they get no
lead injection.
They just get like a full metal jacket to the back of the cranium and buried in a ditch.
It's not like Pinochet where they just push him out. You know, well here's your parachute. Like, what's this?
But as badass as everybody thinks the Chinese are, it doesn't stop the Indians from forever effing with them up in those mountains.
Oh yeah, I always laughed about that, but you know, I thought was weird is that they actually were starting to have meetings So they would be, once they started sanctioning Russia, this is what gets me with the whole thing. It's like, well, you know what? Maybe we should stop trying to fight amongst each other about a border that no one really cares about because it's so high in the mountains. To actually try and say, you know what? The U.S. is trying to screw us all over. So let's say,
Nah, I was reading an article where like the Indians snuck up on the Chinese border guards up in the mountains and like started pelting them with snowballs and shit. Because they just
The
could.
Chinese started doing it back, so they had a good snowball fight, and then
The Chinese were like, "What's going on here?" It's like, I mean, you got to think India's been at war with Pakistan 3 times in the last like 40 years and whipped their ass every time. Freaking wrecked them. They got one guy, like the toughest guy in the entire world is an Indian soldier. He climbed like a 250-foot cliff, got shot like 5 times on the way up, including through his testicles, dropped his rifle, got to the top of the plateau, jumped into a machine gun nest, beat everyone in the nest to death with a rock, then grabbed a shovel, charged another machine gun nest, killed everyone in that one. I mean, this guy was a maniac. He got awarded a medal that literally says, you have to do magic to get this medal. Like, it's the highest medal the Indian Army can give you, and you can only get it for doing shit that should not be possible.
That's awesome.
And this dude got it. And if you look at a picture of him, he looks like the guy that's giving you your Slurpee at 7-Eleven. He's just this little dude. You know what I mean? Like, he looked like he's 5'3", but he was a member of some Indian Special Forces Mountaineer Combat, bullshit troop. And he killed 7 people with his bare hands.
I thought
literally beat them to death with rocks and shit, just while shot all to hell.
I always laugh when they talk about the Gurkhas, as well. Like, well, I didn't kill you because I was feeling your shoelaces and realized you were British. They're like, what?
Oh, yeah, because they sneak up on you?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like these guys are so close to you that they can feel your shoelaces. I mean, that's pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, that's how they can tell if you're the enemy or not. You're like, what the hell?
Plus the one of the reasons that they're so badass is because they live way up in the mountains.
Yeah.
So they're all like,
you don't really actually need to breathe. What?
Yeah, they're so used to living in an area that doesn't have a lot of like oxygen and stuff. So when they actually are fighting in the lower countries, their stamina is like through the roof.
Mm-hmm.
Just because they're just like, whatever,
If you've ever noticed, which I always find funny, because this also was in Greece, which is where my family came from, was they talk about, if you ever look at like the hill people, the ones in mountains, they're like, they can never defeat them because you're kind of going, first off, they aren't used to having anything. They're always warlike even amongst each other. So, whether it's the Afghans or like the Gurkhas and some of these others, just like, what are you going to give them that they don't already have? It's like, what are we going to do with this? What was it with the Greeks?
Yeah, it's really, though, living way up in those mountains just turns them into like maniacs. The number one most badass dude in history, his name was Vikram Batra.
Someone painted a picture of me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Shadow, bring it up. It's the same place you went last time.
Yeah.
Look at this guy too, man. He was born in Palampur, Himachal Pradesh. He was a member of the batch of 13th J&K Rifles, also known as the hero of the Kargil War.
I was expecting something totally different.
Oh, no.
He was instrumental in capturing Peak 5140.
I assume every picture of a person eating pizza is a picture of me.
Which was located at 17,000 feet, fellas.
Ooh.
During the mission, he was seriously injured, managed to kill 3 enemy soldiers in close combat, went on to yet another mission while still injured, where he killed another bunch of guys. One of the most difficult missions the Indian Army had ever attempted versus the Pakistani, capturing a second peak at 16,000 feet, climbing a cliff at a gradient of 80 degrees, Severely injured, shot through the testicle, saved a fellow soldier, but the soldier ended up dying anyway. Then he cleared a bunch of enemy positions. His last words were Jai Mata Die, whatever that means. Oh, here it is. It says what it means. It means either I come back after hoisting the tricolor, the Indian flag, or I'll come back wrapped in it. But I will be back for sure. He was honored with the Param Vir Chakra medal. The Param Vir Chakra.
Okay.
And then if you look up what the Param Vir Chakra, it says that you got to do magical, like impossible bullshit to get that medal. Like it makes the United States Congressional Medal of Honor look like easy to get because it's just like this thing is like crazy.
I mean, what was that one guy from Vietnam, the one that was shot 20 times? And
Oh, the Mexican guy?
Yeah, you know the one I'm talking about.
Mexican guy.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
I mean, there was that guy that was, I mean, talk about like badass. It's like, holy hell. There was him, and then there was a British guy during World War II where he got like, I can't remember if I mean, that guy just went like full on berserk. You look at him, he looks like nothing special.
You know how you make a Mexican, right?
No.
You find a non-white person and you give them sneakers and the jersey to the team that lost the Super Bowl, and they instantly become Mexican.
Okay, that was not funny, Justin.
But it's true.
I'm sorry.
Awarded for the most conspicuous bravery
Rewind that.
and daring, preeminent act of valor or self-sacrifice in the presence of the enemy on land, sea, and air. It has only been awarded 21 times in the history of the country. 21 people have won it, 14 posthumously. That includes 14 posthumously.
So if you're like,
men have ever lived to win that award.
so if you're like in the middle of the Congo, and you find uncontacted tribe or whatever, and you hand them a pair of sneakers and the jersey to a Super Bowl team that lost, they immediately become Mexican.
No, the guy in question was a Mexican guy who grew up
Yeah.
very poor and joined, and they denied him his Congressional Medal of Honor for like 15 or 20 years until I think Reagan got into the office and finally gave it to him. And I don't know if it was racism, but probably.
Well,
but this dude was a Green Beret who, like, his helicopter got shot down. So then he got shot a bunch of times. He killed like so many little Vietnamese dudes. And he spent all of his time like patching fellow soldiers up and chucking them in incoming medevacs. And like, it was crazy, like crazy style shit this dude did. And when he got out of the army, he ended up going back and being a sharecropper or some shit. Like they didn't give any benefits or anything.
He was like, he was like wounded 20 times during that time. He was shooting. I mean, I heard him give his own story of, his scope was off and he was trying to figure out exactly where it was shooting.
I know at one point he was trying to climb in a helicopter and a Vietnamese guy ran up and tried to stab him with the bayonet. Yeah. And did stab him with the bayonet, but then he took the Vietnamese dude's gun from him and stabbed him to death with his own bayonet. Like, this guy was a badass Green Beret dude that was just out here doing badass Green Beret shit. But I forget his name. It's like Torres or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at what this, and then I look at some of the others, and like, really? Is this what it's for? To me, that would be more of a Silver Star kind of thing.
Yeah, well,
No, I mean, you get badassery like that. You're like, holy hell.
Yeah, this is literally like he was like the only guy who survived from his helicopter when it got shot down. He basically fought a whole brigade of NVA troops by himself. Yeah, while he was trying to evacuate the members of his team and getting stabbed and shot and hand grenade shrapnel all over him and just all the bad stuff.
Why did they treat him so bad then?
Well, some people think it was because he was a Mexican and the son of illegal aliens or whatever. That it just.
There was.
I don't know.
It could be that, and then some of it. And this is the terrible thing: is you have to have someone write you up within 2 years, and if they don't do that, then it takes like an act of Congress to go back. There's a lot of it that's just on how does your commander write you up? If your commander doesn't write you up properly, you don't get it, even if you.
Well, especially if he's dead.
Yeah. Well, this guy lived. Yeah, but yeah.
No, I'm saying he lived, but whoever
Yes,
could have
he,
wrote him up was unconscious or dead. This guy was out there by himself trying to patch people up and get them evac and fighting like 1,000 VC guys, NVA guys. They were regulars. And he was killing dudes in hand-to-hand combat and shit. I mean, they were charging him, bayonets fixed, and this guy was shot, like Omnow said, like 20 times and was still duking it out with these guys.
Oh
But those Aztecs were badasses. They might have ate babies and sacrificed people to weird gods, but they were badasses. You can't take that from them. You know what I mean? They were a warrior culture. They whipped everyone's ass. Except the Spanish.
I was going to say.
But the Spanish had to get all of the neighboring tribes to help. You know what I mean? It's not like the Spanish did it by themselves. They had to get all of the Aztecs' enemies together.
Well, yeah, there was like 12 of them. That's why.
Right. Well, I mean, the Aztecs should have known when they offered to feed the Spanish roasted child and a bunch of Catholic priests were standing there that shit was not going to go right from that point on. And that's a true story. It's kind of like the story of how Christopher Columbus committed genocide on one of the Caribbean islands, right? But what they don't tell you is there were actually 2 tribes on the island, and one tribe was slave-taking cannibals, and the other tribe were a bunch of Eloi, basically. And when Christopher Columbus landed, the Eloi were like, would you please help us with these cannibalistic assholes? So Christopher Columbus and the troops he had with him hunted the cannibals down and wiped them out. So when people say he committed genocide, technically they're telling the truth, but they're not telling the whole truth because he did it to stop them from eating the other tribe on the island.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, that's racist, so
it's like a way of twisting history to make a guy look like a horrible human being when in fact he did a good thing.
Well, it wasn't just that. It was also the fact that he, there's a lot of arguing about who was supposed to get a certain amount of money. And so a lot of it was political, too, about trying to smear his name so he wouldn't get as much wealth as was in the West. I mean, there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but I'm talking about modern day college people trying to, lambast a guy as a genocidal maniac when in fact the tribe he genocided was busy trying to genocide another tribe and was eating them. Which is maybe not something that your average Roman Catholic is willing to tolerate too much.
Well, maybe he should come back and eat those college professors.
I wish.
Yeah.
Oh, you heard what? Did you hear what DeSantis is doing in the state of Florida?
It's probably something gay.
If you get caught protesting and you're not a citizen of the United States, even if you're faculty at the college, he's deporting your ass.
Which is what they should do anyway. I mean, you shouldn't be here.
And he's also opened up a really fast track. So if you're going to a college up north where they're allowing all the bullshit to go on and you want to transfer to like FSU or University of Florida, he's fast tracking it so you can. Like down here, we had riots for about 10 minutes. They set up their camp. Florida PD showed up, stomped their asses, started deporting people. Everybody started going back to class. It was like, yeah. And he gave a speech and said, this is Florida. We don't tolerate bullshit down here. Now, you can feed alligators LSD if you want. And you can call 911 100 times because a strip club won't let you take your cat in with you. But what you cannot do is fuck around on campus. And he said, these are public schools. These are not private schools. These schools are paid for by the taxpayer.
Which means you have a right to protest on them.
But it also means that they have a right to tell you to fuck off.
No.
No,
But
the
it's
First
not worth
Amendment
trouble.
does not cover supporting a terrorist organization. And Hamas has been deemed a terrorist organization by everyone.
Yeah, well, I accuse the U.S. government of being a terrorist organization.
And maybe we have been sometimes.
Yeah, I'm not arguing about the stuff we've done, but I hate saying this, which is I don't feel very much sympathy for either side. I'm like, okay,
Well, I feel none for the one side because they're an ethno state whose entire religion is based around the fact that they're superior to every other human being on earth.
And they've been actively exterminating their neighbor.
Well, both ways. It goes both ways.
Oh.
it goes both ways. I'm sorry, if it was actively exterminating, their population would not have increased.
Yeah,
I'm kind of wondering why.
And why hasn't Egypt opened up that gate there and let them all just go to Egypt?
Because they know that that's what the Jews want. Like,
No, it's because Egypt doesn't want them either.
Because
No.
Egypt don't want them either.
Yeah,
Jordan doesn't want them either, and Syria doesn't want them either, and Lebanon sure as fuck don't want them.
If you actually look at what happened in it was the late 60s, early 70s, what Jordan did to the Palestinians, all this crap that they're talking about with the Israelis, like, the other Arab nations don't want them either.
And Justin, you should already know that, like, if you're going to try to think I'm a certain fan of a certain group over another group,
well,
you
are supporting them by bringing it up in the first place.
Nope, bullshit. I think Jerusalem should belong to the Christians.
Here's the thing. We can call out bad actions.
First Constantinople, then Jerusalem. That's the plan. I've told you the plan.
I'm wondering why they both just can't, why they need to drag us into it. Why can't they just handle their shit?
Because I sell a shirt. It says this is Israel and its colonial territories. You can look it up.
There's this thing called
I'm pretty sure they don't know about your t-shirt.
It's super funny.
I'm telling you to look it up.
It's like when Democrats get on TV and they talk about how the Russians are interfering in our government while they're standing at an APAC meeting.
It should be in one of the boxes that has the video.
Actually, well, this is what gets me about the whole thing, and people don't want to admit this. Is part of it also comes down to Israel sided with the United States, and during the Cold War, the Russians went against it, whereas Egypt went over towards the Soviets along with Syria. So I mean, when you start looking at there's that aspect as well. At the end of the day, though, is the complete overreaction of Israel, which is completely unjustified.
They were killing civilians randomly.
Never forget the USS Liberty.
Before October 7th.
Never forget the Liberty.
So,
what's that link you sent me? Is the shirt you were talking about?
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Here's what gets me.
But we send them billions of dollars, right? And then they send some of that money back to get politicians elected through super PACs. Mm-hmm. And then the politicians they get elected make sure that we send them more money back.
And they forgive the loans.
This giant money laundering circle.
Oh wait a minute. Why does that sound like Sam Sam Freeman? That he did that with the Ukrainians. It's but at the end of the day,
it is because it's the same shit. It's basically a giant scheme, and it's like you can't get a Democrat and Republican to agree on anything. Like if you talk about patching a hole in a road, they will argue till the end of time. But if you say we need to send $10 billion to Israel, they will agree 100%, except for Rand Paul, who always vote no.
And Thomas Macy. Thomas Macy's the other one.
And Thomas Macy.
Which is, that's.
But otherwise, every Republican that you think you elected and every Democrat that people thought they elected will vote 100% of the time, every time, to send money. And then the people in Hawaii whose houses burnt down got $700.
Oh, I know. Don't give me
that money. And if they took that money, they were no longer entitled to the land which it was affixed.
Right.
That was a little different, but no, that was But I mean, the whole thing.
So Justin, I'm with you, but there does come a point where somebody does something so fucked up they deserve to be wiped out.
But a lot of the stuff we're told about the 7th there is actually full sale bullshit. Like that one woman's family, the media was saying got raped. Her family came out and said there's no evidence of that stuff saying it.
Yeah,
but they
Justin,
did drag
I'm
that
ignoring
dog
the
how
down
hard
numbers.
would it be to
street.
force somebody to say what you said? I think the bigger issue with that whole event was you want to tell me that the country with the greatest spy organization on the planet didn't know it was coming? I
Well,
call
of
it
course they
bullshit.
knew. They knew.
Well. Here's what gets me about all of it is a complete overreaction. But people forget all the stuff that the Egyptians did, the Jordanians did, the Syrians have done for a lot of stuff. I mean, to pretend that it's just like Israel, the only reason they're doing it for Israel is because Israel's supposed to have a higher moral standard than the other countries surrounding it.
Except they made it illegal to build new Orthodox cathedrals in Israel.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? They're doing the same thing in the Ukraine.
Yes, they are.
I
The
wonder
Ukrainian
why.
Orthodox Church is being persecuted in Ukraine.
How long has your government said they support a two-state solution when it's illegal for your government to even be part of any organization that's
Hey,
that
your government
recognizes
supports
Palestine?
it too, sir.
Yeah, but my government, as far as I know, hasn't made it illegal to be part of any organization that recognizes Palestine as a country, where it's been a crime in yours federally for a long time.
Does your government allow dual citizenship bullshit too?
I don't think so.
Ours
I don't
Yeah, it
think
does.
hate that.
Yeah, it
I,
does.
I don't think I know my country used to, but I think we removed it.
When was that?
We should
in the
do
late
that.
90s, early 2000s.
No,
Like
If
that.
no,
you're
because
if you have dual
I could.
citizenship with anywhere in the world, you should not be able to hold a government job.
There's like we can
Not
do it
even
with
the janitor at a
with
school.
you guys and Britain, Scotland, and Ireland. I know we still do that, but there's a lot of the other countries we cut that shit off. And I think Israel was one of the ones we cut off.
Well, here's the thing. Guess who we sell our equipment to? We sell to Jordan, Israel, and Egypt.
Yeah,
and
a lot of
Saudi
guys
Arabia.
get their jump wings with Jordan. In the army, you go to Jordan for a couple months and you go through their jump school, and then you get the Jordanian jump wings. You can wear them on the front of your uniform.
So a lot of it is that it's just money laundering. It doesn't matter one way or the other.
Absolutely, Omen. I figured that out a long time ago.
Yep.
And so when I started looking at all this stuff, and I said, at the end of the day, I agree with Thomas Macy's. Let's stop giving money to foreign nations.
That would be nice. That's what Thomas Jefferson said.
No, it was Madison.
We still have any. Think about the money that
Jefferson said it too. No treaties with anyone. Trade with everyone.
Yeah.
As long as we still have veterans on the streets.
And Hamilton were Federalist.
You're always. I hate saying this. Is you're always going to get some veterans on the streets because it's a mental illness. Unless you put it. I'm not trying to be mean about it, but those are simple facts. Is everyone I talk to has to do is either deals with drugs or mental illness for most people.
Well, then that means we need to build institutes where we can put these people to try and either fix them or just keep them off the street.
Oh yeah, I tend to agree
and
with
it would be cheaper than sending billions of dollars to countries that don't even like us every year. But we don't do it.
Oh, I know.
Because
we never
again,
will.
If you're a person that knows we're getting ready to send $10 billion worth of missiles to somewhere, then you can run out and buy a shit ton of stock in certain businesses that make those missiles. And then when the stock jumps through the roof, hey, next thing you know, you've made $120 million in 1 year because you're a master at buying and selling stocks. All of a sudden.
You mean Crenshaw?
Crenshaw, Pelosi, freaking.
No. I'm just. Well, we all know Pelosi, but I'm saying Dan Crenshaw. Like he's one of the worst for doing that.
I hate that one-eyed Cyclops son of a bitch. He is such a fake Republican.
I'm surprised Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't make money doing that. But she looks so fucking poor. She looks poorer than I do.
Yeah,
I cultivate this look.
She called AOC not intelligent enough to debate her the other day in the middle of a congressional meeting or some shit.
That was freaking awesome.
He's like, I would debate you, but you aren't intelligent enough to debate me.
And you know how stupid that would have to be because Marjorie Taylor Greene is not a smart person.
No, she's a passionate human being that has beliefs. Plus,
really
the one black
really
girl
dumb
said
ones.
she had a butch body because Marjorie Taylor Greene works out all the time. And Marjorie Taylor Greene said something about her flappy fake eyelashes or something.
She said
that was another woman. That was another woman.
But I'm saying though, there was
that's how it started. Greene said the thing.
That's
about
what got started. Yeah. Oh, I like Marjorie Taylor Greene. She is a force of chaos in the Senate. She just shows up.
She is a
and fucks
clown.
everything
House.
up.
She's the House.
Well, wherever she is, she's a force of chaos. You know she's gonna fuck shit up.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. They always put these people out there, but did you get what was it? Frank, whatever, the one that said that Guam would overtip because
Oh,
of
I
too many
know.
soldiers. So
If we build too much shit on Guam, it might tip over.
no. He said if we put too many soldiers, it might tip over. And
And
the
you're
other
like,
thing-
how does this guy get to be a member of our government if he thinks
How does he get
violence
to be a
is
member of
below?
human society? How is he
Oh.
considered even human?
Be-
They're
be-
Oh,
among
well,
smarter than
he
that.
had the right skin color. That's how.
no. It's because just like everyone else, is they're pre-selected for this. Just to if you vote the right way, we'll support you. And this is how low we've gotten in certain.
Well,
Well, I know AOC got hired by an acting company.
so did Taylor Greene.
Right. So that's a thing now
yeah.
too, is they actually hire people.
They go to the same trash modeling agency and hire a bunch of people from both sides to.
Yeah,
Jeff
Hank
says
Johnson.
Which is
Hank
funny 'cause-
Johnson.
MTG isn't all that attractive.
No. It's not that kind of modeling agency. bro.
But
It's
have
like,
you ever seen that chick do a clean and jerk?
extra?
Yes,
model.
I have.
Yeah.
Like she can put up like 300 pounds. I'm like, Jesus Christ, lady.
Yeah, and that one that was sitting next to Green, Bobbert, she's from that same agency too.
And then you've
I
got
see.
like AOC taking a picture of her ass on the sink. I had to post that with the short shorts on.
I did not see that.
She's got a nice spot.
Well, I actually,
And we already know
like,
AOC's got a nice rack.
no.
So
What
it's like,
was what was the guy's name? Alex Stein.
Yes.
Yeah, that caught her up on the stairs of Congress and was like, "Hey, there's my favorite big bootied Latina woman," or some shit.
And she took a picture, and then she goes and whines about the whole thing, like, this is why.
And
I
then
don't
when
care.
she realized who he was, she tried to pretend to be offended.
Yeah, exactly.
It was like, whatever.
Even
I
though
think,
she
I think
came
his best
over,
bit though was wearing the Target tuck bikini bathing suit. That was so funny. That takes a lot of balls, but you couldn't see him.
well, no. He did that one. He did but he's been well known over in Dallas for going over to the meetings in that area. So like, oh yeah, and I'm like, oh, that's okay. We got Richland over here. We've got this one over here. Plato. He goes in there just making fun of him with the little vaccine. Boy, he lit up Uvalde though. Holy hell! When he went
Have you
there,
ever seen Mark Dice dress up as a trans person and show up at like his city council meetings and just go off? And he like says the most outrageous shit ever, and they're just sitting there taking him serious because they don't know who he is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what gets me is when the school boards tell someone they are not allowed to read from a book in their own library for
Yeah, and they're
elementary
like,
school.
"This book is in your library."
Yeah.
You tell me I can't read it because it's too disgusting.
It
And you
usually
look
is.
at, well, this is what gets me about the whole thing is, this is why, we fight over the other crap is they want us fighting over the silly stuff instead of actually saying, where's that money going? And at the end of the day, it's like, where's all that money going? Let's go fix it. It's just like when they talk about the swamp. It's like, oh, we're going to drain the swamp. I said, the only way to drain the swamp is you have to drain in how much money the government's spending. And that's not happening from either side.
Well, that's why they hate the people they hate, and they love the people they love.
It's like that book, The Bluest Eyes Ever, or whatever.
It's like that movie, They Live.
Yeah. That book was aimed for like fourth graders or third graders or something like that. And it's about a 14-year-old girl being like sexually molested by a 20-something-year-old. And then like the whole time she's being molested, she's saying, no, stop. And then the rest of the book is her justifying it and justifying that's why she's a lesbian. And then
That is the weirdest shit ever. I don't want to hear about it anymore.
Well, you know what? This is why I homeschool, okay?
Yeah, and this was in school libraries, and when people were like, "This is not appropriate for like fourth graders or whatever. Shouldn't be in your school or assigned reading," which it was at one school. And then you got the author, who's a black woman, on Twitter going, "This book is only being removed from the library because I'm black." I was like, No.
Whenever they do that on Twitter, I always tell them I want to repatriate them all back to Africa, and then they
Yeah.
get really mad at me. Sometimes they block me though.
Yeah.
I
What
just
you
look
need
over,
to-
I just go over and said, this is, everyone I deal with doesn't want to deal with this, but, it's all performance. And that's why I said, okay, that's why I start trying to read the bills. But I get more pissed off whenever they're trying to pass a bill, but they don't post it before. Either they post it 24 hours after they vote on it. I said, what
Or
the
just
hell?
As a matter of fact, I wonder if I'm blocked from Twitter because somebody posted a picture of some guy who got shot by the cops recently. And they're like, another black mother is burying her black son who was killed by the cops. And I posted, well, it's a start. So, I may be banned.
I
Because
mean,
I just
Oh,
don't
you're
care
wrong.
anymore. And you know what? I have black family members. And I
Yeah.
still don't care about these assholes on Twitter. It's
Yeah.
like, if it's so horrible in this country, take your ass over to the frickin' Congo or something.
well, what gets me is it's mostly white liberals.
I hear
No.
Senegal's nice.
A lot of them are the ones that are more offended than anything else. And they're like, what? It's like you have nothing else in your life to actually argue about instead of,
Well, one of them that they posted too, that everybody just drugged this person hard. It was like this old Indian lady standing in front of Mount Rushmore, flipping off the founding fathers. And I posted and I said, well, looks like a loser standing in front of a monument full of winners. It's like I feel bad for you. I don't feel bad for you. You're lucky we didn't just exterminate all of you like the Australians tried.
Yeah.
Or the Canadians.
We didn't actually try either.
Yeah, we should have.
Well, my view on that is like, okay,
Would have made things a lot easier. You got to be honest, from a purely like non-emotional, non-moral, just rational point of view.
Yeah.
It would be a lot easier to just exterminate all of the people who complain.
you know what? That was called the Soviet Union, and it didn't improve anything.
No, it was not called Soviet Union. But then you would end up with like this group of homogenous people who all believe exactly the same thing and spoke exactly the same language, and no one would complain, and everyone would go to church on Sundays, and men would work, and women would have babies, and everything would be amazing.
That's first off, that's a lie, because if you
I would love to live.
Nothing improves.
I would love
you
to
don't
live
know
in
that's a lie.
Pleasantville.
Yeah, I do, because I go look study history for the Soviet Union. That's exactly what happened. Every time
that is not what the Soviet Union was about, sir.
I didn't say that's what it was about. I'm saying that's what actually happened. It's because they couldn't complain, nothing improved, and anyone that did complain, they said, "Oh, you're just a whiner."
Oh my goodness, now it went so far over your shiny, beautiful head. I'm not going to explain it to you.
No, you're just one of these utopian people that go over.
No, you're being obtuse as usual.
No, Omanal, I said what I said in a way that would not get shadow banned permanently forever. And it went so far over your head, it's in orbit now.
No, I know what you're trying to say.
But I would have thought when I mentioned homogenous group of people all speaking the same language with all identical beliefs, going to the same churches, etc., would have been a clue, but apparently you missed that. Yeah, think about it. You'll get it. You're smart. I have faith in you.
All I can think is, gee, you're going to get something that doesn't improve at all.
Oh, God. Okay, Omanal, I love you.
Don't worry, Omanal. We'll get you a hat.
It says not communist.
Nothing I said was communist, Omanal. In order for something to be communist, you'd have to be mentioning an economic system, and I am a free market absolutist.
Yeah.
Except you said all complainers, which means that nothing gets fixed.
That's not communism.
All complainers. What does that got to do with the economy?
You know, the full saying is the customer is always right in taste. If the customer doesn't have the taste for your store, they can get the fuck out.
Well, that's true. Right. That's a different thing.
Yeah.
No, I was definitely saying complainers. but
yeah.
not
So if the customer
people
complains,
complaining about
'cause-
a good or service.
yeah. Well, he only understands good or service. So if the customer complains, he can get the fuck out.
That's kind of what I was saying. And if they
Yeah.
didn't want to, I was suggesting we help them. It's called Hoppianism. Look it
Yeah.
up.
There's a really good parody song I'll send to you later, James.
Oh, about Ancapistan?
No, it's
Hoppian. And it shows the picture of the helicopter.
Ah,
Yeah.
it's a little further.
We don't have poors, and by poors I mean blacks. We got open doors for the rich white upper class. Stimulate economies without causing a commotion. All the degenerates get removed into the ocean. Yeah, that's in anarcho-capitalism. So you cannot get any further from communism than anarcho-capitalism.
I don't know.
It's literally completely diametrically opposed.
I think
And the
Hobbes was a
closest we've
communist.
gotten to that would be Pinochet.
Hobbes was a communist.
Yes, but Hoppianism is what Pinochet was.
Pinochet was an asset of the CIA.
Well, but it doesn't matter. He still did the thing he did. See, the thing with the black and
I think you should wrap things up.
is it stays curled up at the bottom right of the diagram until it needs to stand up until the top right, which is totalitarian right.
No,
and once it takes care of business at the totalitarian right, then it goes back down to libertarian right.
No, what really happens is the snake stays curled up in the corner, and when something bad happens, it clutches its rifle really tight, it hides further in the corner.
That's libertarianism.
When it comes to my door, I'll do something as the society burns around it. Yeah.
Within anarcho-capitalism, there's multiple types. There's
Hobbyianism is what the libertarian tells
libertarianism.
It is when
there's menachism, and then there's the fourth one. What's the fourth one?
Homosexuality.
I'm getting some of the weirdest shit in my YouTube feed.
Like basically, you completely minarchists.
Told you, wrap things up, Shadow. Wrap things up quick.
Minarchists believe that there's no government at all. Everything should be privatized. That's minarchism. Pinochet was Hobbesian. And then libertarian is exactly what you said. It's the snake that doesn't do anything.
Well, it says it's going to do something, but then it hides in the corner.
And it's anarcho-capitalism. No government. Everything is decentralized and privatized.
It hides in the corner and says it's a Hoppian.
See, now you're just being a goofball.
I know these politics, man. They're all bullshit.
You don't.
Yeah, I used to watch Molyneux. I know
You're
this
a
stuff.
freaking communist.
No, I'm not.
You're a socialist, which is one step away from being a communist.
I just like
all the bullshit.
Heinlein said is the best thing to do is just get as far away from people as possible.
That's called,
I agree.
That's called being a coward as well.
But if you can't get as far away from people as possible, then what you do is put together an army and get those people as far away from you as possible.
I can get behind that.
And that's what's going to happen in the not so very far future. Count on it. When the demographics of the United States change and certain parties become greater than other parties, this country will balkanize and turn into just a straight up hellhole of civil war. Count on it.
If that doesn't happen before we completely collapse our the dollar,
which is only going to speed up what I'm talking about. Because as soon as the economy collapses, it turns to tribalism, right?
The question is what happens first? That what you're describing, or Shadow ending the stream?
I think I'm going to end the stream first.
Well, it's been 5 hours.
Yeah,
just about. Yeah, we got 4:44.
You know,
who is Hank Johnson, Jeff? I don't even know. Who
that was the guy that was that was the congressman talking about the Guam would tip over.
All right, I think this drifted from no, it went to apocalyptic tech levels pretty quick.
Yeah. No. But this was well
It
before.
went from
we
game. It
accepted-
went from game to reality, though. Is what it was.
Yeah.
Yes. If
Man-
we don't pull our heads out of our buttocks very quickly,
I
Mike,
just googled Hank Johnson. He looks like he was growing in a test tube.
we'll be playing Mad Max
Probably.
2, but for real.
Good night, folks.